This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Translator Lonely Tree. Synopsis. The hearse with the weird odor slowed to a stop before the entrance. The sound of pebbles could be heard bouncing on the ceiling. There were footsteps coming from the corridor, and there seemed to be someone sawing next door. The doorknob to the room rattled slightly, and the faucet in the bathroom kept dripping even though it had been screwed shut. There was a rubber ball that rolled on its own underneath the bed. Wet footsteps started to surface one after another on the floor. At 3 a.m., Chen-ji held a cleaver in his hand as he hid beside the room heater. The call he was trying to make was finally answered. Landlord, is this what you meant by, the house can be a little crowded at night? Chapter 101, Mu-Yang High School's Hidden Mission. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. The sound coming from the laptop was not loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. Everyone turned to look at Fei Yuliang, who was collapsed on the floor with foam on his lips, and their expressions were mixed. The middle-aged man sensed the crowd opinion shifting, so he quickly fast-forwarded. 1 or 2 minutes later, an image finally appeared on screen. Zhu Jianing and Fei Yuliang had officially entered the haunted house. The visitors outside were curious about the interior design, some even pushed forward, attempting to see the hidden traps and layout. The Mu-Yang High School scenario was built underground, so it was very quiet. The recorder picked up the pair's conversation clearly, including how they discussed posting the guide online and hiring a 50-cent army to swamp the haunted house with bad reviews. So these people are here to purposely create trouble. We almost believed them earlier. The crowd started to mumble, and the middle-aged man had no choice but to fast-forward some more. Due to the lack of lighting, the images were not clear. All they could see was a dim corridor and empty classrooms on both sides, but that was already scary enough. The people from Qin Guang's studio did not shoot this video to help Chen-ji promote his haunted house. They were looking for evidence of Chen-ji ordering his employees to assault his visitors, but after 6 minutes of footage, all they could see was Fei Yuliang and Zhu Jianing being scared on camera. There was not even the shadow of a worker. The people from Qin Guang's studio started to get worried, but the visitors were increasingly curious. Such a large haunted house, but they did not have even one employee playing the ghost. Then, how did they plan to scare their visitors? Very soon, the video reached the point where the two were playing the pen spirit game. When Chen-ji heard the familiar question asked by Fei Yuliang, he almost bit his tongue. He finally understood what the pair did that angered the pen spirit so. The video after that was even weirder. Zhu Jianing suddenly dropped his hand and escaped from the room while Fei Yuliang started writing madly on the white paper. You will die, you will die, you will die. Looking at the words that appeared on the paper, the surrounding visitors were confused. What is he doing? Mental breakdown. There's no need to trouble the park's doctor. We should call the mental hospital directly. In other words, 2 of them entered the haunted house, and one of them was scared dumb by his friend. Watching this video, Chen-ji sighed greatly in relief. Other than 2 victims, only he knew what really happened. The pen spirit must have appeared then, but it was unknown whether it could not be captured on camera or the camera angle was wrong. Regardless, the pen spirit did not show on the video. However, what was recorded was this eerie situation. The video continued to play, and Chen-ji leaned in closer. He was most interested in what happened next. After Zhu Jianing escaped, Fei Yuliang was left alone in the room. The man who was scrawling madly on the paper suddenly stopped. The camera was pinned to his chest, and the video stood still for several seconds. Then the image tipped backwards. Fei Yuliang seemed to have fainted. No one touched him, right? Yeah, so why did he faint? 10 seconds later, something even weirder happened. The camera angle suddenly moved. Fei Yuliang was standing up again. He walked unevenly out of the bedroom. The camera was shaking violently. It felt like the man had forgotten how to walk as he tipped left and right. A fainted person who suddenly stood up and walked on his own that had never happened before in Chen-ji's years of experience dealing with fainted visitors. This man had probably been taken over by the pen spirit. Chen-ji did not say anything, but his eyes narrowed. Fei Yuliang soon familiarized himself with his body. A few seconds later, he picked up his speed, and his gait was no different from a normal person's. When he reached the junction, Chen-ji and Zhu Jianing had just entered the toilet. They had brushed past each other just like that. The pen spirit was trying to escape the haunted house. Chen-ji was spooked by the thought. If not for the incident that happened after this, the pen spirit might have successfully escaped. In the video, Fei Yuliang seemed to realize that there were people inside the toilet, so he snuck past the toilet before running toward the sealed classroom. His target was clear. He walked toward the last row and hugged one of the uniforms to his chest. When he was about to leave, he saw the paper box with the 24 name tags Chen-ji left on the lectern. As if remembering something horrible, Fei Yuliang deposited the tags on the table hurriedly. After pulling one out and placing it in his pocket, he ran toward the exit. However, before that could happen, the broken door of the classroom closed on its own. Then, the weirdest part of the video occurred. Fei Yuliang turned around to yell at the empty classroom. I also treat this classroom as our home, but I have my reason to leave. I have to explain this to Wang Xin. Please let me go. I promise to come back after I'm done. Get away from me. I have to leave today. No one is going to stop me. Fei Yuliang's maddened screams came from the computer. He yelled angrily at the empty classroom. Let me go, let me go. The camera kept shaking before falling to the ground like it had been knocked off in a struggle. From that angle, the camera perfectly focused on Fei Yuliang's expression, which was changing madly like there were more than 10 different personalities inside his body at the same time. Several seconds later, the expression on Fei Yuliang's face returned to normal, and the classroom door opened. Without a word, he picked up the camera and replaced it on his chest. Then, like a puppet, he walked toward the deepest part of the Mu Yang High School scenario. At that time, Chen-ji's black phone vibrated. He pulled his phone out silently before taking several steps back, but he kept his gaze on the laptop. While all this had been happening, he had been inside the corner toilet. There was only a wall between them, but he had not heard any commotion from the classroom next door. It felt like, after the classroom door was closed, the space within shifted to another dimension. The video continued to play. Fei Yuliang, who was moving in an awkward way, took deliberate steps toward the well. He stepped on the edge of the well and started to talk to himself. Are we going to jump? I can understand Chen Yalin's pain. She has her own reason. If I were in her position, I believe I would do the same thing. After all, Wang Xin was her best friend. Then, shall we give her another chance? Fei Yuliang stepped back down from the well. His expression slowly returned to a blank face, and with a tilt of his head, he collapsed to the floor. Around 4 minutes later, Chen-ji arrived. The camera had recorded everything. The first thing Chen-ji did was perform first aid, and everyone watching the video could bear witness to that. The boss didn't do anything wrong. If anything, he was trying to save your friend. We almost blamed an innocent person. The people from Qin Guang's studio were made speechless. By that time, Chen-ji had retreated to the outer ring of the crowd, and he glanced at the black phone. Dear Spectre's favored, congratulations on triggering the hidden mission at 2-star scenario, Mu Yang High School, the Pen Spirit's Wish. Chapter 102, Reward Hiring the Pen Spirit. Mission Requirement, find the Pen Spirit's best friend and fulfill its wish. Mission Reward, the Pen Spirit's affection level will increase tremendously, and you will have a chance to recruit it as the haunted house's employee. Chen-ji's eyes studied the last sentence closely. Hiring an actual ghost to be his worker was his dream, and he had not expected that the day would arrive so soon. When he first received the black phone, he had been paying extra attention to the My Team of Ghouls and Ghosts tab, but after completing so many missions, the tab had remained empty. Both Xia Xiao and Zhang Ye could not be hired due to specific reasons. Chen-ji had already given up on that thought. After all, human and ghosts were different. However, it was not as good as he had hoped, since the black phone had now issued this mission. The perks of employing the Pen Spirit were endless. She could predict the future and could scare the visitors without the use of makeup. In Chen-ji's eyes, she was the perfect employee. I shall help the Pen Spirit fulfill her wish. After slipping the black phone back into his pocket, Chen-ji squeezed through the crowd. The few from Qin Guang's studio were packing up the equipment and laptop. They looked like they were ready to leave. Who said you people can go? Chen-ji walked toward Fei Yuliang and pulled out the name tag from his pocket. The dirtied name tag had a woman's name written on it, Chen Yalin. Why would you steal a prop from the haunted house? Chen-ji waved the name tag in the air. Don't tell me this old name tag belongs to Fei Yuliang. The people from Qin Guang's studio looked at each other. They did not know what had possessed Fei Yuliang to go to the classroom to steal this name tag either. Zio Chen, let me handle this. Uncle Su was afraid of conflict, so he quickly came out to block Chen-ji. First things first, I need them to delete all the videos from their laptop, or else they are not leaving this place. Every set inside the haunted house took painstaking effort to build, and I will not allow my effort to go to waste just like that. Uncle Sue also understood the damage that the haunted house would suffer if the video was released to the public. He kept a close eye on the people from Chin Guang's studio as they deleted the video from the laptop. Then he led them to the park management. These people's behavior had created a negative influence on the park, and they would be punished according to the park rules. After the few were led away, Chenji pushed them out of his mind. In a way, he pitied them from accidentally angering the pen's spirit. After they left, Suwon walked out from the haunted house. "Boss, are we still going to continue for the rest of the day?" "Of course." Chenji returned to the ticket booth, and the originally orderly crowd suddenly swamped him. "Brother, how come there is no mention of the school scenario on the public forum? It looks F***seeking interesting. Is the ticket to visit the school the same price? Can we go in 4 at a time? I haven't been so excited and scared at the same time. Someone hold me." Chenji did not expect that the crowd's reaction to the new scenario would be so positive after witnessing what had happened to Fei Yuliang and Zhu Jianing. He glanced at the crowd and realized that most of them were students. "I'm sorry, but due to some accidents, the scenario is temporarily closed for a 2-day maintenance period." Fei Yuliang and Zhu Jianing were the beta testers. From their experience, Chenji realized that even without his intervention, the scenario was independent enough to scare the visitors on its own. But there were still too many uncertainties and thus a certain risk. It was the same with the murder by midnight scenario initially. The mischievous Xiaoxiao followed behind Monkey and gave the man the scare of his life. It was only after Chenji solved the hidden mission in the murder by midnight scenario that the situation improved. To have the lingering spirits inside Mu Yang High School listen to me, the simplest solution is to complete the scenario's hidden mission. Chenji stuck his hand into his pocket, and with his fingers curled around the black phone, he came to a decision. The haunted house continued to operate, the incident with Chin Guang's studio's people an interlude that was soon forgotten. Chenji was busy until 4 p.m., when the number of park visitors decreased. Chenji called Suwon over and had her get off work early. After Suwon left, he entered the Mu Yang High School scenario alone. This was the first 2-star scenario unlocked by Chenji. Its scenario was placed at the stairs that led down into the underground car park. In the future, no matter how Chenji expanded the underground car park, the entrance would not be changed, so the first scary scenario his visitors saw would be this one. He turned on his flashlight and headed toward the sealed classroom. The toppled chairs, tables, and the name tags on the lectern had been replaced, but one of the name tags was missing. "Can you hear me?" Chenji stood at the door and shouted into the room. The uniforms sat on their chairs, and there was no answer. After shaking his head, Chenji went to the female dormitory. He picked up the broken ballpoint pen and fixed it before putting it inside his pocket. After that, he wandered to the well at the other end of the junction. In the video, Fei Yuliang had been talking to himself beside this well. At the time, he should have been possessed by several lingering spirits at the same time, and that was why he was rambling what sounded like nonsense. Chenji looked down into the well. It was 2 or 3 meters deep. Even if someone fell into it, they would not be injured. Why would they say that then? Is there another secret to this well? Chenji was reminded of the door inside the bathroom mirror, the door that would only appear for 1 minute after midnight. He could find no answer. After inspecting everything again, Chenji exited the underground car park and sealed the wooden boards. He took out 5,000 from the staff break room before locking the door and heading toward the park management office. When he saw Uncle Sue, he returned his money and asked about the update regarding the people from Chin Guang's studio. Uncle Sue told him that things had been taken care of, and he should not worry about it. After handling all those miscellaneous tasks, Chenji walked out of the park and gave Inspector Li a call. It was answered after 3 rings, but the line was quiet except for an extremely tense breathing sound. "Uncle Sanbao, what have you discovered this time?" "It's nothing, I just need your help to find a person." "Not a murder suspect?" "No, just a normal student." After receiving the confirmed answer, the silence on the other end was broken, and footsteps could be heard in the background. People flipped through the documents while others talked on the phone. Everyone resumed their work. Inspector Li sighed in relief. "I told them that 4 times in 1 week is too much, the stress you give my men." "Uncle Sanbao, the person I'm looking for is Chen Yalan. She should be one of the victims from Mu Yang High School 3 years ago." "Victim, you're looking for a dead person." Chapter 103, One Survivor. Inspector Li lowered his voice and the tension returned. "Explain to me clearly what is really happening." It's definitely not a murder this time. I just want to take a look at her information. Are you kidding? Do you think we can provide that kind of sensitive information to a citizen? If there's nothing else, I'm going to hang up. After Inspector Lee hung up, Chenji felt rather hopeless. Just as he was trying to figure out what to do, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Inspector Lee. The case files definitely cannot be released to the public, but you can come over at around 7 to 8 p.m., and if your case is serious enough, I can help you take a look at the files. Chenji understood it immediately after reading the message. There were probably too many people at the office, and he could not promise him anything with so many eyes and ears around him. Uncle Lee, do you have any records on Mu Yang High School? What happened to force the school to close down? And why are there so many supernatural stories surrounding it? After some time, Inspector Lee's reply came. The school was built on top of a crematorium, so the land was very cheap. However, due to the taboo, no one wanted to purchase it. Later, it was purchased by a short and rather rotund old man who had the surname Chen. He built a private orphanage on the site. A few years later, Jiujiang established societal construct related to childcare, and so the old man transported all the age-appropriate children to the government-supported orphanage. This meant that there was a bunch of older kids who were left behind at the orphanage. To solve the education problem for these kids, the old patron visited many schools, but none wanted to accept them. Running out of options, the senior purchased the textbooks and started teaching the children himself. This story was picked up by the local news and thus alerted the relevant government bodies. After some discussion, the orphanage was changed into Mu Yang High School, and those children adopted by the senior became the school's first batch of students. Before reading the messages, Chenji had not expected Mu Yang High School to have such a complicated history. Inspector Lee, can you find out how many students there were in the first batch? Do you have that kind of information? After 20 minutes, Inspector Lee called him directly. Zio Chen, I'm now in the filing room. Most of files related to Mu Yang High School have been taken away by the city station since the murder case has been solved. Uncle Sue, I just want to confirm one thing. Among the first batch of student, were there any girls by the name of Chen Yalan and Wang Xin? Let me take a look. Inspector Lee flipped through the pages before answering. When Mu Yang High School was first built, there were 25 students, and they were all originally from the seniors' orphanage. 25? This number was close, but not exactly the same as the number of uniforms. Indeed, but Inspector Lee hesitated. There is only one survivor, the girl you mentioned, Wang Xin. The rest of them came into some kind of accident. Unfortunately, initially Chen Yalan was found hanging in the bedroom for unknown reasons, and then other than Wang Xin, who shared the same bedroom with her, the remaining 23 people went on a school trip, but the bus veered off the road and fell into the dam. All of them died, including the driver. 25 people with one survivor. Chen Ji was reminded of the 24 school uniforms, and he slowly understood why the lingering spirits of the 24 students had returned to the classroom. It had a much deeper meaning to them. It was their home. Is there anything else? If not, I have to go back to work. Inspector Lee had already done a big favor for Chen Ji. One last question, is there a way for me to contact the child who survived? Chen Ji had confirmed that this Wang Xin was the person that the pen's spirit was looking for. Wang Xin was hospitalized due to the trauma of Chen Yalan's incident. Afterwards, I heard that a kind couple adopted her. You can find out more from the adoption website. Since Wang Xin's case is so unique, there should still be records of her. After hanging up, Chen Ji followed Inspector Lee's suggestion and logged onto the website. He searched for half an hour before he found Wang Xin's name. The person who had adopted her was a Madame Gu. After clicking on Madame Gu's profile, he realized that she had posted many threads on the forum requesting for help. Chen Ji just wanted to know a bit more about this Madame Gu, but as he studied her threads, his expression changed. Wang Xin seemed to have fallen victim to some kind of psychological illness, and Madame Gu had gone about asking for professional help. In the end, it was a doctor with the surname Gao who had come to her aid. This Dr. Gao's resume was printed clearly on his profile. Senior psychologist, tenured lecturer at Jiujiang Medical University. Could there really be such a coincidence? Chen Ji hesitated for a moment before giving Gao Ru Zhu's father a call. Hello. Dr. Gao, I'm Gao Ru Zhu's friend. We discussed a boy's condition last night. Has the boy's condition stabilized? I'm not sure about that, but I'm calling because of another case today. Chen Ji thought about it and decided honesty was the best policy. Have you treated a girl by the name of Wang Xin? Dr. Gao was surprised. How do you know about that? I know the reason behind Wang Xin's psychological problem, and I can save her. Can you please give me her address? You can save her. Dr. Gao denied his demand immediately. I'm sorry, but I cannot give away my patient's information. Dr. Gao, Wang Xin is in very deep pain. As her attending physician, you have to know how much suffering she is in. She must be tormented by fear and nightmares. Can't you give me a chance, please? Dr. Gao was silent for a very long time before sighing. How about this? I will accompany you. We will meet at the gate to Fang HWA residential area. Okay, see you there. This was the best result Chenji could get. 40 minutes later, Chenji finally met Gao Ruzu's father in person. He was a middle-aged man with a fit physique and plenty of charm. After a simple introduction, Dr. Gao led him to one of the large buildings. Can you really solve Wang Xin's issues? Dr. Gao was most concerned about this. I know the reason to her sickness, so I have 50% confidence that I can solve it. That is more than enough. She's also a special patient. The antidepressants and medicine aren't working so well, but I simply couldn't find any other symptoms in her. The pair rode the elevator until the 14th floor. One of the doors was opened. Dr. Gao had called the patient's family before they arrived. Chapter 104, Give me 1 minute. The room was clean and thickly carpeted. The edges of the tables and counters were wrapped in thick cloth. There was a fruit plate on the coffee table, but nothing sharp like knife or fork. Dr. Gao, please come in. A woman in a white dress welcomed Dr. Gao and Chen Ji into the room. She looked to be in her 40s and took good care of her appearance. Has Wang Xin's condition improved? I've given her the recommended sleeping pills and antidepressants, but the effect has not been as positive as I hoped. The woman smiled weakly. If anything, her condition hasn't improved, but all the side effects did show themselves. Dry heaving, shivering, and shaking hands. She could not even grip the chopsticks during lunch, and the food fell all over the table. Dr. Gao, do you think Wang Xin can still be cured? Believe me, she will get better. The woman then noticed Chen Ji behind the doctor. And this is? My name is Chen Ji. Chen Ji did not want to waste time. Can I please meet your daughter? The woman turned to Dr. Gao to ask for his opinion. I will join him. After Dr. Gao nodded, the woman reluctantly let Chen Ji into the room. The child is in her bedroom. After having 1 spoon of lunch, she started wailing. The woman walked to a door. She knocked lightly on it for quite some time, but there was no response. She placed her hand on the door knob, twisted, and opened the door a sliver. The woman sighed wordlessly before moving back. Let's go in. Dr. Gao looked at Chen Ji. Do not say anything to provoke the patient. Before you do anything, please discuss it with me. Okay, Chen Ji promised before he was led into the room. The carpet in the bedroom was even thicker, and the edges of the cupboards and table were all sanded off. There was not anything sharp in sight. Even the windows were installed with anti-theft netting. There was not a bed in the room. Instead, there were 2 thick mattresses placed together. All of the decorations were white, and there were no personal effects. Dr. Gao moved to the side, and Chen Ji finally saw the woman he was looking for. A slender girl was lying on the mattress. The white shirt with a round collar barely covered up her frame. Her skin was white to the point it looked translucent, and she appeared fragile, like too violent a movement would cause her body to snap. Realizing that she had guests, the girl slowly sat up in bed. While Chen Ji expected a raging mental patient, the girl was surprisingly normal, if a little reticent. Dr. Gao squatted down beside the mattress to maintain a level eye contact with the girl and asked kindly, Wang Xin, does your head still hurt? The girl shook her head and took a glance at Chen Ji before putting her head down. Then have you been sleeping? Dr. Gao asked, but this time the reaction elicited was much more intense. She reached out to grab at her own hair, and when she released, there were strands of black hair stuck between her fingers. That was how strong she was as she yanked her hairs out. Still can't sleep, huh? Standing up, the brows of the good doctor were deeply furrowed. Neither of the medicines had an effect. Dr. Gao, may I speak to her? Wang Xin's current condition is considered stable, so go ahead. Chen Ji mimicked Dr. Gao and squatted down. The girl probably assumed he was also a doctor, so she did not show much resistance. She merely pulled her sleeves down to cover the red welts on her arms, which felt like they were the result of her own rabid scratching. The girl before him was frail. She gave the impression of a paper kite, like a single thread was everything that connected her to survival. A single mistake, and she would be lost among the dark clouds before being torn apart by the storm. Wang Xin, Chenji pulled out the ballpoint pen from his pocket. Your friend wants to talk to you, so I brought her with me. Wang Xin glanced at the ballpoint pen, but did not show any special emotion. She probably wanted to smile at Chenji's attempt at a joke, but found herself unable to do even that. Dr. Gao beside him and the woman who was eavesdropping at the door were confused. They did not understand what Chenji was up to. Chenji was not discouraged by Wang Xin's lack of reaction. He retrieved a piece of white paper from the desk and placed it on the mattress. He hovered the pen above it and prepared to start the pen spirit game. Chenji was facing away from Dr. Gao and facing Wang Xin. He moved his lips but made no sound as he mouthed the incantation to invoke the pen spirit. Pen spirit, you are my. As his lips opened and closed, Wang Xin's focus was slowly attracted to Chenji. She turned to look at Chenji fully and reading the words on Chenji's lips. She flailed her arms around and shrunk back into the walls like she was reminded of something horrible. What are you doing? The woman dashed into the room to stop Chenji alongside Dr. Gao. I'm helping her solve the issue in her heart. Chenji shielded the ballpoint pen in his hand. No one knew what happened to Wang Xin, but that is the source of her illness. Just give me 1 minute, I only need 1 minute. His conviction was firm as he squatted beside the mattress with the pen in his palm. Initially, Chenji merely wanted to finish the pen spirit's mission, but when he saw how tortured the girl was, he felt the need to do something. Why don't we give him a chance? After a long confrontation, Dr. Gao chose to trust Chenji. During my sessions with Wang Xin, she has never shown this kind of reaction before. Perhaps this is a good sign. Dr. Gao eventually convinced the woman, and they agreed to give Chenji 3 minutes. The two walked to the door, and Chenji stood up to close the curtains and the door. Wang Xin, your friend has been trying to reach you. He placed the pen above the paper again and continued to chant. Pen spirit, you are my spirit from my previous life, and I am your spirit in this life. As Chenji continued to mumble, the girl hiding in the corner started to get increasingly feared. The nightmare-like memory that had haunted her for years started to appear in her heart. As cruel as it was, Chenji forced himself to continue. Not long after that, the pen hovering over the paper started to move on its own. Then beautiful handwriting appeared on the white paper, handwriting that was different from Chenji's own. Wang Xin, I really didn't expect that a mindless joke would create such a lasting wound in your heart. You must hate me very much, right? Wang Xin was stunned when she saw the familiar handwriting. At that moment, her mind was blank. She also did not know what to think anymore. You have nothing to do with my death. I merely wanted to scare you when I saw you coming with another friend. Who would have thought the rope would be too tight and the chair would slip? You did nothing wrong. It was a silly prank gone very wrong. I'm so sorry, Wang Xin. I don't ask that you could forgive me, but I hope that you can remove the bad memories from your mind and strive to live the best life on behalf of the rest of us. Chapter 105, Second Haunted House Worker. Looking at the series of words on the white paper, Wang Xin's emotions got increasingly amped up. She leaned forward slowly and actively reached out for the ballpoint pen in Chenji's hand. The cold fingers slid between Chenji's hand and the pen, and her arm kept shaking like she had experienced the body temperature from another human in the first time. She wanted to say something, but she had lost her voice. The 3 minutes soon ended, and the ballpoint pen started to move between them, but this time only 2 words were written. Good night. The pen stopped moving, and Chenji started to chant the incantation to send the pen spirit away. Opposite him, Wang Xin followed him as if involuntarily. Pen spirit, you are my spirit from my previous life, and I am your spirit in this life. If you wish to go, then please go ahead. When both of them finished the last word, the dam holding in Wang Xin's emotions broke, and the needle that had been stuck in her heart for so long finally fell out. She gripped Chenji's hands, and she turned her face to the side as if unwilling to let others see the pain that she was in. The lights of the world have been extinguished, and everyone has gone silent. What am I to do all alone? Every feeling is wrong, and every road leads to a dead end. I don't understand what I have done wrong, but I seem to have turned into a monster. Wang Xin finally uttered the words that had been kept in her heart. She looked at the words on the paper before leaning down on the table, and her voice dwindled. Help me, drag me out from this world. I want release from this pain, help me. Her forehead was pressed against the back of Chenji's hands, and her body lay down on the mattress. When her breathing stabilized, it seemed like Wang Xin had finally fallen asleep. Good night. Chenji pulled his hand lightly away and placed a quilt over Wang Xin before leaving the room. Both Dr. Gao and Wang Xin's adopted mother were waiting outside the door. They wanted to know what had happened inside, but afraid of disturbing Wang Xin, they kept their inquiries in a soft voice. "How is Wang Xin?" Chenji pointed inside the room. "Already asleep." "She's really asleep?" Dr. Gao breathed in disbelief. He understood how difficult it was for patients with severe trauma to fall asleep. Normally, they would have to rely on medication. "How did you do it?" "It's a long story." Chenji gave an explanation that was half true. "When I was looking for inspiration for my haunted house at Mu Yang High School, I accidentally stumbled across some information related to Wang Xin's past and uncovered the reason for her depression. It appears like a scar was left in her mind after witnessing her friend's death while playing a game of Pen Spirit. Therefore, I used that as an opening. I simulated the Pen Spirit game she once played with her roommates and used that to tell her that it wasn't her fault. It was all just an accident." "And it worked," Dr. Gao was impressed. The eyes of the middle-aged woman behind him were already wet. "Thank you. I shouldn't have doubted you earlier. I'm sorry." "It's fine. If anything, both you and Dr. Gao have done more than I did. Neither of you gave up on Wang Xin when she needed it the most, and that is the most important thing." Chenji praised both to the moon and back, improving their impression of Chenji. Wang Xin's adopted mother wanted to ask them to stay for lunch, but Chenji rejected it. When Wang Xin had fallen asleep earlier, the black phone had vibrated twice. He was in a hurry to look at its message. After exiting Fang HWA, Chenji bade Dr. Gao farewell before getting on a bus to return to New Century Park. He sat on the back row, and after making sure no one was paying him any attention, he pulled out the black phone. "Congratulations on completing 2-star scenario Mu Yang High School's hidden mission, the Pen Spirit's Wish. Activating the next part of the hidden mission. Create mannequins for the 24 spirits to possess. Successfully completed the Pen Spirit's Wish. Even though she still cannot see you, she is appreciative of your help. Would you like to employ the Pen Spirit as a member of the haunted house?" Chenji clicked yes without reservation. Hadn't he been waiting for this moment for a long time? "Spectres favored. Congratulations on hiring a special type baleful spectre, the Pen Spirit. Chen Yalan, Pen Spirit. A fortune-telling opportunity daily. All questions must be within the Pen Spirit's power. The rate of a successful reading is 50%. Note, the Pen Spirit feeds on the visitor's frightful screams. The visitor's fear will improve the Pen Spirit's power, but if you keep the Pen Spirits isolated and depressed, she might decide to leave you." Chenji read the Pen Spirit's information again and again. He was quite excited. He had finally hired his first supernatural employee. This meant that his previous dream could be realized. He could create a theme park that he could operate on his own. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I'm sure more ghosts will join my team in the future. Chenji was very satisfied with the Pen Spirit. She could handle a small scenario all on her own, and her special talent could be incredibly useful. Chenji saw the next section of Mu Yang High School's hidden mission, to build mannequins for the lingering spirits of the sealed classroom to possess. Even without the mission from the black phone, Chenji would have done that eventually. The phone call with Inspector Li had made Chenji understand why the 24 students had returned to the classroom. They were orphans, and Mu Yang High School was their home. With the unlocking of the new scenario, they had moved into Chenji's haunted house, not unlike Xiaoxiao's family. As I complete more trial missions, the underground scenario will only get bigger. I will need the help of these 24 lingering spirits to manage the sets. We both need the other. Chenji's plan was nice, but he needed to get the goodwill of the 24 spirits first. The first thing Chenji did after returning to his haunted house was sleep. He was truly exhausted by the events of the day. After being asleep for who knew how long, Chenji felt something crawling on his chest, like a kitten asking for attention. He opened his eyes blurrily and discovered he was hugging a small doll. "Xiaoxiao?" He rubbed his eyes and placed Xiaoxiao beside him. "What's going on? You have a grown man like myself hugging a doll when he sleeps. Just imagine the impression it'll leave on my future wife if she sees me like this." After stretching lazily, Chenji glanced at the time. It was 11:59 p.m. Chenji put on his shoes and exited the staff break room to head for the first-floor bathroom. He merely had to pee, but as he entered the place, he discovered that the atmosphere inside the bathroom was not right. The door of the cubicle was swaying lightly, and a red hue could be seen coming from the mirror underneath the black cloth. Has the door in the mirror returned? He walked to the mirror and lifted up a corner of the black cloth. In the mirror that had cracked, the red door was half open. Chapter 106, The Sound Behind the Door. Chenji's hand froze in midair. The creepiest thing was that the door in the mirror was open at the exact same angle as in real life. Chen Ji removed the black cloth and walked to the cubicle. He turned to look at the mirror while he reached out to push the door open completely. There was nothing inside the cubicle in reality, but it was different in the mirror. The narrow cubicle was painted red, like blood was seeping out from the ceiling, walls, and floor. It was a different world. Chen Ji still did not have the courage to step into the cubicle. Holding the door knob, he wondered if he should just have the cubicle destroyed. About 10 seconds later, Chen Ji heard a weird sound that seemed very close but also far away. It felt like someone wearing wet clothes was crawling on the floor. Where is that coming from? The sound became clearer, as if it was getting close to Chen Ji. He walked out of the bathroom to peer down the corridor and then turned to look at the mirror. Finally, he confirmed that the sound was coming from inside the cubicle. Something is coming. Chen Ji knew that it was not the time to be curious. He yanked the cubicle door shut and used the nearby mop to block it before turning to look at the mirror. The sound of something heavy being dragged entered the cubicle, and soon a pool of red bled out from underneath the door. The other thing felt like it was looking for something, and the air was heavy with the smell of blood. After several seconds, the sound moved away, and the unique smell dissipated. With his back against the wall, Chen Ji's palms were very sweaty. If he had not woken up, the thing that was crawling on the ground would have escaped, just like the mirror monster. Even with the black cloth over the mirror, the blood-red door still appears on time. Chen Ji was clueless about the world behind the cubicle door, so the only thing he could do was forget about it for now. After splashing his face with cold water, Chen Ji returned to the staff break room. When he opened the door, he realized that Xia Xiao had disappeared again. Did she come earlier to remind me? Chen Ji sat on the side of his bed. Since he could not sleep, he took out the black phone. After he swiped on the screen, he clicked on the tab for the daily missions. Easy mission. A normal haunted house experience should not create permanent trauma to its visitors. I hope you understand this simple theory. Please improve the haunted house's security by inspecting the security threats hidden around the haunted house. Normal mission. A single hand cannot clap. A good haunted house needs a good management team. Recruit more talents. They will definitely help when the situation demands it. Nightmare mission. There has always been a second occupant inside your room. Wouldn't you like to meet said person? Chen Ji was familiar with the newly updated daily missions. He had seen them before. The easy and normal missions are things that I should be doing at the current stage. More help around the place and improved security. However, in comparison, the reward of the nightmare mission is far more alluring. Without risk, there would be no reward, but the key thing was, after hiring the pen spirit, he had a fortune-telling chance every day. The way Chen Ji saw it, using it on the nightmare mission was the best use of the pen spirit's power. Holding the ballpoint pen that was taped together, Chen Ji felt embarrassed. When there's a chance, I should ask her if she wants to move to a newer pen. He grabbed a random piece of paper and placed it on the table. After invoking the pen spirit, Chen Ji asked the question that was bothering him. Can I finish the latest nightmare mission on the black phone safely? After that, Chen Ji looked at the paper for a long time. The pen shook, but there was no answer. Is the question that difficult? Chen Ji realized the pen spirit was not as powerful as he had thought. She could not answer anything related to the black phone. Looking at the ballpoint pen that had started to break, Chen Ji quickly changed his question. That question doesn't count. I want to know, has there been another person living in this room? The ballpoint pen hovered for a long time before writing, yes. Then, do you know what he looks like? This time, the pen spirit did not answer. The ballpoint pen in his palm had returned to normal. Chen Ji did not blame the pen spirit, since fortune-telling was probably extremely exhausting for the pen spirit, which was probably why the limitation of one per day was in place. So there is another person living here. How have I not noticed all this time? Based on the mission introduction, the person is another friend from the other side. There were quite a few supernatural tenants living in Chen Ji's haunted house. He did not mind any more weird spirits as long as it did not actively harm his business like the mirror ghost. After some hesitation, Chen Ji chose to accept the nightmare mission. Are you sure you want to accept the nightmare mission? Unforeseeable consequences might occur. Yes. The screen flickered, and a new message appeared. It stays in the same room as you. After you fall asleep, it will appear. If it is kind, it will wash away the negative energy and keep the household safe and healthy. If it is malicious, when you are asleep, it will stand beside your bed thinking about how to ruin you. The game is called The Invisible Customer. At midnight, spread soaked, uncooked rice around the house, place a pair of worn slippers outside the door, and light a white candle on the bedroom floor. Arrange the bed in such a way that it looks like someone is really asleep in bed. You will lie underneath the bed. For the mission to work, you have to really fall asleep. If you manage to catch a glimpse of its face, then mission will be successful. This mission will be your third nightmare mission. After completing the mission, you will randomly get a scenario's trial mission. Warning: after completing the third nightmare mission, the nightmare missions given for daily mission will be randomized, so please treat each nightmare mission carefully. Chenji memorized all the mission details quickly. Why must I fall asleep for the mission? How will I take a look at the person's face if I'm asleep? In my dreams? Chenji did not understand the meaning of this mission, but since he had accepted it, he could only follow the instructions. After putting on his jacket, Chenji once more visited the park canteen late at night to borrow half a bowl of white rice. The haunted house is so big, it'll be such a waste if I have to cover every floor. Chenji soaked the rice in cold water and spread it around the few rooms on the first floor. Then he placed a pair of slippers at the corridor entrance and lit a white candle beside his bed. Chapter 107, Invisible Customer. After that, Chenji found the doll that had been left behind by his parents and the Dr. Skullcracker's hammer and placed them beside his bed. Now, everything is ready. After switching off the light, Chenji attached his phone to the charger and left it on the bedside table to record. He then crawled underneath the bed with the scary-looking hammer. The flickering candlelight caused the brightness inside the room to fluctuate. Once Chenji closed his eyes, his brain was immediately filled with many scary thoughts. He could not control it. He kept his attention on his surrounding as he curled into the fetal position, the top of his head touching the corner of the bed. From his vantage point, he could see the slippers in the corridor through the half-open door. The slippers are where they were, and the white rice has remained unmoved. I wonder why the black phone asked me to prepare these things. The candle burned shorter, and Chenji's eyelids grew heavier. Night spread through the haunted house, and Chenji, who had not really rested for the past few days, held on for a little longer before drifting off to sleep. His lower calf was a bit cold. Chenji opened his eyes blurrily. The candle had gone out, and the room was dark and quiet. What time is it? Chenji wanted to glance at his watch, but he realized he could not move. Sleep paralysis 1. After widening his eyes, Chenji did not make too much resistance. He focused on adjusting his breathing. Respiratory organs like lungs were not affected by sleep paralysis. Then he focused his energy on trying to bend his finger. Throughout the process, he did not look elsewhere but on his finger. After all, even if there was something scary, he would have been unable to move. It would only add to his fear and cause him to lose his cool. After 3 minutes, Chenji could finally move his pinky. This was a good start. He tried to move on to the next stage, but as his eyes swept past the open door, a question bubbled up in his mind. When I placed the slippers earlier, did the head of slippers face inward or outward? Since he would need to wear the slippers when going out, the slippers should have been facing outward, but the slippers that Chenji saw were pointing into his bedroom. Did I misplace them earlier? A bad feeling settled in his stomach, and he tried his best to move his other fingers. The candle in the room had long been extinguished. There was a shuffling sound like someone was moving the rice that was placed around the floor. Under Chenji's scrutiny, one of the slippers moved forward. It was an awkward movement, like someone learning how to walk for the first time. It moved. The more anxious Chenji became, the slower he progressed. After making the first step, the slippers placed on the corridor suddenly moved forward several steps like someone was putting them on. The invisible customer is already here. Why can't I see him? Just as Chenji was thinking, the pair of slippers had reached the door to the main control room. It suddenly stopped, and then the door to the control room fell open on its own before soon closing. The windows inside the haunted house were shut, so it could not have been the wind. What is it looking for? The pair of slippers moved up and down the dark corridor before it stopped at the door to the dressing room. From Chenji's angle, he could see that the black cloth over the mirror in the dressing room had been taken down, and the skin mask made from multiple faces swayed before the mirror. Chenji was alarmed watching this. He tried to move his fingers, but at that moment the moving skin mask suddenly stopped, and the hollow behind the pair of eyes seemed to be staring at Chenji's hiding place. I've been discovered. The mask fell to the floor, and the door to the dressing room was closed. The pair of slippers stopped in front of the door before it turned toward Chenji and headed quick for the staff break room. Hiding under the bed with his body immobile, Chenji could only watch as the pair of slippers moved closer to him. The door to the break room was pushed open further, and the pair of slippers stopped beside the bed. Chenji closed his eyes and pretended that he was asleep. He could feel a cold draft on his face and a light breathing beside his ear, as if a face was looking closely down at him. The monster is checking whether I'm really asleep or not. Chenji did not dare open his eyes. He was afraid of seeing something that might make him lose control. His movement was stopped, so the best solution then was to pretend to be asleep. Several seconds later, the chilling breathing sound disappeared. Chenji pushed his eyes open a sliver. There was nothing before him. He moved his eyes around and saw that the pair of slippers was placed beside the bed. However, the direction was different from before. Now they were facing out. It has jumped onto my bed. Just the thought of it made Chenji shiver. Every time he had been asleep, this thing had been wandering about the house. If the person had malicious intentions, the consequences would have been unbearable. Slippers remained unmoved for a long time. The monster was likely lying in his bed. Chenji realized that his chance had arrived. He directed all his energy to the one finger he could move. His pupils darted about and tried to unfreeze the rest of the body from immobility. Completing the nightmare mission was no longer that important. The feeling that his body was out of his control was horrible. After completing so many of the Black Phone's missions, Chenji's focus and concentration were better than most. After some time, the rest of his fingers could all move. Curling his palm into a fist, his control of his arm also slowly returned. Just a little bit more. The muscles on his arms bulged. Chenji had a feeling that he could wake up soon. His breathing smoothed out, and he could now turn his neck slightly. If only his legs could move, then he would have regained full control of his body. With the hammer in hand, he would be less defenseless. However, his lower body was completely unresponsive. He nudged his body, trying to turn onto his side. His heartbeat reverberated in his ears. Using every ounce of energy in his body, he finally managed to turn his body toward the wall. In that instant, he felt the shackles on his body unlock. Chenji gained full control of his body back, but as he turned to look behind him, his skin became covered in goosebumps. There was a girl lying behind him. The monster didn't get onto the bed. It has been behind me all along. Chenji involuntarily reached for the hammer beside him, and the girl lying behind him also realized that Chenji had woken up from the sleep paralysis. Her reaction was one beat slower. She raised her head to share a look with Chenji before morphing into a shadow in a hurry and rushing out of the room. Chenji grabbed the hammer and chased after her. When he saw the girl's face, he had felt that she looked weirdly familiar. Chapter 108, The Secret of the Third Sick Hall. I must have seen her somewhere before. It was not that Chenji had that much confidence in his memory, but the girl's face was memorable. His mind drew a blank as he chased after the girl after picking up his phone and the iron hammer. The rice on the floor turned into a mess. By the time Chenji exited the staff break room, the shadow had already disappeared. Where did she disappear to? The front door is closed, so she should still be inside the haunted house. Turning on the flashlight, Chenji noticed that the white rice formed a trail. He followed said trail to the deepest part of the first-floor corridor. The wooden boards that blocked the entrance were lifted up, and a wind could be heard blowing underneath. Chenji moved the boards to the side and entered the Muyang High School scenario. There was rice left on the stairs, proof that the girl had entered the same scenario. Her escape route is clear. She ran this way. The scenario was huge, but the rice on the floor helped Chenji navigate the place. The scenario was underground, but it had not changed from the layout of the parking lot. The trail of white rice eventually disappeared beside a bearing beam. She has hidden herself inside the beam. The bearing beam was right underneath the haunted house, supporting the whole haunted house's weight. Patting the beam, Chenji was reminded of a story that he had once heard from his grandparents. Apparently, there was a spirit living inside every home, and while most of them were kind spirits, there were exceptions. A kind spirit protected the house and the residents in it. A malicious spirit would ruin the family's feng shui. Normally, such spirits were the ancestors who had passed away, but there were exceptions, like the place Fan Yu and his aunt called home. This fitted the description provided by the Black Phone. There was an invisible customer at the haunted house, and it might be friendly or malicious. The girl hiding behind me earlier, could it be the spirit that protects the haunted house? The more he thought about it, the more convinced Chenji became. He walked around the beam and realized that there was a doll that had been left leaning against it. This doll was the first doll that he had made. "Wait, aren't you supposed to be in my pocket?" Chenji's hands wandered to his pocket, and the doll was not there. "Are you the person who has been living at the haunted house with me?" Chenji bent down to pick up the doll, and when he did, he saw that the doll was covering a relatively small hole underneath it. He shone his flashlight into the hole. The space that could only fit 4 fingers had a bracelet and a paper crane inside. Neither was expensive. The bracelet was made of plastic, and it looked like a little girl's toy. The paper crane that was stuffed underneath it had become out of shape. After pulling the items out, Chenji saw 3 curvy words at the end of the bracelet: Luo Royu. Why would there be a girl's toy inside the underground parking lot? Chenji studied the bracelet closer. If this bracelet belongs to that shadow, then this should be the girl's name. Surname Luo, the guardian spirit of the haunted house, a girl's toy. After connecting the clues, it hit Chenji. He finally remembered where he had seen the girl's face. That girl is New Century Park director Luo's daughter. When he visited Director Luo to discuss the possibility of renting the underground parking lot, he had seen the girl's photo. She was physically disabled, but had the purest of smile. The girl has become the guardian spirit for the whole park. Then why would she attach herself to the doll left behind by my parents? Chenji felt like there was a hidden meaning to this nightmare mission. He took the doll, bracelet, and paper crane back to the staff break room. He pulled out an album from a locked drawer. The first page featured a family photo of Chenji and his parents. Since the picture had been taken on the day that the construction of the haunted house had finished, the background of the picture was the haunted house. In the picture, Chenji's father stood proudly in the middle. He was as happy as a child. Chenji, who had still been attending school then, stood quietly to the side, looking at the camera with a trace of impatience on his face. His mother stood beside his father, but as he looked closer, his mother's hand was hanging in midair, and her fingers were curved like they were holding someone's hand. There are 4 people in the picture. Flipping through the album, Chenji found another picture that was weirder. His father was pointing at the haunted house, talking to Chenji, while his mother half-squatted on the floor, her hands touching something in the air. There were many other similar pictures, and looking at them, Chenji felt his heart chill. Ever since he was young, he had wondered why he had to leave a huge space during picture time. Now he understood it. They sure were nice to the ghosts. It is probably because of them that I'm favored by the specters. Chenji did not expect Director Luo's daughter to have attached herself to the doll left behind by his parents, and from the looks of it, she had stayed with them for a long time already. Director Luo's daughter was the guardian spirit of the park, so she could not leave the park. This explained why the doll was only useful inside the haunted house and the park. It was why, when Wang Qi tried to ambush Chenji at the wooden hut behind Ping'an Apartments, the doll had not reacted. There were many other such occasions as well. Chenji closed the album and lightly rubbed his temple. He had a feeling that the mission was more than it seemed. He moved his gaze away from the doll and the bracelet to fall on the paper crane. The material was normal, but it was dirtied by a blood stain. This paper crane does not look new. It should have been inside that hole for a long time already. Opening the paper crane, several words could be seen written on the bloodied paper. The 3rd room of the 3rd sick hall. The 3rd sick hall? Chenji's heart started to quiver when he saw those words. After completing 3 nightmare missions, one of the trial missions would be unlocked. Before this, Chenji had already prepared to select the trial mission for the 3rd sick hall because it was the only 3-star mission carried by the black phone. The handwriting looks similar to my parents', but why would they leave behind a clue to a location? Is the 3rd room in the 3rd sick hall related to their disappearance? Chenji put the paper aside, and his brain was mulling on another problem. The black phone said that after completing the 3 nightmare missions, the missions in the future will be randomized. This means that the first 3 nightmare missions are fixed. The first mission opened the door to the other world. The second mission told me my parents are still alive but missing. This 3rd mission gave me a venue, buying my trust, giving me hope, and then providing me with an investigative direction. The 3 nightmare missions are related to each other, and they are more meaningful than they appear. Chapter 109, Second Special Visitor. The 3 nightmare missions were like the new player missions given in such games. They had certain risks, but they also helped new players familiarize themselves with the game. Looks like only after completing the first 3 nightmare missions can one be considered a real player. Chenji held the bloodied paper in his hand, and he discovered that his emotions were still raging. Every single mission so far had been a real threat, but until now, he had been in the kiddie pool, so just how difficult would the later missions be? After putting away the note with a hint, Chenji slowly resigned himself to his fate. The most difficult missions so far had been the 2 trial missions. The most dangerous presence at Ping and Apartments was the people. Mu Yang High School was creepy, but the lingering spirits inside it had meant no harm. Therefore, technically speaking, the missions were not that dangerous. Looks like from 3-star scenarios onwards, the situation will be different. I'll probably encounter malicious specters then. In any case, Chenji could only power forward. This paper had probably been left behind by his parents, so no matter what, he had to pay the location a visit. Chenji then pulled out the black phone. When he saw the girl's face, the nightmare mission had been completed. Specters favored. Congratulations for completing the nightmare mission. Obtained reward. Elementary skill, dollmaker's talent. Utilizing real humans as your model, carve, cut, join, and shine each bone. Paint the skin, sew up the wounds, and pair it with a flawless face. Provide it to a homeless spirit, and you will have created your first living doll. That mission was your 3rd nightmare mission. After completing the mission, you were rewarded with a randomized scenarios trial mission. Would you like to draw the trial mission now? Warning: after completing the 3rd nightmare mission, the nightmare missions given for daily missions will be randomized, so please treat each nightmare mission carefully. Similar to when he obtained the mortician's makeup skill, some new memories and techniques appeared in Chenji's mind. Other than that, there was no visible change. Dolls and mannequins are integral parts of a haunted house. This skill will be incredibly helpful for the management of a haunted house. It's just a coincidence that there are 24 lingering spirits in Mu Yang High School that need them. I can use them to test out this skill. Chenji had skipped over whether the spirits would like to live his dolls or not. After finishing the dolls and pushing the spirits into them, it will most likely complete Mu Yang High School's hidden mission. There were not enough mannequins in the Night of the Living Dead scenario, and his haunted house did not possess the facilities to mass-produce a bunch of mannequins. Tomorrow morning, I should go around to look for a workshop that can help me produce mannequins. Hopefully, the price won't be too exorbitant. Chenji continued to look through the black phone. He was hesitating over whether he should draw the trial mission or not. In the end, he did not think that he was ready to take on a 3-star trial mission. After dealing with all that, Chenji reached for his phone, ended the video, and cut the part where the slippers entered the room on their own and stopped beside his bed. Whenever I fell asleep, the slippers walked to the bed on their own. After giving it a random name, Chenji uploaded this video that was only 11 seconds long to the app. Despite its length, the effect was much better than the bathtub video. In less than several minutes, it had over more than 100 views and 50 shares. The comments section, which had been quiet for so long, started to get rambunctious again. Small and weak. Your video is similar to your weight. Can someone tell me why the slippers can move on their own? Have you photoshopped yourself out of the video? Am I mistaken, or is there someone hiding under the bed? I see it too, but there appears to be 2 of them. F***CK, what in heaven's name is this? Whenever Chenji released a video, his number of followers would increase. After reading the comments for another 2 minutes, he logged out of his account and went back to sleep. When Chenji woke up the next morning, he cleared the white rice away and cleaned the haunted house before waiting for the park to open. The lack of employees is a problem. If only the Pen Spirit could help me sell tickets. Chenji started to plan internally. The Minghun scenario allowed a maximum capacity of 3 visitors at a time, but Murder by Midnight and Mu Yang High School were different. For Murder by Midnight, the more the visitors, the more exciting it would be. Mu Yang High School covered a large space, and even if 8 people entered it at the same time, as long as he handled the rhythm well, scaring them dumb was still possible. After completing Mu Yang High School's hidden mission, I should have Su-won manage the Murder by Midnight scenario, and I'll enter the Mu Yang High School scenario. That way, 2 scenarios can operate at the same time. After making the plan, Chenji went online to look for a mannequin workshop near Western Jiujiang, and he was pleased to discover that there was one close to New Century Park. In fact, the place's main customer had once been New Century Park. This meant that the deterioration of the park had brought about the place's demise as well. It seemed that the owner was about to let the place go. The park opened punctually at 9 a.m. The number of overall visitors was dwindling, but the line before the haunted house was increasing. Before, it was Chenji holding the stack of flyers in his hands, watching on with envy as the visitors walked past his haunted house. Even the line for the merry-go-round used to be longer than the line for his haunted house, but now the situation had flipped. Please stay patiently in line. Every scenario costs 20. For those of you who want to experience a different scenario after the first one, please return to the back to the line. Chen Ji had Su Wan enter the haunted house to prepare while he stayed outside to maintain order. When he was selling tickets, the black phone suddenly vibrated. The day has just started, and there's already a message. Chen Ji stood where he was and pulled out the phone. The midnight ticket counter's effect has been triggered. A special visitor has appeared. Please make use of this opportunity. The results will be different based on your choices. Another trigger. Chen Ji was dazed for a moment before his eyes swept over the line of visitors. Who could this special visitor be? Chen Ji's eyes widened when his gaze reached the end of the line. The person saw him as well because he waved at Chen Ji. Dr. Gao. Chen Ji sent 2 visitors into the Minghun scenario before he walked over to Dr. Gao and studied the man closely. Why are you here? To find you, of course. Dr. Gao was in a suit, so he did not look like a typical park visitor. I knew that you are no longer a student, but I'm surprised you own a haunted house. It's a family business. Chen Ji pocketed his black phone and said, Then how can I help you? It's like this. I have stumbled across a unique patient. His situation is similar to the boy you once told me about, so I wish to ask you some questions. Chapter 110, The Same Dream. Same condition as the boy. He also likes to visit haunted houses. Dr. Gao had managed to pique Chen Ji's curiosity. Low-spirited with occasional outbursts, prefers to be alone in dark places because it gives him a sense of security. Whether he likes to visit haunted houses or not, I'm not so sure. Dr. Gao moved to the side to reveal the young man behind him. Men Nan, my student, he came to me with his illness about 3 weeks ago. The person behind Dr. Gao was in his 20s, slight of frame, had a tense face, high cheekbones, and dark circles around his eyes. Standing under the sun, tiny droplets of sweat seeped out of his forehead. The young man seemed to be in a tense state, with his head lowered, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Surname Men, Chen Ji tried to make conversation. That's rare, nice to meet you. The young man's reaction was weird. He kept his head lowered, and his eyes scanned Chen Ji quickly before softly replying, Nice to meet you. After examining the young man for some time, Chen Ji pulled Dr. Gao to the side. But Dr. Gao, why did you bring him here? If you plan to let him visit the haunted house, I'm not responsible if anything happens to him. Men Nan was a cheerful, confident child, one of my brightest students. He is incredibly talented in the field of personality psychology. Personality psychology. One of the branches of psychology. Generally speaking, it is the science of understanding human behavior. Okay, Chen Ji nodded even though he still did not quite get it. His symptoms appeared 3 weeks ago without any warning. There is usually a trigger to psychological illnesses, mostly related to one's family or living environment. However, Men Nan lives alone, and his environment has not undergone any changes recently, so I'm stumped, Dr. Gao whispered, obviously trying to not let Men Nan hear him. After many sessions, his condition has not improved. If anything, it is deteriorating. The young man has always been a patient fellow, but recently, he has been experiencing violent mood swings. He got into a scuffle recently with a classmate simply because the animal patterns on the curtain did not match, and he injured a random stranger simply because the number of sesame seeds on the bun kept changing whenever he counted them. The reasons for his anger, sure, are unique. Whenever one is under the torment of psychological pressure, even the smallest provocation can lead to an explosion of emotions. Men Nan's actions made me realize he was in deep pain. But why would you bring him to me? Chen Ji looked at Dr. Gao and Men Nan. The special visitor was probably one of them. Wang Xin's illness has improved greatly. Her symptoms that were deteriorating improved after meeting you, Dr. Gao said with a smile. I'm not a stubborn person. No matter the method, as long as it can cure the patient, it is a good method. I am deeply disturbed by the pain he is in, so I wish for you to lend me a hand. Go on then. Chen Ji did not reject Dr. Gao. Can you repeat what you did for Wang Xin on Men Nan? After all, from what we know so far, Men Nan, Wang Xin, and the boy we discussed about before all suffer from the same illness. Chen Ji hesitated after hearing Dr. Gao's words. He did not expect that would be the reason behind the doctor's visit. What he had done for Wang Xin had probably greatly impressed the senior psychologist, and that was why he had come up with this request. However, Chen Ji knew the truth. The only reason Chen Ji could help Wang Xin was because he knew the past from the pen spirit, and the pen spirit herself had come to assist Wang Xin. The method could not be copied. It was specific to the case. Is it going to be a problem for you? Dr. Gao saw the hesitation on Chen Ji's face. If it's too much trouble, then forget I ever ask. After all, I'm just hoping for the best here. This child has immense talent, but if I put him under medication, it will cause great side effects on his body and mind. I'm afraid it will ruin his future. It's difficult but not impossible. If you want me to help, at least let me know a little bit more about him. Chen Ji did not reject directly. One of them was the special visitor, and every special visitor was a hidden treasure who he must not let go easily. Then I will thank you in advance on behalf of the child. The smile returned to Dr. Gao's face as he called Men Nan over. Men Nan, come and tell us what has been bothering you. The young man kept his head lowered. No matter who he was talking to, his head remained in that posture, like someone was pressing him down on his skull. Noting the young man's silence, Dr. Gao sighed before filling in for him. 3 weeks ago, he suddenly came to see me, saying he suspected that he was suffering from depression. We are professionals ourselves, and after an afternoon of diagnosis, I discovered that his symptoms were different from normal depression. At most, he was feeling overly agitated and tired. At the time, I did not think too much of it, but his situation worsened. He would spend the whole day not saying a single word and get into altercations with the slightest provocation. I analyzed it for a long time before coming to a conclusion that he would not admit. He is afraid, very afraid of something that is hidden inside his heart. I suspect that he is suffering from a fear complex, but when I examine his surroundings, I cannot find anything that could cause fear. After I asked him again and again, he finally admitted the truth. Dr. Gao looked at Men Nan with concern in his eyes. Starting 3 weeks ago, he has been having the same dream every night. The mention of the dream made Men Nan shudder. This was something he was afraid of facing the most. What kind of dream? Chen Ji had imagined many scary scenarios, but Dr. Gao's answer surprised him. He dreamed about washing his hair. Washing his hair? Chen Ji did not know what to say. I'll let him fill you in on the rest. Dr. Gao placed his hand on Men Nan's shoulder and nudged him slightly, probably to make him relax. After a long time, Men Nan opened his lips. It is the same dream every time, and it is becoming clearer and clearer. Soon, I'll be able to see the person's face. His voice sounded raw, like his throat had been burned. Who is this person? There's another person in your dream. Yes, he always appears beside me to watch me wash my hair. He looks scary and dangerous, as if the moment I close my eyes, he will rush over to strangle me. Chapter 111, Getting Closer. Chen Ji and Dr. Gao were silent for a long time. Washing the head meant washing away bad luck and dirt. In dream theory, it meant a good thing was about to happen, but what Men Nan described had nothing good about it. It sounded like a nightmare. Can you still remember the face of the person in your dream and your surroundings? Men Nan was most likely the special visitor mentioned by the black phone. Therefore, the choice Chen Ji made could influence the final reward. The dream feels like it happened inside my rental's bathroom. The placement of the things looked familiar, but I am not so sure. Men Nan pushed down his head, and his voice weakened even more. I haven't been able to get a good look of the person standing beside me, but I am certain he is getting closer to me. These few weeks, I have been having the same dream, and with each passing night the dream keeps getting clearer, and I have a clearer view of the man's face. What does he look like? Soon in the next dream I will be able to see his face, Men Nan said with his head lowered. When he spoke, only his pupils moved upwards. It looked creepy. What the young man said was very vague. There was no worthwhile information. Chen Ji did not give up and continued to press him. Can you give me more details? For instance, what was the man up to when you were washing your head? Or has he said anything? The content of the dream is almost always the same. Men Nan's raw voice was shaking. When I had this dream for the first time 3 weeks ago, it wasn't that scary. In the dream, I woke up in the middle of the night to enter the bathroom. There were no thoughts in my mind then, and my body was merely moving on its own. It felt like some foreign force had taken over me. Initially, the dream was fuzzy. I stopped before the mirror to fill up the basin with water before putting my head into it. When I bent over with my head lowered, I could see someone standing at the front door upside down. At the beginning, he was standing far away from me. It was not until I finished washing my head that I realized he seemed to have moved closer, but only just a little bit. After the dream was over, I had other dreams, so I didn't pay it much attention initially. But the next day, I had the same dream again. Everything was the same. I walked into the bathroom, stood before the mirror, filled the basin with water, and then bent over to put my head into the water. When my hair touched the surface of the water, I could see someone standing in the living room. When I was done, the person once again moved closer to me. The same dream kept repeating. Initially, it felt like every other dream, but as it repeated itself, everything became clearer and clearer. My brain was moving during the dream, and my senses were active, but the key issue was the man who came in from the door inched closer to me with each dream. In my dream, I'm scared out of my wits, but I simply cannot wake up. The moment I fall asleep, the dream continues. In the dream 2.5 weeks ago, the man entered the living room. 1 week ago, the man appeared next to the toilet. In the dream 4 days ago, the man appeared beside me. He was standing beside me. The moment I bent down to push my head into the water, his body would lean alongside me with the fuzzy face inching closer. Chenji had chills just from Men Nan's description. He could not imagine the trauma for the young man who had experienced it personally. Having the same dream for 3 weeks with an unclear man inching closer, no wonder he ended up in this state. The night before last, I had the same dream again, and it was also the last time. Men Nan tried to raise his head, and Chenji saw that his eyes were darting about rapidly. The man's face was so close that I thought I could take a good look, but at that moment he used his hands to strangle my neck. Then I woke up, and I haven't gone back to bed since then. Men Nan's situation was dire. The man in his dream was strangling him. If the dream was allowed to continue, who knew what would have happened? No wonder Dr. Gao came to Chenji. He was probably the last resort. Repetitious dream, you say, and they are all in the bathroom. Chenji thought about it and said, could it be a problem with the apartment itself? I'm just stating a possibility, so don't be afraid. Go on. Is it possible that someone died in the room you rented, and the body hasn't been discovered, so the person appears in your dream, hoping you will call the police on his behalf? When Chenji finished, Men Nan's face was green. He took in a very deep breath. There's a body hiding in my room? Impossible. His emotions started to go haywire. If not for Dr. Gao's hands on his shoulders, his illness probably would have kicked in. Dr. Gao added with a curious expression, I've been to his rental room and examined the place inside out. There is nothing weird about it. Furthermore, 1 week ago, I did invite Men Nan to stay with me. He still experienced the same dream. It did not stop due to a change in location. When he had the dream for the first time, the man was standing at the front door, so the man probably came from the outside. This means that we cannot limit our investigation to Men Nan's room. We should expand the scope of investigation to include the whole apartment building. Chenji gave his opinion. Afraid of provoking Men Nan, he did not give the latter part of his suspicion. The ghost had probably attached itself to Men Nan, so it could not be solved by sleeping elsewhere. We are not police, so we don't have the right to search the rest of the building. Dr. Gao now had second thoughts about coming to Chenji. We should focus on analyzing this dream. Men Nan kept repeating the action of washing his hair. Perhaps we will be able to discover something if we understand what that action stands for. Dr. Gao tried to advise Chenji, and Chenji did listen to the doctor's explanation patiently, but his speculation could not explain why Men Nan kept having the same dream. I can't be sure for now, so why don't we see what happens tonight? How about we go to Men Nan's apartment? Perhaps a new pair of eyes might bring some new discoveries. Chenji waited patiently for them to answer. He put his hands into his pockets. From the special visitor alert until now, the black phone had not reacted. Chapter 112, sounds familiar. Dr. Gao seemed to have his own reservations. I'm afraid Men Nan might not be able to survive until tonight. His condition is getting worse. With his head lowered, Men Nan maintained his weird posture, his pupils darting about but completely silent. But there's no better option. Chenji knew what Dr. Gao wanted to say. His condition is completely different from Wang Xin's, so I'm helpless as well. But if you trust me, let me go to his apartment to take a look tonight, and perhaps I will find something. Other than that, I have another question to ask him. Chenji walked to Men Nan's side, and slowly used his hand to swipe above the young man's head and spine. What are you doing? Dr. Gao was confounded. Dr. Gao, have you noticed that regardless of whether he was talking or walking, he kept his head lowered? It felt like there was something pressing on him on his skull. Chenji had noticed this a long time ago, but he did not have the chance to inquire about it. Men Nan, don't you think it's difficult to maintain a posture like that? Reminded by Chenji, Dr. Gao patted Men Nan on his back. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Men Nan waved his hands, but he kept his head lowered. Standing for quite some time in the crowd seemed to have taken a toll on him. He looked like he could lose control at any moment. Noticing this, Dr. Gao quickly led Men Nan to a darker location for him to rest. The frequency at which Men Nan's pupils move about is not normal. He kept looking around him, and he has a habit of rolling his pupils upwards like he is trying to see above his head. Chenji looked at Men Nan's shadow, and the more he looked at the young man, the more confused he felt. If one was naturally a little bit hunchback, one's spine would be arched, but Men Nan's back was straight, and only his head fell downwards. It gave the impression that there was something heavy sitting on his head. Washing his head, why would he experience dream like that? There was still no reaction from the black phone. Chenji ignored it. A special visitor was an additional bonus. It was good if he could get it, but he would not feel bad if he did not either. After sending away 2 batches of visitors, Men Nan's situation improved. Dr. Gao was indeed an expert at counseling. Men Nan, who appeared like he was going to lose his mind, became sedated and calm around Dr. Gao. He led Men Nan to see Chenji again. They seemed to have come to a decision. 8 p.m. tonight. We will see you at Hai Ming Apartments. Okay, Chenji promised, and the black phone vibrated. Let him fall asleep normally tonight, and I will keep a vigil over him. I'll accompany you. Dr. Gao thanked Chenji before leaving with Men Nan. Yet another weird case. Chenji roughly grasped the meaning of special visitor. They weren't ghosts per se, but people trapped in the line between the 2 worlds. As soon as they left, he checked the black phone. The second special visitor has left. Through your effort, you have unlocked the mission information. Unlocked hidden trial mission, a room of 3. A room of 3, 1-star scream factor. Arrive at Hai Ming apartment before midnight and find out the reason behind the special visitor's illness. Mission venue, Hai Ming apartment room 303. Mission hint, he came from the 3rd sick hall. Do you want to accept the mission? Warning, the trial mission is only active for 24 hours. If you do not accept it within this time limit, it'll be taken as forfeit, and this scenario will stay locked forever. Chenji did not pay much attention to this hidden mission, at least not until he saw the mission hint. It's related to the 3rd sick hall. He came from the 3rd sick hall. Men Nan has been treated inside the 3rd sick hall. Reading the mission details again, Chenji found a more curious coincidence. The number 3 was repeated many times. Could this be a coincidence? But what is the meaning of this room of 3? Either 2 ghosts were living in Men Nan, or Chenji, Dr. Gao, and Men Nan would make up the 3 in the room. In any case, since it was related to a 3-star scenario, Chenji did not dare to be too careless. He memorized the mission details and made sure he did not miss anything before putting away the black phone. He contacted Suwon to have her sell tickets while Chenji entered the murder by midnight scenario to act as the ghost. There was no accident. During lunch break, Chenji did not join Suwon at the canteen, but he moved alone to the park office. After discovering the presence of Director Luo's daughter, Chenji had a few questions for Director Luo. He took the elevator to the top floor. The door to Director Luo's office was open. The man did not seem to like the idea of trapping himself in an enclosed room. Chenji knocked on the door lightly, and Director Luo soon came out to greet him, carrying several reports in his hands. Director Luo, I have a few questions for you. Do you have some time? Director Luo put the reports down. Problems with the underground parking lot. No, it's not that, but something else. Chenji placed Luo Royu's bracelet and the paper left behind by his parents on Director Luo's desk. These are the things I found in the underground parking lot beside a support beam. What is it that you wish to know? Director Luo recognized the bracelet. There are plenty of toys left in unnoticeable corners around the park. I left them there personally. Why would you do that? All the toys are my daughter's favorites. I placed them around the park so that when she returned, she would not feel so lonely. Then did you place other things alongside the toys like this? Chenji pushed the bloodied note to Director Luo. Director Luo shook his head after looking at it twice. I have no recollection of this. It wasn't me. After getting the answer from Director Luo, Chenji was slightly disappointed. He had assumed that, as the director of New Century Park, Director Luo would know a thing or two about his parents' disappearance, but he was wrong. Director Luo did not even know about his own daughter's return to the park. His parents seemed to have hidden a lot of secrets. Then I'm sorry for disturbing you. Chenji picked up the note and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Director Luo stood up slowly and signaled for Chenji to show him the note. This is your father's handwriting, isn't it? Yes, you can recognize it. Chenji was surprised. Not everyone would pay attention to people's handwriting. The 3rd sick hall. Director Luo read the words on the paper before confirming. Right before your parents disappeared, I heard them mention this place. Chapter 113, A Brave Idea. You heard them mention that? Chenji's interest was piqued. Yes, the day before your parents' disappearance, they came to me, saying someone wanted to give me a present. However, due to various complications, said person could not be there and thus entrusted the task to them. Director Luo took a wooden box from the nearby bookshelf. After opening the box, it revealed a roughly hewn roly-poly toy. He held the toy in his palm. Even though the making is rough, I appreciate the meaning. No matter the difficulty, it will stand up again. Chenji was anxious, and he urged, "What did my parents say after that? Where did you hear those few words?" "Your parents left after they gave me the gift. Since I have a habit of not closing my office door, I accidentally overheard their conversation in the corridor." Director Luo thought to himself before continuing. "At the time, they had not wandered far from the door. Your father said something like, 'The door to the third sick hall has been opened again.' And your mother replied, 'The door wasn't closed in the first place.'" "That's it. That's all I could hear. They did continue the conversation, but I could not hear them clearly." After chatting for a few more minutes and confirming that there was nothing more Director Luo could give him, Chenji exited his office. The door to the third sick hall has to be something more than a literal door. Could it be similar to the door in the haunted house's mirror? Could there be another world behind the door? He could not understand why his parents would say something like that. He pulled out the black phone to read the mission hint again. It said he came from the third sick hall. Does it mean that he came from the bloody world, similar to the mirror monster? The day before their disappearance, Chenji's parents had been discussing the third sick hall. Did this mean that their disappearance was related to it? He knew that his parents had disappeared around an abandoned hospital. The police had searched all the nearby buildings but found nothing. Now, Chenji suspected that his parents had entered the door and traveled to the other world. "It's still too soon to confirm the mission venue for the third sick hall is the hospital that my parents disappeared in." Chenji patted his face lightly to force himself to calm down. Since it was related to his parents, his emotions were unsettled. The mission has 3 stars, so it must be dangerous. Even if I accept it now, I might not be able to complete it. I'd better focus on the immediate mission for now. The trial mission at Hai Ming Apartments was related to the third sick hall. Completing this mission would provide more understanding of the third sick hall, so it was not a bad place to start. At 4 p.m., the number of visitors slowed. Chenji handed the key to the haunted house to Su-Wan, and he crawled into the props room to prepare for the trial mission that night. The doll left behind by his parents was the park's guardian spirit, so it was only useful inside the park. Therefore, Chenji did not bring it along with him this time. Looking at his choices, Chenji eventually settled on the phone charger, lighter, safety rope, and the incredibly handy multi-purpose mallet. That should be enough. He thought about it before shoving the reward money that he had left from the Ping and apartment case into his backpack. "It's early. Perhaps I should go to the mannequin shop first. If the price is right, I can directly give the down payment." The quicker he finished Mu Yang High School's hidden mission, the earlier he would reap the reward. After some cleaning up, when Chenji passed the dressing room, he accidentally saw Xiaoxiao, who was hiding behind the door. The fake blood was splattered all over the floor, and there was some on Xiaoxiao as well. "What are you doing?" Chenji picked up Xiaoxiao and asked Su-Wan to help clean the place before returning to the staff break room. "A room full of fake blood. Su-Wan must have thought it was my handiwork. Will she think her boss has lost his mind?" Chenji used a towel to wipe the fake blood off Xiaoxiao's body. He pinched her face, threatening, "If you continue to be naughty, I'll..." He was stuck because he could not figure out what Xiaoxiao was afraid of. Eventually, he huffed and shoved Xiaoxiao into his backpack as well. After everything was ready, Chenji exited the haunted house and the park. The park visitor number was dwindling, and the open-air car park was empty. There was not even a line at the bus stop. Maintaining the park requires plenty of money. With so few visitors, it mustn't be easy for Director Luo. After crossing the road, Chenji looked for the mannequin workshop using the information on the internet. He saw the sign hanging above a door that led underground. When he asked the hawker on the street, Chenji was told that the workshop was underground. Walking down the steps, the walls on both sides were covered in scrawling that he could not appreciate, and at the end of the step was a glass door with the sign, "For Rent Sale." "Is anyone in?" Chenji looked through the glass room. The interior looked like an underground storeroom. The place was huge but empty. After waiting for some time, a slightly overweight man answered the door in his slippers. He looked roughly the same age as Chenji. He was in very casual attire and had some baby fat on his face. The glass door opened, and Chenji was blasted in the face by the air conditioning. "You are the boss. I wish to order a set of custom-made mannequins," Chenji explained. "Okay, come in." The man invited Chenji into the shop. "How big do you want it? If it's under 30 centimeters, you can get it under 3 days." That's too small. I want something the size of a real person, and the joints all need to be movable. Can you do something like that? Chenji looked at the equipment inside the workshop. The place was more professional than it appeared on the outside. Similar size to a real person, with movable parts. Comprehension dawned for the man. With an understanding look, he asked, "How many do you want?" 24 when you can finish the order, Chenji answered. 24, the man asked in a raised pitch. The shout scared Chenji. Why are you screaming so suddenly? Is 24 too many for the workshop to produce? All for your personal use. What use would I have for the mannequins? Chenji realized the man had misunderstood him, so he explained. I own a haunted house. The mannequins are part of the set design. Okay, the man sighed in relief. If it's for a haunted house, I don't suggest using too expensive filler. After all, the exhaustion rate is too high. We can make two types here, solid base and half-solid base. The most expensive 12,000, cheapest 3,000. Also, I have to remind you, all the workers have left, and I've been left alone to look after the place. So 24 custom-made mannequins will probably take a month to be completed. Chapter 114, Hai Ming Apartments. The cheapest costs 3,000. Chenji coughed, and his hand moved involuntarily to the 20,000 or so in his backpack. He uttered in a calm voice, Money is not a problem, but the new scenario will be open in a few days. I need the mannequins to be finished soon. You said that you don't have enough employees to rush the order, but do you have the materials here? I do. The boss did not know why Chenji would suddenly ask that. If you give us a few more days, I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the result. The haunted house will open the new scenario for visitation the day after tomorrow. There can be no delay. You're not doing so well. Did you not see the sign in the window? Before this, I was only responsible for the designs, and the workers would handle the rest. But since there have been no large orders, I sent them all away to save money. The boss also did not want to give up on Chenji's order so easily. How about this? I will call the workers tonight, and I will have them rush the order for you in a week. A week is still too long. I need them the day after tomorrow. The boss sighed helplessly. Even if we work at full speed, I can only give you 3 or 4 mannequins the day after tomorrow. You have enough materials, but not the workers. Chenji put down his backpack. How about this? Lend your workshop to me for 24 hours. You only need to prepare the materials for me. As the conversation continued, it started to head down a weird direction. The boss did not quite react to it yet. Then what shall I do? Just stand to the side and watch. Chenji moved his fingers and looked around the space. After all, it's not like you have other customers. After the place is sold, the stored materials will be disposed of or sold at a low price. Since that's the case, you might as well lease the place to me for a day. Don't worry, I will purchase the materials at market price. The man had a point, but something felt off. The boss thought about it and realized he had nothing to lose. Looking at the excited Chenji, he nodded with difficulty. All right, but you have to give me 10,000 as deposit. I'll remove the material price from the deposit, and I'll return the rest when you're finished. You have a deal. After paying the boss, Chenji entered the workspace. The place was huge, and multiple tools covered the floor. You sure you want to do this yourself? The boss was still hesitant. If you need it, I can help. After all, I'm free. Then I shall thank you in advance. Chenji was familiar with the tools because he had spent his internship at a toy factory. He took a tour, and after a plan formed in his mind, he pulled out his phone to call Inspector Lee. Uncle Lee, I have a favor to ask. It's related to Mu Yang High School. The station has already closed the case. Why are you still so hung up over Mu Yang High School? Every time Inspector Lee answered Chenji's call, his heart would quiver in worry, afraid that he might hear some bad news. It's not related to the case, I just want to. Stop getting involved with the school. Inspector Lee became serious. According to the main city's investigation, there might be a darker history there before the school was built. A darker history? Chenji did not press him. Inspector Lee, you misunderstood me. I don't intend to meddle in police business. Didn't you tell me that a whole class got into an accident last time? I just want to ask if you have a picture of all 24 students. Have you lost your mind? Why do you need something like that? It's very important, but I cannot tell you the reason for now. I swear it's not for malicious use. Chenji was planning to build bodies for the 24 lingering spirit to possess so that they would not be homeless anymore. In a way, he was doing a good thing. The phone was silent for a long time before Inspector Lee said, Don't do anything stupid. Call me if you find out anything. I'll take a look in a bit. After hanging up the phone, Chenji did not think too much of it, but he scared the boss speechless. The man hesitated for some time before sidling up to Chen-ji to ask, "Are you a cop?" "No, have you prepared the materials?" "Yes," even the tone used by the boss had gotten more reverential. "All right, it's time to start working." Chen-ji and the boss went to prepare the clay first. 10 minutes later, Inspector Lee sent a group photo with 26 people and said it was the only picture they had in the files. There was a bespectacled senior sitting in the middle of the photo, and behind him stood 25 students. "It's a lot easier with the picture as a guide." Chen-ji thanked the boss before asking him to move away. He carved out a rough head shape from the clay before activating his skill, dollmaker's talent. Using the different types of carving knives, Chen-ji made a human skull that was similar to the face on the picture in less than few minutes. His pair of hands were as delicate as flying butterflies as he masterfully employed the carving knives. The ease with which Chen-ji conducted his work stunned the boss. It felt like he was watching an art documentary sped up thrice. What is this person's actual occupation? After he was done with the carving, Chen-ji used the wet sponge to carefully wipe down the skulls. His touch was so masterful that after he wiped the dust away, a skin-like consistency appeared on the clay body. After a while, the clay body hardened, and Chen-ji sprayed it with sticky plaster. Then there was nothing left to do but wait. The plaster needed at least 1 hour to dry. Utilizing this downtime, Chen-ji went to work on something else. After 1.5 hours, Chen-ji finished all the clay bodies. Then he retrieved the first few clay bodies from the hardened plaster. He slathered them with a layer of latex, which would act as the mannequin's skin. After applying the latex, Chen-ji inserted a bendable stick into the clay body. This would act as the mannequin's spine. Finally, he injected the filler. Everything was completed in one fell swoop. Chen-ji only needed 10 minutes to finish one fake mannequin head. "It's getting late. Take this 10,000 as the deposit and don't touch anything in the work area. I'll be back to finish the rest tomorrow." Chen-ji washed his hands and planned to leave for Hai Ming Apartments. "Don't worry, I won't go anywhere near them." Looking at the 24 heads left on the counter, the boss shivered. He had seen many mannequins in his life, but the mannequins created by Chen-ji's hands gave him a different impression. They were exceptionally real, like they would wink at him at any moment. Shrugging on his backpack, Chen-ji exited the underground workshop. He hailed a cab to head toward Hai Ming Apartments. It was about time for his meeting with Dr. Gao. Hai Ming Apartments was situated at the older part of town where the buildings were not high. After crossing several busy streets, the surroundings turned quiet. With the directions given by the taxi driver, Chen-ji finally arrived at his destination. Chapter 115, Room 303. Chen-ji's shadow was quite long under the street light. There was not one person on the road other than the occasional street cat, which shuffled noisily across the street. Would have thought such a quiet street is hiding in the city. Chen-ji walked down the road between the buildings, deeper into the residential area. There was a light horrid smell in the air. The trash that littered the street had been left there for a long time. The trash spilled out of the trash bags, and some critters occasionally squirmed out from them. Compared to the few buildings that faced the road, the building Chen-ji arrived at looked more dilapidated. There were dirty stains on the building walls, and there was a lot of trash crowding the stairs. Found it, Chen-ji looked at the 6-story high apartment building. Based on the advertisement that stuck to the wall, this was the place he was looking for. The mission venue given by the black phone was room 303, so that should be Men Nan's room. Chen-ji glanced at the time. It was 7:54 p.m. It might be rather inconvenient after Dr. Gao arrives, so perhaps I should go take a look around first. He did not call Dr. Gao but entered the stairs directly. The ceiling of each floor was low. They were perhaps about 2.1 meters. The railings were made of iron, and at every interval there was a piece of red string tied around it, but Chen-ji had no idea what purpose they served. After entering the building, a weird smell hit Chen-ji. It was very light, and it was not particularly smelly. Those who stayed there might have gotten used to it already, but Chen-ji was a first-time visitor, so he was sensitive to the smell. It smells like food that has gone sour. Chen-ji stopped for a while at the first floor to search for the source of the smell but came up with nothing. The smell seemed to come from the building itself, seeping out from every brick. There was no light in the corridor, so Chen-ji took out his phone for light. There were 4 rooms on the first floor, and it appeared very cramped. The sound insulation was not that perfect, so Chen-ji could hear the sound coming from within even though he stood outside. Chen-ji snuck up to the 3rd floor. He did not knock on the door to room 303, but stood outside the door to listen in. There were also 4 rooms on the 3rd floor. The television in 301 was very loud. There was a man in 302 speaking on the phone, and it sounded like he was in a heated argument. Chenji could hear him repeat two sentences constantly. Stop forcing me. Do you two wish to push me to my death? There was no sound coming from room 303 and 304. They were very quiet. After 2 minutes, Chenji tapped on the door to room 303 lightly. Interestingly enough, when he did so, the television volume in 301 decreased, and the man in 302 got off his phone. The whole third floor became eerily quiet. Chenji knocked on the door for a full minute, but there was no answer. He called out softly, "Men Nan, are you home?" There was no answer. Just as Chenji thought he had gotten the wrong address, the door to 301 opened. An unshaven, middle-aged man leaned against the frame, and the haze of alcohol formed a miasma around him. "Hey, who are you looking for?" "Men Nan in 303, he's a student at Jiujiang Medical University. I heard he's not feeling well, so I came to visit him." "You got the wrong place. I have no idea who this Men Nan is, but I'm sure he is not living in 303. The man scratched his face. His left cheek had been bitten by a mosquito, and the wound had been scratched until it was bleeding. "But my friend told me he lives here." Chenji tried to get some information from the man. "Furthermore, you said you do know Men Nan, so how can you be sure he doesn't live here?" "Someone died in room 303 before, and ever since then the room has been vacant." The man moved his fingers before his face to look at the blood left underneath his nails. "Stop knocking on the door, it's bad luck. You hear me." The middle-aged man then slammed the door in his face. However, Chenji realized the man did not return the volume of the television back to normal. The man was probably hiding behind the door to listen to his movements. Chenji did not knock on the door anymore, but he had acquired an important clue from the man. Someone had died in room 303, and ever since that unfortunate incident, the room had remained vacant. He had found the mission venue, so the key now was how to gain entry before midnight. The black phone hasn't made any mistakes yet, so Men Nan's illness is probably related to this room. Chenji looked at his watch. It was already 8 p.m., so he called Dr. Gao. The good doctor had been afraid that Chenji was not able to find his way, so he had been waiting outside the residential area to meet him. After explaining the situation on the phone several minutes later, Dr. Gao entered the corridor with Men Nan behind him. When he saw Men Nan again, Chenji had a shock. The young man now looked completely different from a normal person. He looked like a naturally deformed person. His head was practically perpendicular to his spine. It looked as if someone was pressing down hard on his head. Chenji pointed at the door and tossed Dr. Gao a confused look. Dr. Gao understood what he meant and shook his head slightly. His condition worsened. The medication helped stabilize his situation for now. Let us go in first. Men Nan took out the key from his pocket, his head still lowered. The light in the corridor was dim. He tried multiple times, but he failed to get the key into the keyhole. His hands shook angrily, and it felt like he was going to act up again. Seeing this, Chenji immediately went over to help him open the door to room 304. When the three of them entered the room, Dr. Gao and Men Nan probably had got used to it, but Chenji frowned as a curious smell overwhelmed him. It seems to seep out from the walls. Chenji looked around the room. The place was clean and neat. There was no rubbish in the waste bin, so he did not understand where the smell came from. Another body sealed inside a wall. Chenji denied the thought quickly. The wall at the end of the third-floor corridor at Ping, an apartment, had purposely been strengthened by Wang Qi. The wall of a normal apartment would not be thick enough to hide a body. Dr. Gao noticed how weird Chenji was asking, so he asked him, "What are you looking for?" "Do you not smell a very weird odor?" Chenji stopped at the wall between 303 and 304. The smell was the most intense there. "There is, but old buildings tend to have weird smell." Dr. Gao led Men Nan to the bed, but the young man refused to go near it. He would rather stand than sit on the bed. Chenji glanced at Men Nan, and he whispered to the doctor, "What's going on with him?" "He's afraid of falling asleep. In the previous dream, the man was already strangling his neck. If he falls asleep again, he's afraid it might be his eternal slumber." Chapter 116, OCD. Men Nan refused to sleep and stood stubbornly in the middle of the room. He maintained that weird posture of someone trying to push his head off from his neck. "I keep feeling there's something pressing on top of his head." Afraid of rattling Men Nan, Chenji kept his voice lowered. "Not a psychological threat, but something that exists in reality." Dr. Gao waved his hand surreptitiously as he stayed beside Men Nan. He pulled out his phone and messaged someone with it. Since Dr. Gao did not reply him, Chen Ji wandered off to inspect the other rooms in the small apartment. The place was just over 30 square meters, but it had everything: a bedroom, living room, and a standalone bathroom. It does look like a normal rental apartment. Chen Ji looked around and found no hidden corner. There was no place to hide a body. He exited the living room and pushed the wooden door that led to the toilet. To his surprise, there was a half-body mirror hanging on the wall directly opposite from the door. The door is right opposite the mirror. Due to the first nightmare mission, Chen Ji was very sensitive to the presence of mirrors. He walked slowly to the mirror and looked at his reflection. It's rare for a room layout to have the mirror directly across from the door. Doesn't it feel weird? The mirror was clean like it was cleaned often. There was barely a stain. He moved his gaze away. There was a sink underneath the mirror. This was the scene for Men Nan's nightmare. Chen Ji mirrored the pose mentioned by Men Nan. He bent his body 95 degrees forward, and his head could barely reach the faucet. From this angle, I can look at the situation inside the living room, so the scenario in his dream is entirely possible. If when his head was under the faucet, and he could not see into the living room or his gaze was blocked by something, Chen Ji would not have been so afraid. It would have proved that it was all just a dream. However, he tested it out personally and realized that the things described in his dream could very well have happened in real life. With his head under the faucet, the world appeared upside down. Men Nan said that in his dream, the man would get closer to him every time. This is weird. Why wouldn't the person just harm him directly? He purposely chose this slow torment. Is there some kind of history between them? Chen Ji was thinking about this when he felt something chilly touch the back of his neck. He stood up immediately to touch the spot. A water drop? Where did it come up? Chen Ji raised his head to look at the ceiling. It was not leaking. The water came from nowhere. Could it be the mirror? An image of himself inside the mirror coming out to strangle him while he was washing his hair appeared in his mind. The black phone says that this trial mission is called a Room of Three. The mission name itself is a big hint. Chen Ji looked at himself inside the mirror and something cropped up in his mind. There are 3 people inside this room. One is Men Nan. The man in his dream is another, but who is the third person? Could this person be hiding inside the mirror? Placing both his hands on the sink, Chen Ji looked around and discovered 2 empty bottles of hair shampoo inside the bathroom waste bin. Men Nan hasn't been living here for long, and he already finished 2 bottles of shampoo. If he is only washing his hair in his sleep, why would the shampoo in real life be exhausted? The child has a habit of sleepwalking. Does he wash his head in the middle of the night? Chen Ji thought about it and discounted the idea. Dr. Gao had said that he once invited Men Nan to his own home, and the young man's nightmares did not stop. Temporarily ignoring the possibility of sleepwalking, if Men Nan consciously washed his hair until he depleted 2 bottles of shampoo, that is even weirder. Why did he waste so much shampoo washing his hair? The cleanest normal person might wash their hair twice a day, but Men Nan had finished 2 bottles of shampoo in a short amount of time. Chen Ji then realized that a 3rd bottle that sat on the sink was half finished already. Under what condition would someone wash their hair with such diligence? Dandruff? Skin disease? Or there is something they need to wash away? Chen Ji leaned against the wall to think. There are 2 times Men Nan got into an argument at school. Once was because of the animal prints on the curtain, and another was due to the number of sesame seeds on the biscuit, so it sounds like he suffers from serious OCD. For someone with OCD, if they notice something not right, they would try their best to fix it. If the mistake could not be fixed, they would be very uncomfortable. Chen Ji suspected the reason behind the obsessive hair washing was related to this. Only Men Nan can answer this question. He probably has hidden something important from Dr. Gao. Suddenly Chen Ji's phone vibrated. He took it out and was surprised to find a message from Dr. Gao. Men Nan's family situation is more complicated than I thought. When I told Men Nan's family about his situation, they accepted it a bit too easily. They said they will send enough money to Men Nan for his medical fees, but none of them plan on coming to Jiujiang to visit him. I did not tell you this in case Men Nan heard me, so I sent it to you on the phone. Their son is sick, and the parents didn't even want to come to see him. I also didn't expect that. When I interviewed Men Nan's friends, they all told me they thought Men Nan came from a happy family. I've gone through his social media, and he has shared many posts about loving his family. Men Nan put up a front that felt like he lived in a warm, charming family and was an educated, happy, professional, and studious young man, but it was ultimately just a front. After reading the message, Chen Ji revealed his discovery to Dr. Gao. Soon after that, he got a reply from Dr. Gao. There are 4 main types of OCD: checking, ruminations, contamination, and symmetry and ordering. Based on my observation, Men Nan's symptoms don't fit any of these. His obsessive hair washing merely satisfies this need he has. Based on my observation, Men Nan appears to suffer from a different psychological illness called PTSD. For example, victims of an earthquake remain in a highly alert state even after the quake is long over. They have a hard time walking out from the trauma because the mind keeps sending them the wrong information, telling them quake will return at any moment. Men Nan's symptoms are similar to PTSD. He is in a constant state of alert, and his eyes keep darting about, a sign for lack of security. It is like he is watching out for potential danger. In that case, the hair washing is probably a kind, self-protective mechanism. Chapter 117. Reason behind the hair washing. Chenji could not understand Dr. Gao's message. How could washing one's hair be related to a self-defense mechanism? PTSD presupposes an earlier trauma. Men Nan repeatedly washing his hair is probably to escape from a psychological trauma. This perhaps has to do with his past. His past? Yes, something he has experienced in the past has left a great trauma in him. Whenever he is reminded of it, his body reacts. To ease the pain, he instinctively seeks out a method to make himself feel better. Based on my observation, that method is to wash his hair. After a while, Dr. Gao sent another message. At the beginning of the semester, I once asked Men Nan why he chose to study psychology. He told me that he wished to cure someone's illness, and I now realize that he was probably talking about himself. Looks like the problem resides in what happened to Men Nan when he was young. In that case, we have to ask him for more details. Only by knowing his history can we help him. If my diagnosis is correct, it is all the more reason that we cannot ask him. He has been trying to forget this past, so if we ask him about it, it might send him over the deep end. Then perhaps we can contact his family. The man is in such pain, but his parents do not care one bit about him. That doesn't seem right. Chenji wanted to snap a picture of Men Nan in his current state and send it to Men Nan's parents. I asked them about this when I made the call earlier. Men Nan has had this habit of obsessively washing his hair since he was young. His parents have gotten used to it and don't think it's anything to worry about. Did they say why this happened? No, when Men Nan was small, his parents did take him to visit a psychiatrist. The diagnosis then was OCD, something that was very rare for a child his age. Since he was still so young, there was no medication that could be prescribed. The psychiatrist merely advised his parents give him constant company. Obviously, his parents did not take the doctor's advice, Chenji replied without second thought. If Men Nan's parents cared about him, they would not have acted so coldly. A slight OCD is not a disturbance to daily life, so his parents did not take it to heart. Other than that, after some digging around, I found out that Men Nan's biological mother died when he was 5 or 6. His father remarried, and he gave Men Nan a younger brother from the second marriage. Biological mother is dead? There's such a history. Chenji saw a ray of light in their investigation. His biological parents did not share a good relationship. His father was not home a lot, so his mother practically raised him alone. One day, a burglar entered the house. What happened next, Men Nan's current parents are not sure. All they knew was the neighbor called the police the next day. The next day, Chenji's heart skipped a beat. Then, where was Men Nan during the time of the crime? I'm not sure, but based on the testimony from the neighbor, when the police arrived, Men Nan was already at the crime scene. He was the first person to find his mother. Reading the message from Dr. Gao, a chill ran up Chenji's spine. Meaning Men Nan spent the night with his dead mother inside the house. He was only discovered the next morning. I suppose one can see it that way. Perhaps the burglar took pity on Men Nan or was not awake during the time of crime. In any case, Men Nan survived the break-in. However, the sight of his dead mother must have left a deep psychological scar in his heart. I suspect his OCD and PTSD are both related to this murder. But what I don't understand is why he insists on washing his hair. How is that related to the murder? Dr. Gao's reply was filled with confusion. It was the same question Chenji wanted to ask as well. He stood before the mirror and looked at his reflection. Washing hair? Self-defense mechanism. The image of himself mimicking Men Nan appeared in his mind. Chenji touched the back of his neck and he was suddenly reminded of something. The water drop. He immediately messaged Dr. Gao. At the crime scene, where was the body of Men Nan's mother discovered? After the burglar killed her, he removed the damp-proof boards from the ceiling of the bathroom and shoved her up there. If not for the fact that the neighbor's kid went to school together with Men Nan, and thus both families shared a good relationship, the crime would not have been discovered so soon. The space above the bathroom. Chenji raised his head to look at the bathroom he was in. The ceiling of the place was low. He felt pressured standing in it. I think I understand why Men Nan has the hair washing OCD. He used his phone to reply to Dr. Gao. Is it possible that this was the real event that happened? After the burglar broke into the house, both mother and son discovered him. His mother asked for Men Nan to hide while she went to call the police, but was unfortunately discovered by the burglar. That's possible, but what does that have to do with hair washing? Men Nan witnessed his mother's murder and hid away. After the burglar left, he went to search for his mother. When he entered the bathroom, his mother's blood happened to drip on his head. When Chenji typed those words, he was not feeling so good. Therefore, even now, whenever a liquid falls on his head or whenever he is reminded of that incident, he washes his hair again and again. He wants to wash the memory away. Dr. Gao, you were right. This is more than a simple OCD. After sending those words, Chenji looked out the bathroom. Dr. Gao's expression was written in shock. He caught Chenji's eyes and they shared a look. The cause of the illness has been found. Dr. Gao put away his phone and walked toward Chenji. I'll bring him away now and provide the necessary post-traumatic treatment. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Chenji glanced at Men Nan, who stood where he was and slightly shook his head. Men Nan kept repeating the same action in his dream, but washing his head wasn't scary. The real scary thing was the man who kept approaching him. To help Men Nan, we have to find out everything about this man and chase him out of Men Nan's dream. Chase the thing out of his dream? Dr. Gao looked at Chenji with a suspicious look before turning to look at Men Nan, who stood in a funny posture. In that short moment, he felt he was back at the mental hospital. Are you kidding with me? I already have a theory in mind. It'll be confirmed later tonight. Chenji lined all the clues together, and he was 60% confident. There are indeed 3 people in this room. 2 of them have been confirmed. We only need to solve the mystery of the third one. Chapter 118, He's Crazy. What are you talking about? Dr. Gao was made even more confused by what Chenji said. He could not follow the man's train of thought anymore. Of course, this was not Dr. Gao's fault. Only Chenji himself knew about the hint provided by the black phone. The most crucial hint was the name of the mission, a room of 3. Chenji would not reveal the black phone to anyone, so he did not explain himself to Dr. Gao, but walked out of the room alone. Men Nan kept experiencing the same dream, and the thing that he remembered most clearly was washing his hair. The dream itself could not be counted as a nightmare. Even Men Nan had said at the park that when he experienced this dream for the first time, he did not feel fear. It was after the man had got close to him that he started to feel fear. So in that case, the real threat to Men Nan was the man. Men Nan's description of the dream confirmed this. When he was washing his hair, he did not feel any threat, but when the man neared him, he felt hostility. In the last dream, the man had wandered to his side and strangled his neck. Obviously, the man meant him harm. Therefore, in the room of 3, there was Men Nan, the victim, and of the remaining 2, one wanted to protect him and the other wanted to harm him. In traditional Chinese beliefs, washing one's hair in a dream meant removing bad luck, so Men Nan's dream could very well be warning him that danger was encroaching. After uncovering Men Nan's past, Chenji suspected that the person who wanted to protect Men Nan was his mother. They had only had each other when Men Nan was growing up, so his mother had no reason to harm him. On the other hand, the person who wanted to harm him should have been the ex-tenant in room 303. When Chenji arrived at Hai Ming Apartments for the first time, he had immediately noticed the red strings on the railings. They were knotted in a special way. It was a traditional method of warding off evil spirits. From that moment onward, Chenji had suspected there was a malicious presence in this apartment. That combined with what the uncle from room 301 had told him before entering Men Nan's room, as well the mission hint from the black phone, confirmed his suspicion. To know the identity of the man from Men Nan's dream as well as to solve Men Nan's problem, I have to enter room 303. Furthermore, this is related to the black phone's mission. Harming people in their dream, the thing in room 303 was definitely not a kind spirit. It was probably similar to the mirror monster Chenji had come across earlier. Have to face those monsters again. People were separated into good and evil. It was similar for the departed. Chenji would not hesitate to destroy these evil spirits. The uncle from room 301 said that someone died in room 303 before, and it has stayed vacant since. This means that what remains in the room is probably the dead tenant's malicious specter. Chenji had seen several types of ghosts already. The weakest of them was the lingering spirits. They were not that powerful, just a lingering consciousness. Stronger than lingering spirits were the spirits like Xiaoxiao, and stronger than that was the mirror monster. Chenji believed that the thing inside the apartment should be as powerful as the mirror monster. I wasn't afraid then, so why should I be afraid now? Furthermore, there are so many living people around me who can help at a moment's notice. Chenji walked toward Men Nan to ask about the location of the landlord. Then, he left room 304. He returned to the first floor to knock on room 101. After a while, a fat woman in her 50s opened the door. She studied Chenji up and down before asking, "You want to rent a room?" "Yes, my friend is living in room 304, so I want to rent the room next to him. Room 303. 303 is not for rent. Find another room." "The room is empty. Why isn't it for rent?" Chenji asked. "There are empty rooms on the 4th floor. If you refuse to take those, then leave." The woman then closed the door, effectively ending the conversation. Is she naturally that unsociable, or have I touched upon a sensitive subject? Either way, room 303 sure has its secrets. The landlady naturally would not share the history of the dead person inside room 303, so Chenji swapped his target and returned to the 3rd floor to knock on room 301. The television volume lowered, and the man that stank of alcohol came to answer the door. "You again." "Boss, can I have a little bit of your time?" Chenji handed him a 100 note from his pocket. The man accepted the money, and his eyes that fell on Chenji seemed friendly. "What do you want?" "I want to know about the things that happened in room 303. The more detailed, the better." "Room 303, you say?" The middle-aged man did not exit the door, but waved at Chenji to ask him to enter his room. The small apartment was filled with trash, and Chenji could barely find a place to stand. After closing the door, the man turned the television volume up before saying, "You sure are an inquisitive fella, but listen to me. For the sake of yourself and your friend, move out of this place as soon as you can. Not everyone can stay here." "What do you mean? There's criteria to the tenants." "Interestingly enough, it's related to room 303. The man grabbed a random bottle off the table and took a slurp of beer. "Do you know what the name of the original tenant that stayed in that room was?" "How would I know something like that?" Chenji tried his best to ignore the alcoholic breath that drifted out of the man's mouth. It was difficult to tell whether the man was serious or merely making up a story. "The man's name was Wang Haiming. This is his apartment building." "But I saw the landlady earlier. She appeared to be a woman in her 50s. "That's his ex-wife." The man glared at Chenji, telling him to not interrupt him. "Wang Haiming was fortunate enough to land on a pot of gold. After that, he abandoned his wife to marry a woman from a mysterious background. A few years later, that woman left Wang Haiming with all his money and even registered him at a mental hospital. In the end, it was his ex-wife who pitied Wang Haiming and got him out of the hospital. She then arranged a room for him to stay in. That room was room 303. Wang Haiming was once in a mental hospital. Chenji was reminded of the Black Phone's mission hint. He came from the 3rd sick hall. Yes, regardless of whether or not the man was crazy before he entered the place, after he came out from it, he was definitely abnormal. "Abnormal, what do you mean?" "I'll give you a simple example." The man pointed at his head. Wang Haiming had the tendency to knock his head against the wall whenever midnight arrived. It was as if there was something that had drilled itself inside his brain and he wanted to crack it open. He would scream and wail as well as have arguments with himself. Sometimes he would not stop even when his head was already bleeding. No one was able to stop him. Occasionally, they even had to call the cops to apprehend the guy. Chapter 119. He has returned. Use his head to hit the wall, like something had drilled into his brain. Chenji thought about what the man had said and realized that Wang Haiming's condition was rather similar to Zhang Peng's. They were both possessed by something, but Zhang Peng had chosen to cooperate while Wang Haiming had decided to struggle. Midnight was the time of the day when the yin energy was most concentrated, and thus the time when those things were at their most active. It explained why Wang Haiming acted up every day near midnight. Chenji decided to continue this line of questioning. "Boss, other than the nightly madness, did Wang Haiming perform any other weird actions?" "When he first came out of the mental hospital, he felt normal, a little reticent if anything. However, after prolonged interaction, we discovered how weird he really was. He seemed fine in the day and sometimes would even greet others, but he changed into a different man as night fell. Banging his head against the wall, talking to mirror and the walls, strangling his own neck until his face was purple, but he still would not let go." Through the man's description, Chenji discovered a thing or two about Wang Haiming's past. Wang Haiming's second wife cheated him out of all his money and sent him to a mental hospital. If this was a setup, then Wang Haiming had probably been totally normal before he entered the hospital. A normal person entered the hospital and came out not normal. He probably brought the thing back from the hospital. An answer slowly settled in Chen Ji's heart, and he asked another question. Do you mind giving me the details of Wang Haiming's death? The man raised the bottle in his arm to take a big gulp. I don't know why you're so interested in a dead man, but listen to me. Get out while you still can. The place is cursed. Thank you, but I know what I'm doing. After more persuasion from Chen Ji, the man finally loosened his lips. Before this, whenever Wang Haiming acted up, we could hear his screaming, and the tenants would go over to help or call the place. However, on the day of his death, none of us heard him. The next morning, when the landlady went to drop him food, his body had already gone cold. What did the scene of his death look like? Chen Ji asked. This was crucial if he wanted to reconstruct what happened to Wang Haiming. The man gave Chen Ji a curious look. He could not understand why this young man was so interested in these things. At the time, I was also there. There was a large hole on Wang Haiming's forehead, and blood was splattered all over the wall between 303 and 304. His face was purple like he had died from asphyxiation. There were fingerprints around his neck, but according to the police, they came from Wang Haiming himself. So he strangled himself to death. The room was locked and he was alone. The door and windows weren't tampered with, so that seemed like the logical conclusion. The man finished the beer and tossed the empty bottle away. You done? Since the sun is still up, I want to go down to buy some beer. Since the sun is still up, Chen Ji glanced at the darkening sky and finished the conversation. One last question, after Wang Haiming's death, have there been any weird happenings around here? Chen Ji noticed the man's face shift when he asked that question. The man glanced at the money in his palm and whispered to Chen Ji, many old tenants swear that they have seen Wang Haiming return. But isn't he dead? Before Chen Ji had finished, the man pushed him out of the room. Hey, explain yourself. The man had already turned down the corridor. After some hesitation, Chen Ji walked toward the first floor, the landlady's room. Since Wang Haiming had probably come from the third sick hall, this meant that he had probably carried some information on the third sick hall on him. Chen Ji would not give up on that trail. After all, the third sick hall was the clue left behind by his parents. After the landlady knew of Chen Ji's intention, her reaction was surprisingly intense. She warned Chen Ji that if he did not get off her premises soon, she would call the cops. The steel door slammed in his face, and Chen Ji was feeling rather helpless, standing in the corridor. The landlady refused to cooperate no matter what Chen Ji said. If I use my mallet to break down the lock of room 303, that landlady will probably call the police. Chen Ji returned to the third floor to discuss this with Dr. Gao, but he stopped when he reached the door. Why is the person in room 302 still on the phone? A young man's voice drifted out from behind the door, and the most repeated sentence was, Are you trying to push me to my death? It has been more than half an hour since I left Men Nan's room, and the young man still hasn't finished his phone call. It was normal for a phone call to extend for longer periods of time, but it was weird for him to repeat the same few sentences with similar meanings again and again. Who is he arguing with? His voice is the only one I hear, and now that I listen closer, it doesn't sound like he's talking on the phone at all. Chen Ji leaned against the door to listen in. He was reminded of what the middle-aged man had said. When Wang Haiming acted up, he would argue with himself. This person is suspicious. He knocked on the door and the sound of arguing stopped immediately. 10 seconds later, the door opened a sliver and a young man's voice came out from behind the door. How can I help you? Regarding this room 303 next to you. Don't know. Before Chen Ji finished, the door already closed. He had asked everyone he could, and Chen Ji was running out of options. He returned to room 304 and nodded at Dr. Gao before walking over to the door to lean against it. The mission venue given by the black phone is room 303. I'll need to enter it and check it out before midnight. Chen Ji rubbed his eyes before walking to the window and pushing it open. Room 304 and 303 were adjacent to each other, and their windows were about 1 meter apart. I should be able to get over it. Chen Ji pulled over a chair and placed it beside the window to give it a try. The window to room 303 was not locked, so he could pull it open from the outside. Getting over there is no problem, but what about the thing that might be waiting inside it? Climbing over the windows to get back might take too much time. Chen Ji lowered his head. The height of 3 floors was not quite short or tall. However, different from Ping'an Apartments, the courtyard of Hai Ming Apartments was not a grass field but hardened concrete. Chapter 120, Rusted Key. Should be fine if I'm careful. Chenji opened his backpack and placed Xiaoxiao in his shirt pocket before picking out the flashlight and the mallet. What are you doing? Dr. Gao heard the commotion, so he came out of the bedroom. He saw Chenji's weird get-up and he felt a headache coming. You're just in time. Chenji dragged Dr. Gao to the window. We'll keep in contact. You stay in room 304 and I'll go take a look in room 303. Why are you going into room 303? Dr. Gao's gaze swept the mallet in Chenji's arm before falling on the doll in his chest. His eyes twitched. The source of Men Nan's problem should reside in room 303. I plan to go take a look before midnight arrives. You plan to go in this get-up, with a doll? If I'm doing this alone, I might hesitate, but with you as backup, I have confidence. Chenji called Dr. Gao's number and placed the phone in his shirt pocket. Keep in touch. Dr. Gao nodded reflexively. He held the phone in his hands, and the pressure on his shoulders tightened because now he had to look after the safety of 2 patients. Be careful. Chenji climbed out the window. He placed the mallet in his pant pocket and leaned into the wall. With one leg hanging on room 304's window, he used his other leg to kick the window to room 303 open. Dr. Gao, don't end the call. Get help if anything bad happens. Then, Chenji leaned out the window and reached his leg toward room 303's windowsill. His center of gravity was still leaning toward room 304. When his leg found purchase, his hands that gripped room 303's window loosened, and he slowly leaned toward the other window. When most of his body leaning toward room 303's window, he angled his body right at the opening, released his left hand, and used his right hand to grab the windowsill. With a pull on his right hand, Chenji moved his body toward room 303. Climbing into the neighbor's room to solve the patient's illness. Dr. Gao wanted to stop Chenji, but the man had already disappeared into room 304's window. He had been in this field of work for more than a decade already, and this was the first time he had faced something like this during a diagnosis. Chenji slowly angled his body downward and slid through the open window. I'm finally in. Room 303 had been left vacant since the incident, so the interior design had been left the same. The room was covered in dust, and there were dirty patches all over the walls. The room was dark, and the floor was uneven. After turning on the flashlight, Chenji noticed that there was an old and sullied carpet covering the floor of the room. None of the other apartments, including the landlady's room, are carpeted, but this room is. This anomaly attracted Chenji's suspicion. A horrible stench was wafting out from underneath the carpet. Chenji gripped the edge of the carpet and tore it back. There was not anything scary underneath it. There were merely some old clothes. All the clothes were for gents, and their sizes were about the same, so they probably belonged to the same person. The smell of moldy clothing shouldn't be that pungent. Chenji used the mallet to move the clothes away, and soon he discovered something creepy. Several dead sparrows were hidden underneath the clothes. The bodies are intact, so they couldn't have died more than a week ago. When Chenji mastered the dollmaker's talent, some rudimentary knowledge about dead bodies had also entered his mind. This room hasn't been rented after the incident, but someone has come in within this past week to hide these things under the clothes. The problem had become more troublesome, and this shifted his speculation in a different direction. Wang Haiming died in this room. Unfortunately, I have no clue about the actual location, but that shouldn't matter too much. I shall search the whole room. I'll eventually come up with something. Chenji did not find anything else in the living room, so he jumped over the pile of old clothes and entered the bedroom. A metal wire bedroom was leaning against the wall. There were several ancient bookshelves near to the bed, and some books were left on them. The pages were all moldy from the moisture, and they were also releasing a weird smell. Chenji examined all the drawers and cupboard. He found nothing and finally walked into the bathroom. The layout of all the rooms in the apartment building were similar. As he opened the bathroom door, the mirror was staring back at him. With only the light from the flashlight, the Chenji in the mirror looked rather different from real life. He did not enter the bathroom, but merely leaned in to look from the threshold. There do not seem to be any more clues in this room. The room was small, and Chenji had glanced over all the corner already. Standing in the middle of the living room, Chenji looked at the pile of clothes hidden under the carpet. This is weird. All these clothes have blood stains on them. These few small sparrows would not be enough to soak through so many clothes. With the aid of yin-yang vision, Chenji's sight was better than most, and he soon discovered something weird. There's something wrong with the clothes. With the mallet in hand, he slowly examined each item of clothing. Finally, he found a very normal gray jacket that was lying at the bottom of the pile. There was dried blood on the shoulder and the back of the clothes. Wang Haiming had probably worn this jacket when he cracked his head on the wall. Only via blunt force trauma to the head would the blood splatter have appeared like this. What is this? Chen Ji shook the jacket and found something jiggling in the pocket. He reached into it and felt cold steel on his touch. He pulled it out and saw it was a rusted key. I've seen the keys to these apartments. They are flat copper keys, and this key is much larger than those. Chen Ji could not understand why a patient from a mental hospital would possess a key that did not unlock the door to his room. Did he pick it up somewhere outside? But if he did, it doesn't explain why he kept it with him. Chen Ji temporarily did not understand the use of this key, so he held onto it for now. When he turned to leave, his flashlight hit the open window. The glass of the window reflected the shadow of an individual. The tenant in room 302 was leaning his head out of his window to sneak a peek at what was happening over in room 303. Why would he care that I've entered room 303? Chen Ji pretended not to notice and focused on replacing the pile of clothes. However, his mind was spinning. Only the tenants in room 302 and room 304 can enter this room without using the front door. Men Nan in room 304 is the victim, so the sparrows were probably left here by the young man in room 302. But why? Has he been possessed by the creature in room 303 as well? Chen Ji was reminded of the weird actions of the young man. Talking to himself and arguing with the wall, it was so very similar to Wang Haiming's symptoms. Chapter 121, Sleepwalking. Wang Haiming was possessed by something inside the mental hospital, and the thing followed him out when he exited the hospital. Both parties were constantly fighting over the control of his body. Wang Haiming decided to die rather than compromise. The man's weird death and the actions that happened at midnight supported Chen Ji's speculation. After Wang Haiming's death, the thing he carried out with him from the mental hospital probably stayed back in this room. When his body was carried away, there were plenty of police and spectators, so the monster definitely did not show itself. When night came, room 303 was sealed, and the monster had no chance to go look for a new target. Normally speaking, the monster should have been trapped inside this room, but it seems like some contract has been formed between the monster and the young man in room 302 through an unknown method. Having learned the lesson from Wang Haiming, the monster did not attempt a hostile takeover of the man's body. Both parties are in a symbiotic relationship. Chen Ji looked at the sparrows on the floor. The blood has soaked through most of the fabric, something that is not possible with just these sparrows. The contract was probably made a long time ago. He was reminded of the words he heard the young man say. He once yelled, "You guys need to stop forcing me," and the sentence could reveal a lot of information. First, he was forced to do something against his will. Judging from the situation in room 303, the monster had probably forced him to bring it a living sacrifice. A few sparrows would not be able to satisfy the monster, so its demand would increase to like stray cats, stray dogs, or even human. The second point was the young man's verbiage. During the argument, he used the term, "you guys," plural, so he was probably facing more than one monster. This confused Chen Ji. Just what kind of creature had Wang Haiming led out of the mental hospital? After replacing everything, Chen Ji walked toward the window. Due to the issue of the angle, the young man from room 302 did not know that he had been found out. He saw Chen Ji's shadow walk toward the window, and he quickly retreated into his room. One more individual to look out for tonight. Chen Ji climbed out of the window, and his hands gripped the windowsill. As he was about to turn, the corner of his eyes swept the bathroom of room 303. Behind the half-open door stood a long shadow with two different faces. "Who's there?" Chen Ji's hands almost slipped. When he focused his eyes, the thing had disappeared. There was nothing in the bathroom, but a shadow seemed to flash across the mirror. Hanging off the window, it was quite dangerous without safety devices. Chen Ji did not stay and quickly moved back into room 304. "Did you find anything?" Dr. Gao asked out of politeness. "Look at this." Chen Ji retrieved the key from his pocket. "Dr. Gao, are there any locks at your hospital that require a key like this?" Dr. Gao accepted the key from Chen Ji and turned it in his hand. The key was slightly larger than a normal key. "It doesn't look like the key to the office or the surgery room. I'm not so sure." Chen Ji put the key away since he could not get an answer from Dr. Gao. He would give it a try when he was ready to enter the third sick hall. "That's all you discovered? A key?" Dr. Gao ended the call. He had not known what to expect when Chenji climbed out the window, but he definitely had not expected him to return with a key. Don't underestimate this key. It might be the key to what is happening. Chenji glanced into the bedroom. Has Men Nan fallen asleep? I don't suggest for him to sleep in room 304. He's afraid of this environment. After he falls asleep here, his mind might give him additional pressure, thus increasing the possibility of a nightmare. Dr. Gao was worried about Men Nan. Since we have confirmed his illness was due to childhood trauma, we should focus on that and provide the necessary counseling. Things are not as simple as you think, Chenji explained to Dr. Gao patiently. The doctor had not been exposed to the other world, so his way of thinking was restricted. If Men Nan is suffering mainly because of his childhood trauma, then why did his illness surface only after he moved into this apartment? Dr. Gao had no answer to that question. The childhood trauma is part of the manifestation of the problem that lies in this apartment. Something here has seriously triggered him, causing him to fall ill. That is the real source. Chenji tried his best to explain the situation without referencing the other world too much. Dr. Gao nodded, even though he still had reservations with regards to Chenji's methods, but it was undeniable that the man had cured Wang Xin. Standing from a scientist's standpoint, he wanted to know more about Chenji's various ideas and methods, but from the doctor's standpoint, he merely wished for his patients to be cured. Chenji could see the hesitation in Dr. Gao's face, and he knew it would be hard to convince the doctor. Even if we move him away, the nightmare will still happen. Haven't you tried that already? In that case, why not we just let him fall asleep here? The two of us will be by his side, and when he shows any sign of pain, we will wake him up immediately. Psychological therapy was a long and arduous process, and after some consideration, Dr. Gao finally agreed. Following some more discussion, they entered the bedroom, and to their surprise, Men Nan was already on the bed. The young man was exhausted. With his chin on the pillow, he had fallen asleep leaning against the bed. After getting Men Nan into the bed, Chenji wanted to examine Men Nan's forehead and neck but was stopped by Dr. Gao. Let him sleep. Okay, Chenji pulled 2 chairs over. We'll do this in rounds. One will stay up until midnight and the other will take over. Whenever there's something wrong, we'll wake him up immediately. You should go and rest for now. Leave this to me. Dr. Gao had Chenji sleep on the living room sofa, while he stayed in the bedroom to look after Men Nan. Before he arrived, Chenji had spent the whole morning working inside the haunted house and the afternoon making the mannequin heads, so he was tired. He switched his phone to vibrate mode and set the alarm for midnight. Lying on the sofa with Xiaoxia beside him, he soon fell asleep. In his dream, he felt a vibration coming from his palm. Chenji sat up on the sofa. He looked at the phone. It was midnight. He entered the bedroom and saw the deep frown on Dr. Gao's face. Before he said anything, Dr. Gao made a shush motion at him. The two stood beside the bed quietly. After about 5 minutes, Men Nan, who was sleeping in bed, suddenly straightened his arms underneath his body. It seemed like he was trying to sit up. He failed after a few attempts, and the arms flapped weakly beside him like everything that happened earlier was just a dream. Sleepwalking? Chenji whispered to Dr. Gao. The latter shook his head and pointed at Men Nan's eyes. Chenji followed Dr. Gao's finger and realized that Men Nan's eyes were open, but only a quarter of his pupils could be seen. The rest was all white. Chapter 122, Wake Him Up. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. Men Nan honestly looked quite scary, like he was possessed. After about 10 minutes, his arms reached forward once more to try to push himself up. After several failures, Men Nan finally managed to sit up. His eyes were fully white, and Men Nan sat on the bed, his head slightly lowered. Dr. Gao, has he woken up? Chenji and Dr. Gao were standing about 1 meter away from Men Nan, but the young man did not seem to notice them as his eyes stared forward. His pupils were rolled back to his head, so they could only see white of his eyes. Probably not. Dr. Gao signaled for Chenji to take a step back. Both of them leaned against the wall to avoid running into Men Nan. Then, is this sleepwalking? This was the first time Chenji had seen something so weird as well. Sleepwalking is a type of common sleep impediment, but if it was just pure sleepwalking, his pupils would not have rolled back so far. The two communicated softly. Men Nan sat on the bed for a while, and without warning he slowly stood up. Should we wake him? Their original plan had been to wake Men Nan when he did anything weird, and this was already past the definition of something weird. No, if we wake him now, we might break his already fragile mind. Dr. Gao paused before adding, I've been watching Men Nan's face and following the changes to his expression. Even if we are forced to wake him, we should wait until there's a drastic change in his emotions. The two exited the bedroom and stood outside for observation. Men Nan stood beside his bed for a few minutes before slowly turning to face the living room. His head was still lowered and his eyes were open, but they were mostly white. In such a condition, he moved his legs to walk out of the bedroom. Chenji nudged Dr. Gao lightly. What is he doing now? I've treated a child who sleepwalked before. He suffered from slight OCD, and every night he fell asleep, he would spend more than half an hour fixing the mattress to make sure the four edges lined up perfectly. After he fell asleep, he would sleepwalk in the middle of the night to again fix the edges before going back to sleep. Dr. Gao looked at Men Nan, and his face was full of worry. That kind of sleepwalking that eventually returned to bed is not so bad. We're most afraid of sleepwalkers who attempt things that are unexpected. After Men Nan exited the bedroom, he did not stop or hesitate and head for the bathroom directly. The wooden door was pushed open, and without turning he walked toward the mirror. The faucet was turned on, and the bathroom was soon filled with the sound of rushing water. Is he planning to wash his hair? Chenji looked at Dr. Gao, who looked back at him with equal shock. Don't look at me. This is the first time I've seen this as well. The sound of water intensified, and Chenji as well as Dr. Gao rushed to the bathroom. Men Nan, who stood before the sink, was slowly bending down. His head lowered, and they both caught a glimpse of Men Nan's upside-down face. Even then, his pupils were nowhere to be seen. His head touched the water, and Men Nan's expression finally changed. His face twitched slightly like he had seen something incredibly scary. Chenji quivered under his gaze. He turned back to look, but there was nothing inside the room. Has he spotted something in his dream? Reality and the dream are connected. Men Nan had once mentioned the man entered the room from outside and stood beside him. His hair was wet, and Men Nan masterfully grabbed the hair shampoo and squirted a generous amount on his head. He scrubbed his scalp mechanically, but his eyes were fixed in a certain direction. The shampoo slid down his hair, and he instinctively wanted to close his eyes when the shampoo reached his eyes. At that moment, various negative emotions like fear and panic all surfaced at once. Quick, wake him up! The moment Dr. Gao shouted this command, Men Nan reached out to strangle himself. The veins on his arms popped as he tried to snap his own neck. His body lost balance, and he collapsed to the floor, the shampoo and water splashing everywhere. Wake up, Men Nan! Dr. Gao and Chenji both tried to pry his arms away, but no matter how loud they yelled, the young man did not respond. He continued to strangle himself and tried to use his head to knock against the sink. Detain him! Dr. Gao had probably faced similar patients before. He expertly asked Chenji to hold Men Nan's upper body while he whipped out his belt to tie Men Nan's wrists together. Men Nan, this is Dr. Gao. After his hands were tied, Dr. Gao held Men Nan's head with his palm on his forehead to stop the young man from knocking his head into the wall. It's all right now. It's all right now. Dr. Gao's voice was gentle and kind. It had a trustworthy quality to it, but it did not seem to be at all effective on Men Nan. The young man's condition did not improve, but only got worse. He opened his jaws to bite at the people around him, and when that failed, he bit on his tongue, and soon blood seeped out of his lips. Get me the towel! Before Dr. Gao shouted that command, Chenji had already stuck the towel into Men Nan's mouth. By then, Men Nan should have woken up already, but he had not. His pupils kept moving upward, and Chenji was suddenly reminded of something. He had seen the young man do the same thing before at the park. He's looking upwards. The thing is on his head. Chenji tried to grab above Men Nan's hair, but there was nothing there. Let's get him onto the bed first. Dr. Gao also did not know what had happened in Men Nan's dream. Both he and Chenji cooperated to haul Men Nan off the floor. His hands were bound, and a towel was stuck in his mouth, but Men Nan still tried his best to hurt himself. His head wiggled about violently. Chenji was afraid that he might knock into the mirror, so he walked forward to steady his head. But when he raised his head to look into the mirror, something shocking was reflecting in it. Chenji's pupils narrowed, and a man was lying on Men Nan's back in the mirror. The man was as thin as twig, but his face was uneven on both sides, like a line was split down the middle, and two faces were sewn together to form one. The man was strangling Men Nan's neck and attempting to enter his body, but another force from within Men Nan was stopping the monster, causing it to slow down. Both parties were fighting over Men Nan's body, and that was the main source of his pain. The sight in the mirror was scary, but Dr. Gao could not see it. Now only Chenji could help Men Nan. When I left room 303, I saw a shadow escaping into the mirror. This monster is probably of the same type as the mirror monster that I've dealt with before, so breaking the mirror should be able to hurt it somewhat. Chen-Ji did not discuss this with Dr. Gao. He took out his mallet and swung it at the mirror. The mirror pieces shot everywhere, and the sound shattered the night's silence. The whole building had probably heard that. As the mirror crumbled, Men Nan, who was trapped in the nightmare, finally showed signs of waking up. He screamed, and his pupils slowly returned to normal. At the same time, a shadow glided across the floor as if it was trying to escape. Chen-Ji pushed Men Nan toward Dr. Gao, and he jumped up holding the mallet. By the time he exited the bathroom, the shadow had already reached the front door. Chen-Ji picked up Xia Xio, who had gotten a little misshapen from being his sleep buddy, and threw her at the shadow. Chapter 123, Escape. The ragdoll stained with fake blood arced through the air before knocking into the shadow. Weirdly enough, when the formless shadow was hit, it stopped at the door, the doll biting on its arm. Well done. Chen-Ji aimed his flashlight at the shadow. Under the bright light, the shadow started to twist, and its color dimmed. Without the refuge of the mirror, the monster was weaker than Chen-Ji had expected. It abandoned part of its body and escaped into room 302. The parts that the monster abandoned soon disappeared. It was unclear whether it had dissolved into thin air or been eaten by Xia Xio. Eating these things appears to be beneficial to Xia Xio. Chen-Ji placed Xia Xio into his pocket and used the mallet to bang on room 302's door lock. Come out, the old steel door shook, shedding dust and rust. Even the frame itself was shaking. The commotion was so loud that all the nearby tenants were alerted. The door to room 301 opened a sliver. What is all this commotion about? The middle-aged man roared with the beer bottle in his hand, but he did not step out completely from his room. The door to room 302 was suddenly pulled open from within, and the young man living in it held a cleaver in his hand and slashed at Chen-Ji madly. The mirror monster has entered his body. The corridor was narrow, so there was only so much room for Chen-Ji to maneuver. Chen-Ji took a step back and realized that the door to the middle-aged man's room was open. He fell into it and slammed the door shut. The sound of a cleaver chopping on the door was eerie. The young man had completely lost his sanity. His eyes were filled with streaks of blood. His face was in a mad grimace, and he said no words, like all his energy was being channeled into cleaving the door of room 301. It felt like he was planning to chop Chen-Ji into pieces. Then again, it was understandable. It had planned this for weeks, and finally it had almost gotten into Men Nan's body but was stopped by Chen-Ji at the last minute. On top of that, it had lost parts of its body in the struggle. The corridor was filled with the sound of the cleaver slashing on the steel door. What's going on? The middle-aged man inside the room was stunned beyond belief. His calves weakened and he collapsed onto the shoe racks. Help me! The room door was not locked, and the young man could have burst through at any moment. I'll call the police. The middle-aged man did not dare go near the door. He placed the bottle on the table and hurriedly went looking for the phone. In his hurry, he knocked over the empty bottles and they clattered noisily. I said, come help me with the door. As the sound of the cleaver reverberated through the halls, the rooms lit up one after another, and many tenants leaned their heads out the door. In room 304, after Dr. Gao deposited Men Nan on the living room sofa, he heard Chen-Ji's cries for help. He ran out of the room with a stool in his hand. The young man from room 302 had gone berserk. His focus was fully on Chen-Ji. Dr. Gao made use of this opportunity to sneak up on him from behind. When he was 1 meter away from the man, he raised the stool to knock at the upper part of the young man's spine. Dr. Gao's target was probably the head, but for some reason his aim was off. The young man lost his balance and staggered forward, his body knocking into the door. Gripping the cleaver, his neck twisted unnaturally around, and the young man glared at Dr. Gao with bloodshot eyes. A roar bubbled from his throat. As the young man planned to turn to attack Dr. Gao, Chen-Ji saw this opportunity and kicked the door open. The door slammed into the man, and without giving him the chance to recover, Chen-Ji picked up a bottle from the floor and swung it at the young man's head. The bottle shattered, and blood flowed down the man's head. Chen-Ji charged forward and knocked into the young man, holding him down on the floor. Dr. Gao also ran forward to grab the cleaver away from the young man. The young man tried to resist until the other tenants also came out to help detain him. It was then that he finally gave up on his resistance. With his cheek pressed into the cement floor, the young man's eyes focused on Chen-Ji, like he was trying to memorize Chen-Ji's features. 3 minutes later, the young man's pupils rolled backwards, and he fell unconscious. At the same time, the young man's shadow that was reflected on the wall suddenly moved and dashed down the stairs. Many people present saw that, but before they could react, the shadow had disappeared into the night. What was that? Dr. Gao's eyes widened. Many strange things had happened that night. I'm not so sure. The vengeful eyes that the young man had shot Chenji before he fainted were very familiar. It reminded him of the haunted house's mirror monster. Could it be that both of them came from the same world inside the mirror? Chenji climbed up from the floor and was about to give chase when he stopped at the staircase. The landlady blocked the staircase with a stern face. Has this person been taken over by the monster? Chenji took several steps back. Then again, he was the cause of the problems that had happened that night at her apartment, so he was feeling rather unsettled. What are you guys up to so late at night? The landlady walked up to the third floor, and a few of the elder tenants followed behind her. Just as Chenji was wondering what to say, the middle-aged man in room 301 ran out with his phone. He had been hiding in his room until then. Sis, it feels like brother-in-law has returned, the man whispered into the landlady's ear. Xiao in room 302 used the cleaver and attacked people indiscriminately. It was completely the same as brother-in-law's situation. When he said that, the tenants who had gathered around started to disperse. A few ran back into their rooms and locked the door tight. Wasn't everything going just fine? The landlady looked at the chaos in the third-floor corridor. She had her brother carry the young man to the hospital while she moved to talk to Chenji and Dr. Gao. We were merely defending ourselves. The kid from room 302 almost killed me. I know, the landlady paused before saying directly, I still need to rent this place. Making this more complicated than it is will not be good for business, so how about we let this be? I will pay the child's medical bills, and we will not get the police involved. The child is still young, and I don't want to ruin his future. Hearing the landlady, Chenji realized that she knew a thing or two about the secret in room 303, as well as the reason behind room 302's young man's madness. After balancing the pros and cons, Chenji realized there was no benefit to pressing this further. After all, he had completed the Black Phone's mission. Chenji discussed this with Dr. Gao, and both of them agreed with the landlady. After the landlady left, Dr. Gao returned to room 304 to look after Men Nan while Chenji waited in the living room. He still had plenty of questions left for the young man. Chapter 124, Possible Red Spectre. 1 hour later, the middle-aged man came back to Haiming Apartments with the young man from room 302. The young man had a bandage on his head, and his pupils were still quite unfocused. You're finally home. Chenji walked out from room 304, his hand still holding the mallet. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you, I just want to ask you some questions. The young man's eyes darted about evasively before opening the door to his room. Come in then. There was a thick stench in room 302. Even the middle-aged man whose room was far from tidy had his hand over his nose. How long has it been since you cleaned this place? Has some food gone sour or something? Chenji was confused. The room looked tidy and the young man kept up his appearances. He did not look like a sleazy type of person. The things that have happened to me for the past 2 months felt like a dream. The young man walked to his bed holding his head. He pulled out a black plastic bag from underneath it. It was filled with the carcasses of small animals. It's true, like a nightmare that I could not wake up from. Chenji glanced into the bag before his gaze fell back on the young man. Now that your nightmare is over, you can tell us the things that you've been hiding. The young man dropped the bag aside and began with apology. When I moved into this room 3 months ago, the landlady said that if I didn't feel comfortable or ran into something weird, I could move out freely. That first night itself, I had a nightmare. I dreamed about a leaking window. In the dream, I went to close it and saw a man standing inside the room next door. Initially, I didn't pay it much attention, but after this dream repeated itself for a few times, one day, I suddenly realized that the man who was supposed to be in the room next door had entered my room. I tried to resist, but I couldn't do anything. However, the man didn't hurt me. He told me that he merely wanted some help from me. After that dream, my focus was lost for the whole morning. In the end, I decided to spend a night over at a friend's place, but the man seemed to have attached himself to me. This time, in my dream, he appeared directly beside my bed. The man told me that there was no way I could escape. He said that as long as I helped him, he would stop bothering me. I believed what he said, so I started following his demands to capture some living small animals and threw them into room 303. They were alive when I dropped them in, but when I went to take a look the next morning, the animals were all dead. There were no visible wounds on their bodies, so I had no idea what had killed them. The more he continued, the more afraid the young man became. I wanted to escape from the man in my dream, but his appetite grew. Initially, he just wanted a sparrow or a rat, but 1 week later, he asked me to leave him stray dogs, and the last time he asked me to lure a living person into room 303 after midnight. When I refused, he started to force me, threatening to kill me in my dream. I was at my wit's end. The young man's eyes were red, and he lowered his head. I told my friends about the dream, and the few of us entered room 303 late at night, but nothing happened that night. Then, they stopped believing me, thinking I had lost my mind. I had no one to turn to, and the man's presence became more solid. Even in the morning, I could feel him standing beside him, watching me. The young man's hands moved to grip the bandage on his head. At the time, I only wanted to get rid of him, so I did try to lure someone into room 303, but it was too difficult. When he felt better, he continued. After a few days, I accidentally saw an ad at school asking for a place to rent, and I guess you know what happens next. Due to personal reasons, Mennan did not want to stay at the school dormitory, and due to his limited budget, I recommended Hai Ming apartments to him. So you are the reason Mennan moved into room 304. Chen Ji did not expect that would be the case. I did remind him of the danger, but like me, he paid it no heed. After saying everything on his mind, the young man felt better. All of that is in the past, so we will not pursue any charges, but we will need to wait for Mennan to wake up first. Chen Ji took out the rusted key from his pocket. Now I have a few questions for you. I need you to answer them honestly. If you don't know, then just tell me, don't make stuff up. Okay. Have you ever seen the man's face in your dream? Seen it once, the young man admitted after a long hesitation. He has two faces, like two personalities sewn together, and they communicate and argue with each other. Other than giving you their demands, did they talk about anything else? This was the best opportunity to know about the other world. The thing they did the most was argue with each other. There was this one time where one of the faces angrily said that if not for the fear of the Red Spectre, he would rather have died than share an existence with trash. Red Spectre? Chen Ji frowned at the familiar term. He took out the black phone and clicked onto the affection page. Under Zaya Xiao's name, it read Baleful Spectre, but under Zhang Ye, it specifically read Red Spectre. It might not have seemed important, but because of these two words, Zhang Ye had her own personal page on the black phone. Chen Ji fell into deep thought. The creature that had followed Wang Haming out of the third sick hall knew of the Red Spectre, so there was a high chance that a Red Spectre resided in the third sick hall. A spectre on the same level as Zhang Ye. The thought brought a headache to Chen Ji. The first mirror monster that he had encountered was a toy for Zhang Ye. Therefore, a normal ghost was powerless before the Red Spectre. He sighed before signaling for the young man to continue. Other than the Red Spectre, I realized that there were a few weaknesses to them. I planned to use those when things got too serious. The young man sat on the bed, not at all minding the stench from inside the bag. The monster rarely appeared during periods other than midnight. It was afraid of light, noisy environments, and most importantly, it seemed weirdly afraid of cats. Afraid of cats? Chen Ji was curious. Yes, the man in my dream asked me to prepare many living animals, but cats were the only exception, so I believe it is afraid of cats. The young man had a point, but it was ultimately just speculation. If possible, Chen Ji did not want to be the first one to try it out. Perhaps I can test it out somehow back at the haunted house. The young man did not dare to speak since Chen Ji did not comment. However, the eyes of the middle-aged man, listening to their conversation, were as round as the moon. Chapter 125, Take Your Mannequins Away. Before doing the trial mission for the third sick hall, perhaps I should place a stray cat inside Mu Yang High School scenario to test the theory. If it works, then it'll be an additional way to deal with creatures from the other side. Even with this information alone, Chen Ji felt that his journey that day had been worth it. Glancing at the young man, he passed the rusted key to him. Have you seen this key before? I have. The young man nodded. Every sunrise, I would return to room 303 to clean the animal carcasses, and there was this one time when I found this key in one of the items of clothing. Did the man in dream mention anything related to this key, like a special door or room? The young man thought about it before saying, when they were talking to themselves this one time, I believe they mentioned something related to a key. What was it? One of the faces said that he had left something important behind in the third room and that the pathway hidden behind the cupboard wasn't locked. They shouldn't have left through the front door. That way they wouldn't have been exposed. The young man had a vague recollection of the memory, After all, he had heard all this in his dream. The third room. Chenji was reminded of the paper note left behind by his parents. The third room in the third sick hall. Could they have been talking about the same place? If they were, then this information is invaluable. The pathway behind the cupboard is not locked. This can be my escape route when necessary. Chenji could not tell whether the young man was lying or not. He maintained the same expression while he memorized all the information. After asking a few more questions, making sure there was nothing else he could have known, Chenji exited room 302 and returned to room 304. How is Nan doing? He's asleep, but he's running a fever. I'll bring him to the hospital tomorrow and try to reach out to his family. Dr. Gao sat beside the bed. You'd better go and rest. I'll stay here and look over him. I've placed the doll on the sofa. There are some bandages under the table, so remember to take care of your wounds. Okay. Chenji realized that Dr. Gao was a nice person who knew how to take care of others. He walked to the sofa and saw Xiaoxiao that was lying on her back with her stomach poking out like she was unable to move from eating too much. This little thing? Chenji set the alarm for 7 o'clock. Hugging Xiaoxiao, he soon fell asleep. For some reason, he had a restless sleep that night. He kept repeating the same dream, and in the dream, he was trapped inside a maze-like building and was being chased by something. There was imminent danger. He held a key in his hands and tried it on all the doors, but none of them worked. Wake up! Chenji's eyes flew open because someone was shaking him. He saw Dr. Gao standing beside the sofa holding a weak-looking Nan. Chenji looked out the window. The sun was coming up. It was about 6 a.m. Nan's temperature is still running high. We need to take him to the hospital. This room feels weird, so I think we'd better leave together. Dr. Gao had not slept, so his condition was not so good, and Nan was even worse. It seemed like he could collapse at any moment. Okay, Chenji shoved the stuff into his bag and reached out to hold Nan's other arm. Be careful. Thank you for your help last night. When they exited room 304, Nan suddenly turned to Chenji to say and repeated, Thank you. You're welcome, Chenji answered reflexively, but then he realized that Nan's tone and mannerism seemed weirdly feminine. When he turned back to look, Nan had lowered his head. When they arrived at the hospital and ensured that there was nothing dangerous about Nan's situation, Chenji left. Sitting in the taxi, Chenji took out the black phone. He had received the message. He had completed the mission. The player reached the mission venue on time, found the victim's cause of illness, and managed to survive until sunrise. 1-star trial mission completed. A new scenario has been unlocked. Player can manipulate the props inside the set freely using the interface available on the phone. Trial mission completion rate more than 90%. Unlocked this mission's hidden item, self-perceptive key. Self-perceptive key, 13 malice points. Mental patients are often lacking in the power of self-perception. They are unable to tell their current mental health condition, causing them to think they are fine, thus refusing treatment. When similar symptoms appear in you, this key can help you once. The hidden item for this mission is the key I found. Chenji placed the rusted key in his palm. What does it mean by saying similar symptoms appear in me? Is it telling me indirectly that I have a mental illness? When Chenji reached New Century Park, it was around 7 p.m. The difficulty of 1-star missions is not that hard. I don't feel as tired as I normally would. It was still early, so he decided to pay the mannequin workshop a visit. The mannequin heads that he had made should have been ready. Chenji sent a message to the boss, and to his surprise, the reply came back surprisingly soon. The boss asked for Chenji to come immediately. Did something happen? Perhaps it is because I did not follow the dollmaker's talent fully. After all, I was missing some tools then. This was the first time Chenji had used that skill. He was afraid of an accident, so he rushed over immediately. When he arrived, he saw the boss standing alone outside the glass door, holding the key, but he appeared to be afraid to walk in. You're already here? Then why won't you go in? Chenji walked toward the man. If some outsiders saw this, they would probably think that he was the boss. The fat on the boss' face jiggled as he reached out to point inside the workshop. Can I cancel your order? No way, you've already accepted my down payment. Chenji looked through the glass into the workshop. When his eyes swept across the counter where he had left yesterday's half-finished products, his breath caught in his throat. The 24 detached heads with weirdly human-like expressions were all turned to stare right at the entrance. Chenji almost grabbed his mallet to swing at the door. This scene was indeed impactful. No wonder the boss did not dare go in alone. They do look realistic. Chenji patted the boss' shoulder. Open the door, will you? After finishing the bodies, I'll leave. You sure are humble. 24 heads, each with different expressions, and all turned toward the door, but realistic is all you have to say. When I came early in the morning, I almost lost my soul being scared by them, the boss said with a pout. I came early to check on your filler and leakage, but, sigh, I'll probably be reminded of this scene every time I open the door. Now I'll need to rent the place no matter what. Chapter 126, A Brave Idea. When Chenji left, the paint job on the fake heads had not dried yet, so they had been unfinished products. They did not look so scary then. After opening the glass room, Chenji and the boss walked over to the counter. Look at this quality. Residing in a haunted house is a waste of your talent. The boss followed behind Chenji. He picked up a female student's head from the table. Initially, he had been afraid, but after he got used to it, he was slowly attracted by the bodiless heads. They were incredibly human-like. The girl's eyes seemed to be filled with emotions, and the normal dullness of a mannequin head was absent. You are indeed the best doll-maker I've seen. The boss studied the girl's face closely for a full minute before moving his gaze away. There seemed to be something on his mind. After some hesitation, he placed the girl's head back where it had been and tapped the busily working Chenji lightly on his shoulder. Brother, I came so early today also because I wish to discuss something with you. Brother, the boss, sudden change in attitude and term of endearment unsettled Chenji. Tell me if I can help, I will. Chenji was working on the design of the mannequin body. It's a deal that will benefit both of us. The boss picked out a name card from his pocket and gave it to Chenji. We should keep in contact with each other. Kyan Gaijin? Chenji did not know what the boss was up to. He was suddenly so friendly. After Chenji accepted the name card, the boss said mysteriously, Before this, my main focus was the design of mannequins for shops and parks, but with the advancement in technology, especially 3D imaging, the demand for mannequins has decreased. To keep the shop afloat, I've been considering changing to another field, but the shape and form of this industry has been fixed. A sudden or drastic change in field will be too difficult. It's going to be difficult in any field. My suggestion is for you to stick to what you know in case you lose even your capital. Chenji used clay to form a student's body and was wiping away the surface with a wet sponge. The force underneath his fingers was just right. The surface that he touched came alive like actual skin, smooth and slightly glossy. He did not pay much attention to Boss Kyan. He just wanted to finish the job as soon as possible and deliver them to the haunted house. That's what I thought before meeting you, but after meeting you, it's as if I've seen a ray of light through the mist. You have given me a brilliant direction. Boss Kyan stood beside Chenji. Looking at the mannequin heads with different expressions, he suddenly said, I have a brave idea. Mind getting me the 16th carving knife? Hey, do you mind paying some attention if this is successful? Perhaps our monthly income will be greater than what you earn in a whole year from the haunted house. Boss Kyan slammed his palms on the table and looked at Chenji seriously. The talk of money made Chenji stop working. I'm not one to be swayed by money, but I am interested in your idea. Small dolls won't get a high price, and large mannequins no longer have the market, so I plan to go into the high-end, personalized market. Boss Kyan picked up Chenji's mannequin head carefully. This is the first time I've seen such a realistic doll, and you're using a lesser quality material. If we get higher quality materials, does this mean you can make mannequins that are no different from actual humans? Theoretically, I suppose so, Chenji answered, conveniently skipping over the fact that he could make an actual living doll provided he had enough materials. That talent will be our road to riches. Boss Kyan took out his phone to look for some doll pictures. These adult sex dolls sold for 8,000 plus on the internet despite their rough quality. If we can provide to-scale dolls with perfect skin and features, the asking price will be over 5 digits. I have done the necessary research. The market is untapped and will remain that way for the next few years. Well, your idea definitely is brave. Chenji shook his head and continued to focus on his clay body. Just imagine the income. With your speed, we can easily make 20 of those in 3 days. That's 200 in a month. The market hasn't seen a mannequin of your quality before, so the initial price can be set at 15,000. Even with the most expensive materials, we'll gain 10,000 in profit. That's 2 million in a month. Why are you still so hung up over the haunted house? Boss Kyan had expected a far more enthusiastic response from Chenji. I will not do anything illegal. Making dolls according to the pictures provided by clients is a violation of privacy. Chenji knew that he was using the dollmaker's talent to make these mannequins. There were certain latent dangers, and he did not want to wake up to headlines like, sex dolls found responsible for young man's death. Why are you so stubborn? Boss Kyan started to berate Chenji. Every single one is a lonely island. Even married couples will have arguments, but dolls are different. In fact, I believe that many will choose to spend their lives with dolls if given the chance. There would be so much less pressure in life. No matter who it is, if you dump your problems on them, they will get annoyed, but a doll won't. Making dolls for these lonely souls hurts no one. In fact, you will be helping them seek a safe harbor in this lonely world. I feel like you're in the wrong field. You should go sell insurance instead. Chen-ji lowered his head to focus on the clay body. The world was not as innocent as the boss made it out to be. If his mannequins were mass-produced, things could get out of control, and he would definitely be involved. If there's a brave idea, then we have to give it a try. How about you make 2 dolls today? I will go around to promote them. If that doesn't work, then forget I said anything. There were those pictures on Boss Kyan's phone, so obviously he had come prepared. Boss Kyan, have you considered this situation? You're in bed with a doll, but after you fall asleep, the doll slowly opens its eyes. Why would a doll open its eyes? If you don't believe me, you can come experience it yourself at my haunted house. The mannequins I design are different from normal mannequins, and I mean more than their appearances. Chen-ji did not go into further detail. The boss felt like a nice person, just a little forward in his thinking. After listening to Chen-ji, Boss Kyan looked at the fake heads on the counter and he shivered. However, he did not give up. When you have thought it out, give me a call. Chen-ji finished the clay body and repeated the steps from yesterday. At 9 a.m., Chen-ji placed all the fake heads into 3 large paper boxes and called a taxi to drive them to New Century Park. The mannequin bodies will be ready tonight. This means that I can officially open Mu Yang High School for public visitation tomorrow morning. Chapter 127, Equipment Upgrade. The taxi stopped at the park entrance, and Chen-ji called Su-won to help him haul the boxes into the haunted house. Boss, what's inside these? They are so heavy. Mannequin heads, Chen-ji did not explain further. Don't open them if you're easily scared. Understood. After placing the boxes, Chen-ji had Su-won go to the dressing room to prepare herself while he stood at the entrance to sell tickets. With the opening of Mu Yang High School scenario tomorrow, I'll need to solve the issue of workers. If worst comes to worst, I can ask Director Luo to lend me a park worker to act as the ticket seller. A man who looked about 30 interrupted Chen-ji's thoughts. Mr. Chen, I've finally found you. Chen-ji was rarely addressed this way. He looked at the person. The man was wearing a casual suit and holding a black suitcase. He had a refreshing short hairstyle, a face full of smiles, and shining white teeth. You were looking for me. I haven't missed a single one of your live streams. They're too good. The man started with praise, but Chen-ji knew the quality of his live streams. His content was unique, but due to a lack of good recording devices, the live stream experience could still be improved. You're too kind. Chen-ji still had no idea what the man was there for. You're a viewer. I'm your loyal fan. Ever since your first video entered the Midnight Popular ranking, I have been following you. Later, when Qin Guang copied your content, it was me who posted your video on the forum, exposing his plagiarism. The man said that he was Chen-ji's loyal fan, but he was very calm, and the smile on his face was a professional smile. It felt more like he was in a negotiation than meeting his idol. Thank you. Chen-ji did not believe him fully, but the man did not seem hostile. At least he knew right from wrong. Since you're a fan, I'll give you a 50% discount for the ticket. I don't want to disturb your business. Why not let the visitors behind me go in first? He stepped aside to allow the people behind him to walk into the haunted house. When Chen-ji had dealt with the visitors and took a breather, the man moved forward to continue. I hear the people from Qin Guang's studio came to cause you trouble, but you managed to teach them a lesson. Those are just rumors. Qin Guang's people have no moral bottom line. They purposely sent 2 mental patients, and after they acted up inside the haunted house, they pretended to be the victims to slander my name. How shameless, Chen-ji hissed through gritted teeth. When the man heard him, his expression shifted. He added a smile but said, I also think they were trying to frame you. It was just a visit to a haunted house. Why would they end up in the hospital? They should have come up with a better excuse. They ended up in the hospital. Yes, they also promised that they would take revenge by sealing up all your recommendation channels, but were stopped by another studio. The man looked at Chen-ji with a wide grin like a fox waving his tail. After all, the platform belongs to everyone, not just Qin Guang. By then, Chen-ji had understood everything already. This man before him had come from this other studio. It looked like they had some bad history with Qin Guang's studio, or else they would not have sided with Chen-ji when they realized Qin Guang was conducting plagiarism. The viewership and recommendation channels for a platform were limited. If Qin Guang dominated all of them, it would cause a slow decline for the other creators. You're here to seek collaboration with me, right? How shall I refer to you? Chenji studied the suitcase in the man's hand, imagining it to be filled with money. Actually, I'm also a host. You can call me Liu Dao. Liu Dao, Chenji nodded. Then what kind collaboration do you propose? Lately, supernatural live streaming has achieved surprising popularity, and naturally we want a part of it as well, but our studio doesn't have the right candidate to spearhead such a project. Even if we focus all our resources on a selected host, the popularity won't be higher than Qin Guang's. Even though there is much to be desired about Qin Guang's work ethic, his live streams are interesting and funny, and the man is charismatic. So you came to find me. I don't think a normal guy like myself has more charisma than Qin Guang. That's where you're wrong. I've seen your live stream. Perhaps you don't notice this, but your live streams are different from most. Liu Dao dropped his smile and turned serious. With just one glance, people will normally be able to tell the live stream is fake, and this includes Qin Guang's live stream. It has the name of a supernatural live stream, but it was merely listening to the host make up stories. However, yours is different. The atmosphere and anxiety were pitched throughout the live stream like life-threatening danger was around every corner. The viewers would experience fear alongside you, and just with that point alone, I'm already mightily impressed. That's because it's all real. Chenji felt like even if he told the truth, Liu Dao would not have believed him. Perhaps I am a good actor. You're too humble. That feeling of dancing between life and death, that is something I haven't seen in professional actors. Liu Dao seemed to admire Chenji greatly. I feel like only your live stream has a chance of fighting Qin Guang. If you promise to cooperate with us, we will fight tooth and nail to help you gain more resources. Then what am I supposed to do? Contribution and reward were give and take. Chenji knew this well. We will find you locations that look scary and abandoned and set up the scene there. We will also design some scary features beforehand. You'll only need to conduct your livestream there and push some advertisement in your livestream room for our studio. Liu Dao was afraid that Chenji might reject him, and he pulled out a file from the black suitcase. The set needs to be prepared and the script as well. We will conduct a supernatural livestream every 10 days, and this aligns with Qin Guang's studio's schedule. Here, you can take a look at our selected set locations and the rundown for the script. These people are too conservative with their choices. Some of the sets are just next to a residential area, just a move of the camera and it'll be exposed. You think they're not suitable? Don't worry, I promise you that they're completely safe. All the set locations will be inspected beforehand, and during your live stream, we will assign an auto camera to follow you. You think these can beat Qin Guang? Chenji sighed sadly. He returned the file to Liu Dao. None of these sets are interesting and the scripts are too predictable. How about I give you my recommendation? What is it? Have you heard of the Third Sick Hall? Chenji turned on his phone and entered the name. Soon, many creepy, cruel, and insane headlines appeared on screen. I plan to go here for my next live stream. Liu Dao saw the articles that appeared on screen. The unfiltered pictures caused the man's Adam's apple to wiggle. He wiped the sweat off his forehead before saying, "You sure? Isn't this pushing it a bit too far?" Chapter 128, Stray Cat. Disappearance of the hospital director and patients. An anonymous letter claims that there are bodies left in the hospital. A changing bloody message, moaning from a closed room, who opened the locked doors at midnight. What have they seen to cause them to go crazy in one night? Who is the patient and who is the doctor? Screaming, cutting, sewing, the twisting of human nature, the hospital where the sun will never rise. Liu Dao only glanced at the headlines, but his heart started to race, and his breathing became uneven. Are you sure about this? Before he arrived, he had worried about Chenji rejecting him due to salary or location safety, so he had prepared many different proposals. He had come up with many different negotiation tactics, but after talking to Chenji, he realized that things were already out of his control from the beginning. The haunted house boss not only did not worry about safety, but also complained about their locations being too fake. He even had selected an abandoned hospital that sounded creepy from the internet searches alone. Is this person insane? Liu Dao grumbled internally as the smile froze on his face. Mr. Chen, the people from our studio might not be brave enough to enter the location that you selected. If you think the script is not suitable, we can still edit it. It's all right, Chenji waved him off. Thank you for your understanding. Shall we discuss the script? I don't need people to follow me. I can enter it alone. Have you misunderstood me? Liu Dao was covered in cold sweat. He formed his thoughts clearly before asking, "Do you really plan to livestream at this type of location alone at midnight? Is there a problem?" Looking at Chen Ji, Liu Dao felt like the proposals that he had spent days and nights preparing had all gone to waste. "No, of course not. Please take a look at the contract. If there's any request, do name them." He pulled out a temporary contract from the suitcase. Chen Ji skimmed through it. The contract was lax. This was their first cooperation, so it was just a trial, testing the waters. Chen Ji needed to promote Liu Dao's studio in his livestream room, and in return they would fight for more recommendations and exposure from the platform. "I've seen all of your live streams. The content is perfect, but the equipment is not that professional." Liu Dao opened the black suitcase again when Chen Ji was reading the contract. He placed it between them. "This is the live streaming equipment that we can lend you, namely a GoPro carry-on waterproof camera. It is normally used for shooting extreme sports like air gliding or deep-water diving. This beside it is the anti-slip chest bracket camera and arm camera. Then these are wireless earphones. When you're ready for the live stream, we will have professionals help you retransmit the footage, and you can look at the live stream through your own cell phone." Liu Dao introduced the items in the suitcase one by one. "I suggest you go and familiarize yourself with the equipment as soon as you can. Qin Guang's next livestream has not been announced yet, but it will definitely be within the next 3 days. We will set our livestream at the same time as him, and the result will be fully dependent on this crossfire." After all, this was going to be a battle with the most popular host on the platform, and Liu Dao had no confidence that they would win, so the contract he provided was temporary. It would be void after this first livestream. Avoiding risk was the nature of a business. Chen Ji understood that. After signing the contract, Chen Ji accepted the suitcase from Liu Dao. "When I confirm Qin Guang's livestream schedule, I'll contact you. Hopefully you'll be ready then." Liu Dao extended his hand toward Chen Ji. "Happy cooperation and be careful." After sending Liu Dao off, Chen Ji walked to the staff break room with the suitcase before returning to the front door to sell tickets. The sky suddenly started to darken, and at around 2 p.m. it started to rain. The rain chased away the few visitors the park had. Looking at the deserted New Century Park, Chen Ji did not feel so good. The number of visitors who came to the haunted house was slowly increasing, but the overall number of park visitor was dropping. If New Century Park was forced to close, his haunted house would be affected as well. The number of scenarios is not enough to use the haunted house to support the entire haunted house. Currently, New Century Park was still surviving because there was no competition in Jiujiang. But after the new park was built, the visitors would abandon New Century Park. "Boss, what's on your mind?" Su Wan came out with umbrella and stood beside Chen Ji. "Nothing really." Chen Ji turned to look at Su Wan. "Thank you for your work today. You can go home now. I need to go to the workshop to finish off the mannequins anyway." After cleaning the place, Chen Ji locked the haunted house and walked to the mannequin workshop. Before he reached the workshop, Chen Ji could see that Boss Kyan was squatting by the roadside talking to the hawker stall cook. "Why are you standing outside?" Boss Kyan saw that it was Chen Ji and stood up with some difficulty. "Brother, have you considered the high-end doll offer? I have a feeling you'll lead a revolution in the industry." Not interested, Chen Ji entered the workshop to focus on his work. "Just think about it. You could be the next king of adult sex dolls." What? All the mannequins were done by 9:30 p.m. The 24 headless mannequins stood in the workshop, creating a harrowing scene. "They're so realistic, it's like art. I'll leave them for the night and I'll come to take them tomorrow morning." Chen Ji patted Boss Kyan on his shoulder. "Watch only from afar and please don't touch them." After a few more words, Chen Ji left with his umbrella. He came out from the workshop and the rain was still pouring. "How am I supposed to drag 24 mannequins to the park? I should call Uncle Sue for help tomorrow." He opened the umbrella and walked down the street. The shops on both sides of the road were packing up their stuff. Several shop owners were calling their children home, and they were planning to close already. Chen Ji did not notice it until he passed a small alleyway, and he heard a child crying. He turned to look and saw several young boys tossing rocks and empty bottles toward a specific corner. One of the boys had scratched his finger, and as he cried, he picked up debris from the ground to toss it in the corner. The boss of the lottery ticket shop next door came out to yell, "Jia Ming, Jia Bao, stop playing. It's time to go home." "Dad, little brother was scratched by a stray cat," one of the boys screamed. "Scratched by a cat? Let me see." The man rushed into the alley. After some hesitation, Chen Ji followed. When the man saw the wound on his boy's finger, he hugged the crying boy and kept consoling him. When he saw his father, the boy cried even louder. Don't cry, Daddy will help you take revenge. Is it this cat that scratched you? He picked up a nearby brick and tossed it at the poor creature. The brick landed on flesh and a whimper could be heard. Chenji used his calf to block the brick. He stood in the middle of the alley looking at a broken paper box left in the corner. Inside the box was a white cat whose body was covered with bleeding wounds. The cat was fierce, its claws and teeth showing. Even though blood was flowing down its head, it still refused to leave the paper box. Why won't it run away? Chenji took one step forward and saw that there were 4 kittens inside the box, but all of them were no longer breathing. The chaos created by the boys littered the area around the box. However, inside the paper box was clean. What's the matter with you? The man grabbed a broom and pushed Chenji aside. Move it. His calf was still hurting. When the man pushed him, it felt like something had come over Chenji. He grabbed the man's arm and toppled him over. With his hand on the man's head, he pressed his face into the muddy ground. His pupils narrowed to become incredibly scary. It felt like it was a gaze from beyond the grave. Yin-yang vision. The man tried to struggle initially, but when he saw Chenji's face, a chill covered his entire body. Even his teeth were chattering. Chill, we can talk this out. The man tossed the broom aside. With his face pressed into the ground, he said in a shaking voice, There are surveillance cameras all over the area. A stray cat is not worth it. I'll leave immediately. Chenji released his grip on the man, as his gaze slowly returned to normal. Jiaming Jai Bao. The man jogged off in a hurry, and the boys quickly followed after him. Peace returned to the back alley. Chenji glanced at the broken paper box in the corner. He was about to walk closer when the injured white car arced its body and lowered its ears. Its eyes narrowed into slits as if it was about to attack. It was afraid and cautious of any living humans. Chenji slowly bent down. He did not do anything that might make the cat feel threatened. Instead, he opened the umbrella and placed it over the paper box. Chapter 129, The Cat That Can See Them. Dark clouds hung low in the sky, and the rain drenched Chenji's jacket. He squatted before the cat, his mind a mess. Earlier, he had seen fear on the man's face. Normally, shouldn't the party with the weapon have resisted instead of surrendering so easily? There was such a change to the boss' attitude, and this made Chenji wonder what had he seen. When I gripped him earlier, there was a chill radiating from the eye. That should be the yin-yang vision in effect. The description the black phone provided on the yin-yang vision was very vague, and Zhang Yu had even blown half of the mirror monster's body into his eyes. Yin-yang vision seemed to have evolved, but what was the effect of the evolution? Chenji could not really tell for sure. I acted almost instinctually earlier. It's probably caused by the pent-up stress from all the things that have happened recently. Ever since obtaining the black phone, Chenji had not had a good rest. He spent his days either completing daily missions or the more dangerous trial missions. However, they came with rewards. At least number of visitors and reviews for the haunted house had increased. After staying for a while longer in the alley, Chenji realized the white cat still refused to let him get near. He did not force it. He found a nearby spot to hide from the rain and planned to leave after the rain receded. He waited for 10 minutes, but the rain still showed no sign of slowing down. Chenji used the flashlight in his phone to shine at the corner. In the darkened alley, the ground had started to get flooded. The paper box was soaked, and a huge hole was forming at the bottom. Chenji walked forward to take a look. The injured white cat could not hold on any longer. It was already lying down alongside the 4 kittens whose bodies had already gone cold. I can't just leave it to die, can I? Chenji removed his jacket to wrap it around the cats and ran to catch a cab to rush to the nearest pet store. 10 minutes later, Chenji arrived at his destination, and a girl in uniform was locking up the place. Wait a minute. Chenji did not even open his umbrella and rushed directly toward the girl. I'm sorry, but we're closed. Come back tomorrow. The woman saw Chenji, and she took an involuntary step back to maintain a safe distance. This cat won't be able to wait until tomorrow. Money is not a problem. Please save it. The rain had soaked Chenji's clothes, and he looked rather worse for wear. The woman looked at Chenji's arms. The white cat was covered with mud, and a long wound ran down its face. A stray cat. Yes. Stray cats are naturally wild and will often lash out at humans. It seems like these injuries were human-made, probably because it had hurt someone. Are you sure you want to save it? Yes, Chenji confirmed. A few boys probably killed the kittens, and the cat kept its vigil beside the kittens despite the barrage of broken bottles and bricks. It was horrible. If you insist on saving it, come in. The woman unlocked the door and accepted the jacket from Chenji. The 4 kittens cannot be saved, but if you want to keep this cat, I suggest you bury the kittens beside your house. Okay, Chenji glanced at the woman's name tag. She was the owner of the pet store. Her name was Zhao Wen. She started nursing the white cat's wound after they entered the store. Chenji sat in the store, staring at the cats and dogs in the cages. Weirdly enough, after Chenji entered the pet store, all the animals became curiously quiet. Is it something on me, or is it because of Zhang Ya? Chenji wandered to a nearby cage. The cat inside it was huddled in the corner, curled up in a ball. With this comparison, Chenji was even more impressed by the white cat. When he first approached the white cat, it did not show fear but gnashed its teeth, looking like it was trying to fight to the death with Chenji. This stray cat might bring me some surprises. The young man in Hai Ming Apartments, room 302, had told Chenji that the weakness of the mirror monster was cats, so this was one of the reasons Chenji had decided to keep the white cat. Zhao Wen came out hugging the white cat when it was around 11 p.m. She also held a small basket in her hands. Inside it lay the 4 kittens. I'm quite surprised at how pretty the cat is. Unfortunately, the gash on its face cannot be removed, or it would be prettier. Chenji could not even recognize the snow-white cat Zhao Wen was holding. Its fur was soft and luscious. However, the key feature of the cat was its eyes, red and blue. Why would the original owner abandon such a pretty cat? Chenji thought the cat was pretty as well. I'm not trying to scare you, but it is not a good practice to adopt stray cats, especially one like this who looks like it came from a good line and background. The original owner abandoned it probably because of some taboo or something bad that happened. Zhao Wen passed the cat to Chenji. In any case, now that you're its owner, you have to be responsible. There are plenty of small wounds on its body. Remember to check them daily for infections. After paying, Chenji returned to New Century Park with the cat and kittens. This will be your home in the future. Chenji only opened the gate when the originally sedated suddenly perked its ears up. Such a reaction before even entering the haunted house. This cat might really be useful to me. Chenji placed the white cat at the door and walked into the haunted house with the basket of kittens. The cat howled for a long time before following unwillingly. Chenji wanted to give this cat a try, so he led it around several scenarios. The white cat acted normally inside the Minghun, Murder by Midnight, and Night of the Living Dead scenarios. However, when Chenji pulled the wooden boards back to enter the Mu Yang High School scenario, the fur on the white cat stood on end as it jumped on the steps leading downwards to block Chenji. Mu Yang High School's mission hasn't been completed yet. It might still hide more secrets. Chenji had no idea what the white cat had sensed, but the fact that it had blocked him meant that Chenji was not wrong to have saved it. Closing the board, Chenji went over to hug the cat, but the cat jumped away. It seemed to despise human contact. Carrying the basket, Chenji returned to the staff break room, and the white cat followed. It was not until Chenji closed the door that it calmed down. The white cat jumped onto the chair and spotted Xiaoxiao, who was hiding underneath the table. Such a mischievous thing, you? Chenji pulled Xiaoxiao out from underneath the table. He waved Xiaoxiao before the cat, saying, "This is our friend, so don't hurt her." The white cat did not react in any way. Perhaps it was because the enemy was too weak, so it was not even interested. At the very least, Xiaoxiao is a baleful specter, but she was ignored so completely by the cat. Chenji rubbed Xiaoxiao's head, feeling weirdly sorry for her. Chapter 130, Welcome to Mu Yang High School. Chenji placed Xiaoxiao on the table. This naughty ragdoll who always tried to sneak out was surprisingly well-behaved. Chenji could sense fear from her. Xiaoxiao had not shown that emotion when facing the mirror monster. Is the cat too special or Xiaoxiao too weak? Curled up on the chair, the white car looked at the 4 kittens in the basket. It did not seem to be concerned about anything else. Since I've decided to adopt it, I should give it a name. I can't call it White Cat forever. This was the first time in his life that Chenji had adopted a pet. He sat down on the floor and studied the white cat. We met at night in the middle of a rain, so how about I call you Night Rain? The cat did not move, but Chenji could sense its displeasure. Well, if you don't like such a pretentious name, how about Fortune? You know, for good luck. The white cat turned its head away like it did not want to have Chenji in its view. Still do like it? You're completely white, so how about snow, milky, rice? Perhaps because Chenji was physically too close, giving off a threatening aura to the cat, it gnashed its teeth. Its whiskers flickered and the wound on its face started to bleed again. Christ, you sure are wild. Other people's cats were all cute and cuddly, but this one was as wild as a tiger. Chenji looked at the scary wound on the cat's face, and he moved cautiously backwards. You're not one bit like a cat, more like a tiger. How about I just call you White Tiger? Chenji then realized how weird it was to call a cat the name of a different animal. He was about to change it when the white cat on the chair suddenly stood up. With its ears perked up, it jumped down from the chair and clawed at the break room's door madly. What's going on? The cat was acting strangely. It seemed desperate to leave. Chenji noticed this and quickly opened the door. It didn't even act like this when we were in Muyang High School. It must have sensed something. After the cat exited the room, it headed right for the first-floor bathroom, its claw leaving a deep scar on the wooden door. First-floor bathroom? Chenji's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at the time. It was midnight. The mirror, he rushed in behind the cat and pulled the black cloth off. Inside the mirror, the red door had appeared punctually, but this time, there was some notable difference. Blood-red liquid seeped out from the sides, and the door in the mirror shook every few seconds like someone was pushing it from the other side. Chenji did not dare act too rashly. He turned back to look at the door in the real world. The door in the real world and the mirror shook at the same time. At midnight every night, this normal-looking door seemed to become the link between the two worlds. There's someone behind the door? Chenji grabbed the nearby mop nervously as his eyes focused on the dancing lock. He was relieved that he had remembered to lock the door last time, or else the thing would have entered the haunted house already. The force of the shaking grew. The only thing Chenji could do then was wait for 1 minute to be over. He did not want to provoke the monster behind the door, and he had no interest in knowing what it was. He just wanted to manage his haunted house in peace. The door lock wiggled violently. It felt like it would not hold on for long. Chenji gripped the mop tightly, preparing for war. The white cat lowered its head and arched its back, ready to pounce. Nothing scary happened. 1 minute later, the bloody door in the mirror disappeared, and the door in real life returned to normal. Everything's fine now. Both Chenji and the white cat sighed in relief. Interestingly enough, the white cat seemed to glare unsatisfactorily at Chenji as if it was saying, "I've been here less than an hour, and you have given me 2 scares already. Is this any place for a cat to live?" "You dare to glare at me?" Chenji was about to hug the cat when it jumped out from his arms and rushed back to the staff break room. Didn't even allow me to touch. Such a cold-hearted cat. Chenji stood in the bathroom alone. He found the key and opened the cubicle door to peer in. The door on the other side showed signs of being rammed into, and the lock had become loose. Looks like I'll need to find a sturdier door. Chenji considered breaking the door directly, but he was afraid that even after he broke down everything, the door would still remain. When the door appeared for the first time, there was nothing wrong. When it appeared for the second time, there were weird noises coming from behind the door like a body being dragged. This is the third time, and someone was trying to burst through the door. Chenji placed the black cloth over the mirror. He looked at the covered mirror and commented internally, "My parents once said that the door of the third sick hall has been opened again. Could the door they mentioned be similar to the door in this bathroom? Has the third sick hall become a lair for these monsters?" No one could answer Chenji's question, and he could only rely on himself. Chenji went to the props room to grab some wooden boards to increase the door's stability. When he was done, it was already 1 a.m. "I need to go to sleep, because I need to go get the mannequins early tomorrow morning." He grabbed a quilt to place beside the white cat while he climbed into bed to sleep. Chenji was woken up by the alarm at 7 a.m. The white cat woke up alongside him. The white cat was on high alert. The smallest commotion would cause it to tense up. "It's time to work." Chenji called Uncle Sue to borrow the park's lorry to haul the mannequin's body from the workshop. The white cat guarded the basket. Chenji could not get near the 4 dead kittens, so he left them be for now. After 2 trips, Chenji finally brought all the mannequin bodies back to the haunted house. The corridor was filled with headless bodies. Uncle Sue only took a glance at it before escaping with a random excuse. "Are they that scary?" Chenji pulled open the wooden boards. He marked the heads and the bodies before screwing them together. Then he moved them into Muyang High School scenario. After placing them in the sealed classroom, Chenji put the clothes on the mannequins one by one. When he put the clothes on the last mannequin, he felt the black phone vibrate. Completed 2-star scenario, Muyang High School's hidden missions. Finished building the bodies for the 24 spirits in the sealed classroom. Congratulations for obtaining the mission rewards, the returners' goodwill. You can now give them simple instructions through the phone. Warning, once the lingering spirit leaves the scenario, they will go berserk. Please be careful. All the hidden missions in Muyang High School had been completed. The 2-star scenario could be officially opened. Should I call Hisan to give him a free go? The child might say he doesn't like it, but I think that he's enjoyed himself every time. Chapter 131, I Know What I'm Doing. Chapter 131, I Know What I'm Doing. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. The dolls created using the dollmaker's talent looked incredibly creepy. With 24 dolls inside the sealed classroom, either standing or sitting, even Chenji did not have the heart to stay for too long. I must not release Mu Yang High School's scenario to the public easily. If these 24 lingering spirits go mad, they will probably scare someone to death. Chenji had created all the mannequins himself, so he could acutely feel the change that happened to these mannequins after the school uniforms were put on them. It felt as if all the mannequins had acquired a soul, like the things that stood before him were not props but actual people. Due to limitation in budget and workers, rarely would a haunted house place more than 10 actors in the same scenario. The lack of help was also something that Chenji had been worried about, but now this problem had been easily solved. A small scenario alone had 24 professional actors. Now that was a high-end haunted house. Gosh, even I am getting excited about this. This 2-star Mu Yang High School scenario might be able to help me make the haunted house a household name. After finishing the arrangement of the sealed classroom, Chenji placed the student name tags that littered the lectern inside the paper box. There is no exit inside Mu Yang High School, and there is only one entrance. The original plan of finding the escape is no longer usable. I will need to come up with a new rule for the game. Chenji narrowed his eyes before coming up with the solution. He could go around Mu Yang High School scenario to hide the 24 name tags in various corners. To clear the game, the visitors will have to find all 24 name tags in under 20 minutes. The winners will get a full refund of their tickets on top of a cash prize. This way it will provide incentive for visitors to enter the haunted house and will also increase the fun factor and interactivity. Chenji's haunted house was rapidly expanding. He had been trying to figure out ways to make his haunted house more inviting and interesting. This treasure hunt for the name tags was, for Chenji, worthy of a trial run. I will need to include more interesting elements in the future. The aim is not to create a scary haunted house, but a whole park themed around scares and horror. When Chenji was hiding the name tags, he realized that Mu Yang High School's scenario had grown bigger. There was a new junction at the end of the corridor. There were an additional 3 adjacent old-looking rooms. There were room numbers hanging on the doors, 302, 303, 304. The room of 3 one-star trial mission had unlocked 3 new rooms beside Mu Yang High School. They merged perfectly together, but the corridors did appear to be much narrower. All the scary scenarios will expand close to each other. Eventually, the whole underground parking lot will be filled with my scenarios. The routes will overlap with each other, thus making an actual maze of terror. Chenji retraced his steps and returned to the haunted house's first floor. He fixed his dusty outfit, exited the haunted house, and opened the gate. The sun shone warmly on his skin. It was a good day to go out to play and enjoy the weather. Suwan arrived at the haunted house at around 9 a.m. Chenji had her go and prepare her makeup before sending her into the Minghun scenario. As the number of visitors increased, Chenji's haunted house became the only attraction at New Century Park that required the visitors to line up. To smoothen the process, Chenji gave Uncle Su a call, asking him to assign a free worker to come help him sell tickets. Who would have thought that, after a while, it was Uncle Su himself who came? There are not many free workers to go around, and since I am free, I came to help. Do you need me to go inside this ticket counter to sell ticket? No need, just do it whichever way is most comfortable to you. After leaving the ticket sales to Uncle Su, Chenji returned to the staff break room. He pulled out a wooden broad and used fake blood to write down the introduction and game rules for Mu Yang High School on it. When he exited the haunted house with the wooden board, there was a contained commotion among the crowd. A new scary scenario to experience. This introduction sure is creepy. A school horror story, this I like. The crowd's attention was attracted immediately. Since the ticket price was the same, the few who stood at the front of the line all requested to experience the new scenario. Everyone, please listen to me. Chenji placed the wooden board upwards by the door. This new scenario is very scary. Inside, we have professional actors and the nation's top equipment as well as props. When I offered this scenario for a trial run, a set of workers from a horror studio accepted the challenge. They attempted to plagiarize my content by videotaping it, but they accidentally captured something incredibly scary. In fact, the 2 that went in to experience the scenario are still in hospital. Uncle Su, who stood to the side, did not know what to say, seeing Chenji list this dark history so proudly. He could not understand what there was to be proud about scaring people to their death. Tell us what they have captured on film. You think we are that gullible to believe people might get sent to the hospital from a visit to the haunted house? Boss, don't waste your breath. We are playing this scenario. If I do not enter this scenario today, I am not a man. After the visitors settled down, Chen-ji continued. The reason I brought this up is because I wish to tell all of you that this scenario is not open to everyone. Only those who have completed the earlier scenarios can enter this one. Chen-ji's meaning was clear. To enter Mu-Yang High School, they either had to finish Ming-hun or murder by midnight scenario first. Delineating the scenarios according to their scream factors was something he had decided from the very beginning. This is daylight robbery. The moment Chen-ji announced the new policy, there was instantly the sound of protest. Entering every one of your scenarios requires us to purchase a new ticket. If this is not forced expenditure, I do not know what is. Has the success gotten to your head? I came because of the good online review, but what you are doing is incredibly immoral. So many rules to visit a haunted house, I will just give up. Now are you happy? Chen-ji had expected this type of reaction from the crowd. When the visitors had their say, Chen-ji slapped the wooden board and said, Trust me, I do not intend to cheat you out of your money. The ticket price of only 20 is the best proof. To prove my sincerity, how about we have a bet? He took out the reward money that he had not used yet and placed it beside the wooden board. This here is 20,000 in cash. I have hidden 24 student name tags inside the Mu-Yang High School scenario. If any of you can find all 24 name tags in under 20 minutes, this 20,000 is yours. Ticket price is only 20, but reward is 20,000. That's almost a 100,000% increase. How do we know how many name tags you have actually hidden inside the scenario? What if you have only hidden 23 name tags? Doesn't that mean no one will win the reward? A visitor pointed out this valid question. Chen-ji was too lazy to argue, so he merely said, If any one of you can walk out of the scenario normally, I will answer your question. The 24 name tags were hidden in extremely secluded places, and a few were hidden in places that people would least expect. Such conceit. Why is that even though I know this is a cheap trick, I still have the urge to give it a try? Let me. The atmosphere was thus brought up to a boiling point. Chen-ji asked Uncle Sue to look after the money for him. Today marks the first day a new scenario and a new rule are officially put into use. Due to a lack of promotion, many people still do not know this yet, so just for today, the new scenario is open for all. There is no need for you to go through the previous scenarios first. I have already stated the reward that awaits the winner. Only one person can enter at a time, and everyone can only experience it once. The placement of the name tags will be changed each day. All right, who wishes to come forward to take this 20,000? Earlier, everyone had been incredibly noisy, but when Chen-ji officially extended the invitation to the crowd, they looked at each other, but none dared step forward. Chen-ji scanned the crowd and realized that there was a group of 6 at the end of the line huddled together like they were discussing something. After a while, 5 of them came toward him. Boss, we do not want to challenge the game, we just want to visit the scenario. Can the 5 of us enter at the same time? The leading young man asked Chen-ji. The 6 of them had obviously come together. 5 of them were going to scout the new scenario, and after obtaining all the necessary information, the 6th would come forward to accept the challenge and find all the name tags with the information provided by the 5. Chen-ji knew what they were up to. The 6 of them were trying to cheat the system, but he did not seem to mind it. Sure, all 5 of you can enter together, but I have to remind you, please do not use your phone to take pictures or videos inside the haunted house because they might scare our friends from the other side. 5 of us, so here is 100, the young man said with a smile. He did not pay Chen-ji's advice any attention. After accepting the money, Chen-ji flashed the 5 visitors a professional smile before saying, Thank you. Now please come with me. Chen-ji's smile was quite comforting. The 5 visitors did not think too much of it, but next to them, Uncle Sue shivered involuntarily, and after some contemplation, decided to walk over to stop Chen-ji. He whispered into Chen-ji's ear, These are normal visitors. They have no history with us. You have to be careful. Please try to make sure everything is safe and sound. Uncle Sue, do not worry. I know what I am doing. Chen-ji pushed Uncle Sue gently aside. However, the park manager was made anxious by this promise that he made. Who are you trying to kid? That was what you said the last time, and those 2 poor children are still lying at the hospital. That one by the name of Fei Yuliang can be heard screaming every midnight. He does not stop asking who his wife will be, and almost everyone at the hospital knows about him. Chapter 132, Uncle Sue Has a Point. Uncle Sue was worried about Chenji. We will let the visitors enter happily and then escort them out safely. What is so bad about that? Okay, don't worry, everything is within my control. With Uncle Sue's repeated advice, Chenji led the 5 visitors to the underground parking lot. Please sign these disclaimers first. Chenji passed a few copies to the visitors. All the notes and warnings are written there. Feel free to browse through them. This is quite official. The leading young man signed the agreement without even reading it. His name was Wang Heilong. He was about 1.85 meters tall and roughly the same age as Chenji. Boss, will you renege on the promise of the reward money? If someone really manages to find all 24 name tags, will you give him the money? There was a slightly shorter man standing next to Wang Heilong. They appeared to be siblings. His name was Wang Wenlong, but their personalities seemed to differ. Of course, where would I be today without honoring my promises? Chenji replied with a professional smile. 20,000 one person, 24 name tags. Since we have 5 people, if we manage to find all the name tags, can you give us 4,000 each? The person who spoke was Wang Heilong's girlfriend. She wore a thin shirt and hot pants. The buttons of her shirt were not tight, and there was a fluttering butterfly tattooed on her collarbone. The girl's name was Du Minglu, a pretty girl but horrible handwriting. Why not? The aim is to have fun. If you can manage to find all the name tags in 20 minutes, you'll each get not a penny less than 4,000. Chenji continued to smile. Wang Heilong dropped the pen and promised, Nice, I'll definitely call my brothers to come support you next time. Then I shall thank you in advance. Such a kind visitor, Chenji was touched. After signing the agreement, please come with me. A word of advice, don't stay too long in the sealed classroom. The group walked to the end of the corridor and Chenji pulled the boards away. There are many rumors about the abandoned school. Whether you believe them or not, be careful. Remember, no cameras when you're inside. You'll be responsible for the consequences. It's underground. The 5 looked at the dim tunnel, which felt like someone was walking on it. F***CK, what was that? The fatty who had not spoken suddenly screamed as he staggered back. He had a beer belly and beady eyes. He did not seem to be that courageous. Pei-Hu, you're scared before we've even gone in? Wang Heilong grabbed Pei-Hu's bouncy arm. It's all fake. If you're that scared, hide behind Meili. Stop whining. Are you going in or not? This time it was the other woman who spoke. She had a perpetual frown on her face and was short in stature. Even though she already tried her best, standing beside Minglu, she was like a green leaf accompanying the bright flower. Chenji glanced at her agreement. This girl's name was Zia Meili. What's the hurry? Wang Heilong winked at Chenji. Boss, remember to start the countdown only after we're in the tunnel. Sure, Chenji took out his phone to prepare. After the 5 visitors entered the tunnel, he closed the boards and put his phone away. Countdown, what was that? If they could walk out on their 2 legs, it was already good enough. Inside the dressing room, Chenji put on Dr. Skullcracker's outside and skin mask before going to the control room. He looked at the list of background music and decided against putting Black Friday on a loop. Uncle Sue is right. We're in the service industry. We should put our customer first. He moved the cursor to lower the volume and added Wedding Dress to the playlist. Listening to the same music again and again will bore the visitors. What? The boards above their heads were sealed. The 5 visitors stood in the dim corridor looking at the half-opened classroom doors as shuffling noises drifted into their ears. This place is huge. Pei-Hu nudged backwards to stand beside Meili. Isn't that a given? How else was he going to hide so many name tags? The boss isn't dumb. The slenderest man among them, Wang Wenlong, took the first step. Let's get moving. 5 of us should be able to find all 24 name tags. After we win the 4,000, we shall go for hot pot and karaoke. Since we're already here, let's finish this. My little brother is right. Wang Heilong took large strides. When he passed the first classroom door, he stopped. This sudden movement spooked the others. Heilong, what have you seen? Du Minglu whispered. Look at yourselves. What is there to be afraid of? He kicked the classroom door open, and the name tag that sat on the doorframe fell to the ground. This is easy. He picked up the name tag, and a girl's name was written on it, Chen Yalan. This name tag was placed at such a conspicuous location. It's probably to help us recognize the shape and size of the name tags. Wang Wenlong took the name tag and gave it a look. Every name tag should have a student's name then. The edges are yellowed. This looks old and wouldn't be easy to replicate. What has that got to do with us? We've been in here less than 10 seconds and we've already found one. As long as we're not afraid, finding the remaining 23 should be easy. Wang Heilong took the name tag back and continued moving forward. The easy success also relaxed the remaining members. Wind made the blank test papers that littered Mu Yang High School flutter. None of them realized that even though all of them were wearing shoes, there were fuzzy bare footprints that appeared on the papers. The temperature lowered, and in the darkened corridor, a creepy children's lullaby began to play. It sounded like crying and laughing all rolled into one. The atmosphere turned weird, and there seemed to be something hiding inside the classrooms on both sides. It was as if pairs of eyes were looking at them in the dark. There's nothing to be afraid of, but how come I feel weirdly unsettled? The five separated to find the name tags faster. Zia Meili and Wang Wenlong went into the classroom on the left-hand side to search, while the rest searched the ones on the right. They searched a few rooms but came up with nothing. This boss is smarter than we gave him credit. Let's move forward, we cannot waste any more time. Wang Heilong walked at the forefront. When he passed the sealed classroom, he halted. What's wrong, Brother Long? Did you discover another name tag? Pei Hu turned his head in the direction Wang Heilong was looking. He only took a glance, and a chill surged through his body. There was someone standing by the classroom window, and he appeared to be smiling. The scariest part was, behind him, there were 20 more mannequins who were sitting or standing in the classroom. Their bodies did not move, but their necks were twisted in weird angles, and all of them were turning to smile at the visitors outside the window. Chapter 133, Nightmare Difficulty. The blanched Pei Hu staggered back a few steps before he stabilized himself. Are you all right? What happened? Wang Wenlong and Zia Meili behind them rushed over immediately. Don't mind him, it's nothing. Wang Heilong's legs were shaking, and his face was slightly twitching, but he forced himself to appear calm. It's just a bunch of mannequins. Even though they were mentally prepared, the other three still got quite a shock when they looked into the classroom. The sudden appearance of 20 or so mannequins was scary enough, but to have them all looking in the same direction, with some of their necks twisted 180 degrees, who would be able to prepare for a sight like that? I was wondering why the previous classrooms weren't scary. It was to prepare for this surprise. Wang Wenlong was probably the most collected of them all. He turned on his phone to use the flashlight. Wenlong, the boss, said to not use the phone inside the scenario, Zia Meili warned. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. As Wang Wenlong directed the flashlight into the sealed classroom, the light reflected on the mannequins' shiny bodies. Should be all mannequins. None of them blinked when the light hit their eyes. Wait, I saw name tags. There are 2 of them. Where? Hanging on the mannequin's uniform? Wang Wenlong pointed his flashlight, and everyone turned to look. The mannequin in the middle of the classroom had a name tag hanging on its uniform's lapel, while the other name tag was on the innermost table. To obtain these 2 name tags, one had to move through the rows of mannequins. This boss sure is immoral. Thankfully, all 5 of us came in. If we followed his rules and came in to find the name tags alone, of course, that person would be scared witless. Fine, time to stop praising others and lowering our own morale. Wang Heilong walked back and forth several times until his legs did not feel that numb anymore. There's still time. There should be more than 2 name tags inside this classroom. We not only have to go in, but we also need to search the place carefully to find all of the name tags. Brother Long, please think about it. There's no reason to put our lives on the line for 4,000. Pei Hu still had not recovered from the scare earlier, and his brain was still a muddled mess. Is it as serious as you're making it out to be? Stop talking nonsense, come here. Wang Heilong dragged Pei Hu to the entrance of the sealed classroom. Why do I need to enter first? Pei Hu showcased his survival instinct. I'm afraid that you'll leave us behind if I don't watch over you. Wang Heilong shoved Pei Hu into the room and turned around to tell Du Minglu and Zia Meili. The 3 of us guys will go in first. If anything happens, come in to get us. Okay, be careful. It'll be fine. Didn't Wenlong say it just now? They're all mannequins. Wang Heilong and Wenlong also entered the classroom. The 3 of them stood at the lectern and looked over the classroom. Goosebumps instantly formed on their skin. This is just wonderful. The mannequins have taken up all the space. There's not even room for us to move. Pei Hu, since you're so scared, you go and take the name tag in the middle of the room. Wenlong, you check the drawers, and I'll go and grab the furthest name tag. Wang Heilong acted like a real big brother. Even though Pei Hu did not feel that satisfied, there was nothing he could do about it. Before getting down from the lectern, Pei Hu jumped back again. Brother Long, these mannequins look weird. Their eyes seem to move. Would it kill you to be a little bit quiet? Wang Heilong was also made anxious by Pei Hu. This is called the uncanny valley effect. Things that are too similar to humans will naturally elicit a negative reaction. Wang Wenlong explained, but he did not seem to buy his own explanation. Both of you be quiet. The boss has already started the countdown, and we need to find all the name tags in 20 minutes to win. Stop wasting time. Wang Heilong forced himself to walk toward the innermost table. Brother Long, don't be angry. Pei Hu moved toward the middle table with some hesitation. Due to his large size, when he got down from the lectern, his stomach knocked into a nearby standing mannequin, causing it to move. The person who designed this haunted house must have experienced some kind of trauma to be able to come up with something as sick as this, Pei Hu grumbled, but before he finished, he suddenly felt someone knock into his back. Wenlong. He turned to look, and Wang Wenlong was several meters away from him. Who touched me? He looked around before his gaze fell on the mannequin that was still trembling. The mannequin was very lifelike. If one did not take a closer look, one would be prone to believe it was a real person. This mannequin touched me. Pei Hu shivered. He did not dare stay to find out and hurried to the centermost table. It was a girl who sat at the table. Her uniform was different from the others and was drenched in blood like something horrible had happened to her at the last moment of her life. Pei Hu stared at the name tag on the lapel and took a deep breath before reaching for it. When his fingertip was about to touch the girl's neck, the head that was turned toward the window suddenly moved. F***ck me. Pei Hu instantly pulled his hand back like he had been shocked by electricity. It really moved. Could this be a real person? He looked around. Wang Heilong was still moving toward the innermost table, and Wang Wenlong was near him. His friends were close, and this gave Pei Hu some degree of courage. He reached out once more and finally grabbed the name tag. I did it. Even though it was not anything impressive, Pei Hu felt incredibly happy. However, when he was about to retract his hand, he realized that someone had strung a piece of string around the name tag, and the string was tied to a noose around the girl's neck. F***ck? Is this really necessary? He felt like cleaving the boss in two then. He gripped the name tag and moved around the mannequin. The classroom was dark, so he needed light to undo the knot. He took out his phone for light and bent down to get close to the girl. When the phone's light hit the girl's face, the mannequin's expression shifted, but Pei Hu did not notice that. Holding the phone in his hand, he stood behind the girl and had his head lowered to focus on the knot. However, as he was fully focused, he heard Wang Wenlong suddenly take a deep breath and whisper, "This is weird. How come I feel like this mannequin has been following me?" You're probably overthinking it. Pei Hu, who found progress with his objective, laughed. He wanted to turn back to continue undoing the knot when he suddenly realized that the girl sitting before him had turned her head around, and the two faces, one living and one inanimate, were only half a finger away from each other. Chapter 134, Brother Long cried. The young face was covered with purplish bruises. She had a pair of dancing eyes and thin lips. She looked gorgeous when she smiled. This was the first time Pei Hu had been in such close contact with a girl. Looking at the head that had twisted 180 degrees, his mind was blank. What is happening? I wasn't rejected and I didn't give up from fear. These two things should bring me more happiness. It should be a dreamlike happiness waiting for me, but why? Why did everything change? The head that sat on the mannequin's shoulders at impossible angle blinked lightly, and the clear skin turned black and blue as if from asphyxiation. Looking at the protruding set of eyes, Pei Hu's entire person was shocked beyond belief. Help! A shrill male voice echoed throughout Mu Yang High School as Pei Hu gripped the name tag and ran out of the classroom. The name tag was tied to the mannequin's neck, so the mannequin was dragged along with him. The tables in the room were messed up, and all the mannequins started to move. Pei Hu dashed toward the entrance like his life depended on it. The huge commotion startled Wang Wenlong, who thought the mannequin was following him, and without a second word, he headed for the door as well. They neared the classroom door, one running at the front, the other at the back. Poor Wang Heilong was still moving toward the innermost table. The whole room of mannequins was toppled, heads flying everywhere and limbs collapsing. It felt like they had all come to life. F***ck, what's happening? Brother Long, who cowered in the corner of the classroom, felt like he had entered hell. This scene was one that he would not forget for life. Wait for me. He grabbed the name tag that was left on the table and half-crawled his way through the maze of mannequins. Before he got out, he heard Pei Hu scream, "Don't follow me, don't follow me." Pei Hu had forgotten that the name tag in his hand was tied to the mannequin's neck. In his panic, he had dragged the mannequin along with him to the door. Stop chasing me. He felt like something was collapsed onto his back. When he exited the classroom, without a second though, he slammed the door shut behind him. F***ck, wait for me. Brother Long's face was twisted in anger. Unable to stop the momentum of his full-speed sprint, he rammed into the door. He collapsed onto the floor and the mannequin heads rolled around on the floor. He realized a roomful of eyes was staring at him. Various mannequin faces flickered before Wang Heilong's eyes. He felt the energy draining out of him. His body was frozen solid, and there were tears in his eyes. Pei Hu, you damnable F***seeker. Outside the sealed classroom, Pei Hu and Wang Wenlong were leaning against the wall, gasping for air. That was hella scary. This classroom is definitely cursed. The mannequin moved. She winked at me. Pei Hu, behind you. Look behind you. The two girls screamed together. Pei Hu turned around and saw that the girl mannequin was hanging on his back. He shivered from fear and hurriedly extricated himself from the mannequin before tossing it down the corridor. The mannequin slammed against the floor, and the beautiful head detached itself from the body. The face with a curious smile rolled before it stopped at the corner of the corridor. It was this mannequin that smiled at me earlier. I didn't think it would follow me, Pei Hu groused weakly. How about we just surrender now? This haunted house is too much. No wonder the boss is offering a 20,000 reward. No one will be able to win. You want to give up after 4 minutes? Have you no shame? Wang Wenlong complained. The classroom should be the hardest scenario. We have found the name tags inside, so the rest should be easy. If you want to stay, go ahead. I'm leaving. Wait, Du Minglu looked into the classroom before asking. There are only the two of you. Where is Brother Long? Brother Long? Pei Hu and Wang Wenlong looked around and their faces dropped. He should be still inside. The two of them opened the classroom door quickly. Brother Long was collapsed next to the lectern, and there were tear stains on his cheeks. Brother Long, why are you still inside? His lips were slightly purple. When he heard this question, Brother Long almost blew his top off. You two still have the face to ask me that question? I also want to know why I was left in here. Quick, come and pull me up. After a few attempts, Wang Heilong finally found his footing. He cracked his knuckles to work some warmth into them. Brother Long, should we just give up? We'll just sit at the entrance for another 20 minutes, then we'll leave. That way it'll seem like we stayed for 20 minutes, Wang Wenlong whispered. Your mind is only filled with horrible ideas like that. Wang Heilong rubbed his eyes surreptitiously. That would mean that we have surrendered to this haunted house. Remember, there are no actual ghosts in this world. Everything is a trick created by the boss. He's probably looking at us through the surveillance camera now. Brother Long is right. If we go and sit at the entrance and the boss suddenly opens the wooden boards, can you imagine how embarrassing that will be? Zia Meili stood with Brother Long. But even now, we don't know how big this place is. If we run into something scarier later on, what shall we do? Pei Hu was on the verge of tears. We have not seen a single actor, but we're already so spooked. I still think we should not be so stubborn and put ourselves through this misery for the sake of face. Stop talking nonsense. I still haven't decided what I am going to do with the both of you for abandoning me inside the classroom, and now you're trying to go against my orders. Wang Heilong glared at the two of them. Look at the two of you, even worse than the two girls. But it wasn't the two of us that cried earlier, Wang Wenlong grumbled softly. Wang Heilong pretended not to hear him and said, We have to pick ourselves back up. I believe we have around 10 minutes left. Let's get moving. We still have a chance to find all the name tags. Then he opened his palm to reveal a name tag. This is the one I found inside the classroom. Combined with the one Pei Hu found and the first one, we already have 3 name tags. Make it 4. I found this inside one of the drawers. Wang Wenlong showed his discovery. Good, even though the process was tumultuous, the result was good. Wang Heilong put all the name tags into this pocket. Actually, if you think about it, there is nothing scary about a bunch of surprisingly lifelike mannequins. The key is we must not scare ourselves, especially you Pei Hu. Man up a bit. But I really did see the mannequin wink. Her face also changed like she was dying from asphyxiation. Pei Hu grumbled with dissatisfaction. That's enough out of you. If you're that scared, go stand behind Meili and keep your mouth shut. Wang Heilong waved impatiently as he walked deeper into Mu Yang High School. But it's true. Pei Hu trailed behind the group as they proceeded forward. None of them realized that the mannequin that had been left in the corridor was slowly crawling toward the detached head. Chapter 135, Bottom of the Well. When Chen Ji heard the scream coming out from Mu Yang High School, he opened the boards and rushed into it. It was first day that Mu Yang High School had been open to the public, and Chen Ji was afraid that mannequins might take it too far. Chen Yalin's name tag by the entrance has been taken already. Weren't these people afraid it might be a trap? Hopefully, that name tag won't pressure the pen's spirit to do anything dumb. Chenji walked down the corridor until he reached the sealed classroom. The mannequin on the floor was hugging its head. It seemed like it was trying to reattach the head, but it could not find the proper location. Why is this mannequin outside? Chenji looked into the classroom. The tables were a mess, and several mannequins were missing their heads. Based on the conditions, they probably had the fright of their lives, so they wouldn't be daring enough to bring this mannequin out. Chenji picked the mannequin up from the floor and leaned her against the wall. Then he helped her reattach the head. He looked at the mannequin in her eyes. Perhaps it was the light, but he felt like there was soul in this mannequin. In fact, he could sense a trace of shyness and respect. After taking out his black phone, Chenji looked through all the pages. There was no option related to controlling the mannequin's lingering spirit, so he told the mannequin, "You can leave the classroom, but you cannot leave the Muyang High School scenario, understood?" The mannequin did not respond, but Chenji did not care whether she got it or not. He placed her on the side of the corridor and entered the sealed classroom to reset all the mannequins. There are 4 name tags in the classroom, and they have taken 3 of them. This group of people is not bad. Chenji moved swiftly, and when he passed the table in the middle of the room, his feet knocked into something. Why is there a phone here? What? Did any of you hear the sound of talking coming from behind us? Pei-Hu's legs were shaking, and he turned back to look every 3 steps. Even Zia Meili was tired of the man's cowardice. "Poor kitty, if you're that afraid, just stay here and wait for us to come back." "Were you calling a kitty? Meili, you did not see what happened inside the classroom. The place was dark, and I had to use the flashlight on my phone to even get a good look of what was happening. When I was focused on undoing the knot, the mannequin's head suddenly creaked and turned around." Even thinking about it now, Pei-Hu was still afraid. He waved his hands in the air for a long time, and when he reached into his pocket, he gasped, "F***CK. I was too focused on grabbing the name tag that I left my phone in the classroom." "Then go and take it back. Why are you telling me this?" Zia Meili gave Pei-Hu a side-eye. "You want me to go back alone?" Pei-Hu glanced behind him with a bitter expression on his face. The darkened corridor was like the open maw of a monster. "So be it. I'll ask the haunted house worker to get it for me after we're out." He ran after the rest of the group, and the 5 stopped at the first junction. "Just how big is this place? The path splits and we can't even see the end of the corridors." Pei-Hu squeezed beside Wang Heilong. "Brother Long, there's still time for us to turn around." "Get away from me." Wang Heilong was getting nervous too, but he did not dare show it before Du Minglu. "About a third of the time has passed and we still have 20 name tags to find. Moving in a group of 5 slows us down greatly. How about this? Wenlong and Pei-Hu, you go down the left path and I'll take Minglu and Meili down the right. What do you think?" "We have no issue with that," the 2 girls said. "Same with me," Wang Wenlong said with confidence. "This time, even though we failed the challenge, we would have explored the entire scenario. It'll be good information for our brother." "Then it's decided. The 2 of you'd better stick close to me." Wang Heilong led the 2 girls down the corridor that led to the girls' dormitory. F***CK, no one even asked for my opinion. "Come on, Pei-Hu, you're with me." Wang Wenlong departed, and even though Pei-Hu did not want to follow, it would be worse if he was left behind all alone. "There doesn't seem to be anything scary here." Wang Wenlong and Pei-Hu reached the end of the path. The 2 looked at each other and saw the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. The corridor split in 2 again. At the narrow end of one path was an old well, and the other led to a room with the number 303 hung on the door. "Let's go together." Pei-Hu grabbed Wang Wenlong's arm tightly. "Okay," Wang Wenlong looked into the distance. "Why do you think there's a well at the end of the road?" "An actor playing a ghost probably hides in there." "Most likely. The haunted house's boss likes to hide the name tags in scary places, so I believe there has to be at least one inside the well." Wang Wenlong was certain. "Come on, let's go take a look." The 2 of them walked to the well and peered in. The well was about 2 meters deep. Wang Wenlong took out his phone to shine the light into the well. As he expected, 2 name tags sat at the bottom of the well. "This is too easy." Pei-Hu took a step back. Jumping into the well to take the name tags was definitely not something he would do. "Be careful. We didn't come across any scares along the way, so this well must have its own traps and secrets." Wang Wenlong leaned against the well and shone the flashlight at every corner, but he did not find anything weird looking. It really did look like a normal old well. "Have I overestimated the boss?" Wang Wenlong let his guard down. After all, there were so many name tags. To set a trap for each of them would be too difficult. He passed the phone to Pei-Hu. You stay above the well and hold the light for me. I'll go into the well to collect the name tags. Okay, Pei Hu sighed in relief. As long as he did not have to go down the well, he was good with anything. After all, with his size, it would be difficult for him to even get down the well. Wang Wenlong's frame was small but fit. It looked like he trained daily. Pei Hu, if you dare run away on your own when I'm down there, I'll skin you alive after we leave this haunted house. What kind of person do you think I am? Do you think I would do something like that? Pei Hu looked insulted. You guys keep underestimating me. I'll prove myself and you'll see. Before he finished, Wang Wenlong jumped into the well. The dark well looked deeper from the inside. This observation was the most obvious to Wang Wenlong. Is it me, or had this well gotten deeper? He had a soft landing because the bottom of the well was covered with sand. Looks like I was right. The haunted house's boss planned for people to jump inside the well, or else he wouldn't have placed the layer of soft sand to soften the impact. He examined the well wall. Some places were slippery, while other spots had claw marks like someone had been buried alive and left the marks behind as they tried to claw their way out. This is quite creepy. Wang Wenlong looked above him, and suddenly it felt like the mouth of well had moved further away from him. Chapter 136. What happened to our friendship? Something's wrong. Standing inside the well, a weird feeling came over Wang Wenlong. It felt like he had sunk into the deep ocean and his body was slowly submerging. His chest felt congested. He did not dare dawdle. He bent down to pick up the name tags. When his fingers brushed the bottom of the well as he picked up the name tags, Wang Wenlong discovered there was something underneath the sand. It was about the size of a thumb. Is this some kind of trap? Wang Wenlong was cautious. He did not touch the thing that protruded out of the sand, but moved the sand around the thing away. What is hiding underneath here? His fingers had made contact, and the touch was different from the slippery sensation of sand. It was something softer and colder. As the sand fell away, a human face surfaced, and the thing that had protruded earlier was the tip of Face's nose. F***CK? Wang Wenlong quickly pulled his hands back. He had looked around closely before he jumped in and did not find anything weird. The boss sure is immoral. He hid this underneath the sand. If he knew there was a body hiding underneath the sand, Wang Wenlong would not have jumped into the well, at least not alone. He panicked and tossed the 2 name tags out of the well, yelling, Pei Hu, pull me up quickly. There is mannequin inside the well as well. Mannequin inside the well? Pei Hu shone the phone into the well, and the face within the sand looked up at him. He shivered and reached into the well. This is weird. When you jumped in, the well did not seem so deep. Wang Wenlong gripped Pei Hu's arms, and his feet climbed up the clawed wall. Just as he was trying to pull himself up, he felt something cold touch his ankle. His legs gave, and he fell back into the well. Wenlong, what's wrong? Something touched me earlier. Wang Wenlong looked at his ankle, but there was nothing there. Could it have been a lizard or tiny bug? No clue. Wang Wenlong looked around him and realized that even without his intervention, the sand around the body would slip away on its own. Soon, half of the mannequin's upper torso was revealed. It felt like the mannequin was trying to sit up. It knows how to move on its own. This can't be an actor. It would have made some noise when I fell on it earlier if it was a real person. Wang Wenlong's mind started to get muddled. Pei Hu, quickly pull me up. Outside the well, Pei Hu heard his voice and quickly reached down. Grab onto my hand. This time, Pei Hu acted courageously. With one hand on the flashlight, he extended his other arm into the well. The thick arm looked weirdly comforting. Okay, his teammate's voice made Wang Wenlong feel much better. He grabbed Pei Hu's hand and started his climb out of the well. He leaned against the wall and tried to jump out in one go. When his body had almost reached the mouth of the well, his legs that were in the air were gripped tightly by something. F***CK me? He was pulled back into the well. Wang Wenlong turned to look behind him with disbelief, and the scene that he saw caused chills to run all over his body. The face in the sand was looking at him with its eyes open. It was the mannequin who dragged me down. Wang Wenlong looked at the mannequin in the sand, and for some reason he felt the eyes were following him. This is too much. His body leaning against the wall, Wang Wenlong looked above him. The light at the mouth of the well seemed to have moved further away from him. I can't stay here any longer, Pei Hu. Will you please be quiet? I feel like someone is coming our way. Pei Hu reached both of chubby hands into the well to hold Wang Wenlong. Let's give this another go. Pei Hu pulled with all his might, but some other accident seemed to have happened to Wang Wenlong. This time he was cautious. When he discovered the force on his ankle, he turned to look down. There was nothing on his ankle, but under the spot that he had been standing on earlier, a female body had surfaced. There are 2 mannequins inside the well, meaning I've been standing on the woman's head. A chilling feeling surged through his heart. Are there more mannequins inside the well? The person who designed the haunted house must be mad, buried the mannequins inside the well and waited for people to jump into it. Gripping Pei Hu's hands, he wiggled his legs in the air, trying to kick the force on his ankle away. Stop moving about. I cannot hold on any longer. Pei Hu pulled again, and his face was red from the effort. He put one of his hands on the edge of the well as support, and while he gave another pull, the bad feeling increased. Pei Hu kept looking around, and when his eyes swept the corridor that they came from, his heart froze. A girl with her head lowered stood at junction that separated the dark corridor. The uniform that was dark with blood amplified the fairness of her skin. That's the mannequin that I carried out of the classroom. Even the air that he breathed into his lungs was chilly, and his arms were shaking. Didn't she lose her head? Was it the worker who fixed it for her and placed her in the corridor? It has to be. A mannequin wouldn't be able to move on her own. Pull quick, the mannequins have opened their eyes, Wang Wenlong yelled from inside the well. It sounded like the man was crying. At the same time, the mannequin at the junction lifted her head creakily, and the face that was purplish with blood spots turned to look in the direction of the old well. There's probably some hidden mechanism installed inside the neck. That explains the movement of the head. Pei Hu sucked in a deep breath and turned back to the well. I mustn't be distracted. No matter what, I have to save Wenlong first. He tried to focus, but his eyes kept wandering toward the corridor, and when he did, Pei Hu's heart almost jumped out of its chest. The girl who was supposed to be standing at the junction had moved into the left corridor. She stood in the middle of the corridor and was looking at him with a smile. Pei Hu's breathing raced, his palms sweated, and the fat on his body started to jiggle. What are you doing spacing out? His calves felt like they were entwined by seaweed. Wang Wenlong tried his best, but he could not shake the shackles on his ankles off. He panicked when he saw the man and woman mannequins inside the well open their eyes. His only wish then was to get out of that damnable well. Pull me up. Pei Hu yanked Wang Wenlong up another few centimeters. A cold draft came from the corridor, and a light creak entered Pei Hu's ear. He turned to look out of the corner of his eyes. In the dark corridor, the mannequin had toppled over, and the head with the weird smile was rolling speedily toward the old well like it was being pushed by an invisible hand. The face of the girl who had died from asphyxiation slowly approached. Pei Hu's face was twisted beyond recognition by fear. This time, he heeded the sound of his heart. He let go of Wang Wenlong's hands without hesitation and rushed into room 303 with a speed that was disproportional to his size. He then slammed the door shut behind him. Without the support, Wang Wenlong slipped down the well, and as the surface that was inches away disappeared from his grasp, an expression of abject fear froze on his face. Chapter 137, Pair of Eyes. Pei Hu. Chen Ji was fixing the heads onto the mannequins in the sealed classroom when he suddenly heard a man's scream coming down from the far end of corridor. The scream was a mixture of complicated emotions. That doesn't sound like the scream of fear. It is mixed with surprise, anger, and terror. Chen Ji fixed the last mannequin and exited the classroom. This batch of visitors sure is energetic. Pei Hu, who had rushed into room 303, had his back against the door, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Damn, Wenlong is still inside the well. Pei Hu's palms were slick with sweat, and he looked at Wenlong's phone in his grasp. I've even taken his phone away. The well is so dark, and there seems to be mannequins buried underneath. Pei Hu did not dare continue that thought. He looked around the room. Room 303 had retained its original look. There was a bunch of dirty laundry sitting in the middle of the room, but the stench was missing. Why would they leave a pile of clothes in the middle of the room? This place gives me the creeps. To be safe, I'll just stand by the door, he mumbled to himself when someone knocked on the door behind him. However, curiously enough, the source of knocking came from the spot that was around his feet. People normally wouldn't knock at that spot, so this definitely is Wenlong. The only thing that could walk outside the corridor, other than Wang Wenlong, there was only one other option left. Pei Hu's face fell, and he stared at bottom of the door, which was creating the knocking sound. It's the head. The mannequin head is knocking on the door. The thought caused Pei Hu's legs to go weak. He wanted to lock the door and realized with horror that the lock was merely a decoration. A slight push, and the door would be opened. There should be a window inside this room, right? But what if the mannequin head enters the room after I leave the door? Pei Hu scratched his chin in thought, but it would not work if he just stood there, blocking the door throughout the night either. The knocking continued, and each knock resounded in Pei Hu's head. I need to figure out a way to get out of here. Pei Hu started to look around the room and then walked over the pile of dirty laundry. After an examination of the room, he came up with nothing. It's a thick cement wall outside the window. There's no exit. Will I have to stay here until the game ends? Pei Hu stood in the middle of the room. How did a visit to the haunted house turn into something like this? The winking mannequin, buried bodies in the well, and a detached head that chases people around. Is the boss a magician? How did he manage all this? Before Pei Hu could get an answer, there was a loud bang on the door. The force has suddenly increased. Is it the mannequin? Has she found her head? The thought of it chilled Pei Hu. He looked around, and in the urgency of the moment, he hid inside the bedroom. Why doesn't this bedroom even have a door? He regretted it after entering the room, but everything was already too late. The only hiding place inside the bedroom was under the bed. He shone the phone underneath the bed, and after seeing that there was not anything weird, he crawled into it. Please just leave me be. He snuck under the bed, pocketed the phone, and focused his pair of eyes at the room door. The darkened room was very quiet, and the smallest sound was amplified. A few seconds later, the living room door was pushed open. After a tense silence, a very light sound reverberated through the living room. Sounds like something is rolling on the floor. The thought flashed through Pei Hu's mind, and 1 second later his legs froze, and a chill traveled from the balls of his feet to the top of his head. I seem to have forgotten one thing. The rolling sound neared, and when Pei Hu turned his head toward the door, a detached mannequin head that was smiling rolled to a stop at the bedroom door. 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other, and time seemed to stop. Wang Heilong led Zia Meili and Du Minglu to the female dormitory. Even though Brother Long had cried earlier before his girlfriend, he had to act tough and calm. He walked ahead of the girls. They looked into the bedrooms before stopping at the one with the pen spirit. This room looks different. A few chairs were placed in the middle of the room, and there was a piece of white paper that had something written on it. Brother Long picked up the piece of paper and read it out loud. The pen spirit knows the location of 3 name tags. No wonder this feels so familiar. It's the pen spirit game. Du Minglu wandered closer out of curiosity. I've seen this in the movies many times, but I didn't expect to run into one in real life. It's all fake, just a gimmick. Wang Heilong tossed the paper back onto the chair. But we mustn't miss out on 3 name tags. Do either of you know the rules? I do. Du Minglu sat on one of the chairs and had Wang Heilong sit beside her. Just follow my lead. Could you two be a bit more careful? Playing a game like this inside a haunted house might attract some unwanted spirit. Zia Meili stood at the door. Looking at the banter between Du Minglu and Wang Heilong, she was feeling rather uncomfortable. If a pen spirit really appears, that would be awesome. I want to ask whether I'll be Brother Long's future wife. Du Minglu grinned as she picked up the pen that was glued together with clear tape and held it in the middle. Ask away. Wang Heilong did not seem to mind. Ignoring the fact that Zia Meili was there, he grabbed Du Minglu's hand directly. Zia Meili pouted and she turned to walk away. You two have fun, I'll go take a look around. Don't wander too far, Meili. She knows how to take care of herself. Now listen to me, Brother Long, there are several taboos to the pen spirit game. 1, you mustn't ask about death. 2, you cannot stop the game abruptly. When Zia Meili exited the room, even the air felt fresher. That room stinks of sour sweetness. I hope the pen spirit teaches them a lesson. She walked to the end of the corridor, and the place became even creepier. Zia Meili was about to turn back when she heard Wang Wenlong's scream coming from the other end of the corridor. What happened? Based on the scream, Wenlong doesn't sound scared but more like he's angry. Zia Meili retraced her steps, but this time she entered the other corridor. Where are they? There's another split in the road. Which way should I go? Zia Meili stopped at the junction between the old well and the few rooms from Hai Ming apartments. She hesitated. Pei Hu has lost his phone, so I should call Wenlong to ask for an explanation. The phone's ringtone came out from one of Hai Ming apartments' rooms, but no one answered it. They're inside one of these rooms. The ringtone sounded weirdly creepy in the haunted house. Zia Meili ended the call and walked toward the 3 doors. Chapter 138. It's hiding here. Wenlong, Pei Hu. Zia Meili called out twice at the door, but there was not even an echo inside the haunted house. It felt like the sound was swallowed by some monster hiding in the dark. What happened to the 2 of them? She did not want to return to the lovey-dovey Wang Heilong and Du Minglu, but she wanted to explore the place alone even less. Don't tell me something happened to them. But that scream from Wenlong does not sound like he was in danger. Zia Meili stood at the doors for some time, before finally pushing the door closest to her open. 304, why is there a number on the door? What is the meaning? Zia Meili peered inside. It was different from she expected. The room was very clean. Why do I feel so worried even though the place is so clean? She stood at the door and called her friends' names twice. The more she called, the more worried she became. Where could these two large men have wandered off to? She took out her phone to shine some light around, but the light only made her surroundings look darker, and there appeared to be something moving in the corridor behind her. It's too dangerous standing outside. I'd better go in first. Zia Meili entered room 304 and closed the door behind her. This room looks very normal, like a typical rental room, but the more normal it seems, the higher the chance there's something scary. The haunted house's boss would not build a set like this just for decoration. She was cautious and braver than most girls. With her body against the wall, she looked around the room before taking the first small step. Zia Meili finished examining the room after a few minutes and found nothing weird. There's nothing scary in the living room, so the danger is probably in the other two rooms. Wenlong and Pei Hu probably let their guard down and fell for the trap that was placed in the other rooms. Zia Meili gripped the phone tightly as she moved to the bedroom. The bedroom does not have a door, so there will not be an actor hiding behind it. However, there are still blind spots behind the door frame. I need to be careful. She moved slowly, but her heart beat ever faster. When she reached the bedroom room, Zia Meili activated the video recorder on her phone and reached the phone into the room and turned it around. After taking a full video, she examined it on the phone. The video was dark, but it was enough to confirm that there was no one hiding in the bedroom. There's no one in the bedroom. Ah, I almost forgot. I haven't checked the area under the bed. She retreated back to the living room, selected a specific angle, squatted down, and aimed the flashlight on her phone at the space underneath the bed. There's really nothing. Looks like I've watched a few too many scary movies. Zia Meili relaxed slightly. If I was the designer, of course, I would not waste this precious spot that is under the bed. I would put some trap on it to make a mannequin jump out when someone sits on the bed. Then Zia Meili wandered into the bedroom. There really were no traps or tricks. There was, however, a light scent of detergent. Even the tablecloth has the scent of detergent to it. Looks like the tenant has a strong obsession with cleanliness. After exiting the bedroom, Zia Meili turned to look at the last available room. The toilet is also a prime location, but this toilet is small and has no cubicle. There's not even a place for a person to hide. Zia Meili treated the visit to the haunted house as some sort of survival game. She was very careful and took deliberate steps. This type of visitor was horrid for haunted house proprietors, because they would come up with all kinds of solutions to undo the traps set up by the haunted house. When the traps were exposed beforehand, the scary effect would greatly dwindle. The layout of Hai Ming apartments' toilets was interesting to say the least. The mirror was facing the toilet door, so whether the resident was passing the toilet or entering it, their attention would be pulled to the mirror. It was the same for Zia Meili. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she felt uneasy. Is this the environment or a trick of the eyes? How come I feel like the person inside the mirror is not me? She stood at the door and shone her phone on the mirror. It reflects light, so it is an actual mirror, not an actor standing behind it to scare people. She held the wall as she entered the toilet. The space inside was small, and soon she found herself standing before the mirror. Either there is no trap to this room, or the people hiding inside this place left after they scared Wenlong and Pei Hu. Zia Meili reached out to touch the mirror, and her tensed feelings relaxed. It's just a fake scare. This is all Pei Hu's fault. I've been infected by his cowardice. She looked at herself in the mirror, and upon closer inspection, it looked much more normal. This is just a regular haunted house. We have been scaring ourselves for naught. Since Wenlong and Pei Hu aren't in this room, they should be in one of the other two rooms. Zia Meili tried calling Wang Wenlong again. The sound seems to be coming from next door. She leaned to her side to listen, and right then, a drop of water fell from the ceiling and landed on the edge of the sink. Zia Meili's focus was fully zeroed in on determining the source of the ringtone, so she did not wonder why water was leaking from the ceiling. It's definitely coming from next door, room 303. Another droplet of water fell from the ceiling. This time it fell on the tip of Zia Meili's shoes. Before she could react, the third drop fell on her nose and it slid down her face. Finally, Zia Meili noticed it. This haunted house is leaking. She frowned and turned her head up. In the partition above her head lay a woman who was completely drenched. Her face that was twisted from pain looked at Zia Meili quietly. A head of black hair fell down her face, and it would soon reach Zia Meili's eyes. No wonder I could not find anything. It was hiding up there. Something more viscous than water fell on Zia Mei's face. She wiped at it and realized it was as red as blood. Her body weakened, and Zia Mei collapsed to the floor with a thud. What? Chenji exited the sealed classroom. Where is the mannequin that I left out here? The girl mannequin had disappeared, and Chenji rushed toward the entrance. He remembered the warning on the black phone. Once the spirits left the haunted house, they might go berserk. Chenji examined the wooden boards at the entrance, and they were unmoved. He sighed in relief. It's almost time to get them out already. He did not even grab the iron mallet and entered the scenario with just a bloodied shirt. He was halfway down the corridor when he heard an ear-splitting female scream coming from the direction of the female dormitory. That sounds like it came from the pen spirit's room, but the pen spirit doesn't seem aggressive enough to have caused something like this. Chenji increased his pace, and soon saw a woman in hot pants who had lost her heels running his way at full speed. Chapter 139. I'm inside the fourth cubicle. Her hair was a frazzled mess, and her delicate features were twisted from fear. Her face was blanched, and one of her heels was missing. The sexiness and softness that she had displayed before entering the haunted house had completely disappeared. Du Minglu? When Chenji saw Du Minglu, this racing woman also saw Chenji. However, unlike Chenji's calm attitude, she started to scream shrilly like she had seen a ghost and turned back to run away. Standing where he was, Chenji touched his own face. Is it because of the mask? The 2 consecutive scares had exploded the latent potential within Du Minglu. Her slender legs carried her away like the wind, and she disappeared from Chenji's view in the blink of an eye. What has gotten into her? Chenji pulled off the mask and walked deeper into the scenario. But why is she alone? Were the others separated? When he reached the first junction, Chenji still had not found Du Minglu. So be it, I'll go to the pen spirit's room first, or else I'll have another vomit case on my hands. He was about to move when the phone in his pocket rang, and the ringtone traveled far down the corridor. What? Inside the fourth cubicle of the bathroom, Du Minglu had given up on maintaining her image. She was lying on the floor, her eyes looking out through the bottom opening of the door. He didn't chase after me. Good, good. Her chest rose and fell unevenly. Du Minglu leaned against the wall, and there were still tears in her eyes. The images from the pen spirit game appeared in her mind. The game had begun smoothly, but when she asked who would be Wang Heilong's future wife, a scene like it had come out of a nightmare appeared. What was with that hanging girl? That couldn't have been an actual person, but it did not look like 3D imaging either. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. She hid alone in the cramped toilet cubicle, and fear gripped at her heart like a pair of invisible hands. I have to contact the others. We'll need to group up to save Brother Long. Rubbing tears dry, Du Minglu called Wang Wenlong's number. It rang for a long time, but there was no answer. What happened? Did something happen to him and Pei Hu as well? After hanging up, Du Minglu called Zia Mei. There was still no answer, and this made Du Minglu feel even more helpless. She retreated deeper into the corner. Have they all fallen victim to the haunted house? But there are 5 of us. With shaking fingers, Du Minglu did not give up, and with the last bit of hope, she called Pei Hu. Pick up, fatty, didn't you say you like me? Why are you leaving me to die on my own? Due to extreme anxiety, green veins bulged on Du Minglu's snow-white skin, and she looked quite harrowing at that moment. 3 seconds passed, and Du Minglu's heart sank. What happened to all of you? 5 seconds passed, and she gripped her fists tightly as if holding the last bit of hope in her palms. 10 seconds passed, and Du Minglu felt like crying. However, at the 13th second, the phone was suddenly answered. F*CK? Fatty, why did you wait for so long before answering my call? Du Minglu was on the verge of tears. Like a drowning victim finding an emergency raft, she had seen that bit of hope just as despair was about to swallow her whole. Why aren't you talking? Brother Long fainted from the scare, and I'm currently hiding in the 4th cubicle in the bathroom. Quickly come save me. After thinking a moment, Du Minglu warned, I saw a bloody monster wandering the corridors earlier, so you have to be careful when you come here. In her urgency, she blurted out everything. However, she waited for a long time, and there was still no response. Pei Hu, are you there? Du Minglu gripped the phone with both her hands and placed it beside her ear. You are scaring me. If you can hear me, please say something. After several seconds, there was finally a response from the other end, but it was not Pei Hu's voice. It was a completely unfamiliar, gravelly voice that said, Okay, I will find you now. The phone slid from her fingers. When she heard the voice, Du Minglu was stunned, and her heart skipped a beat. Who did I call? Who answered the phone? Who is coming? She looked at the phone on the floor, but she did not dare touch it, treating it like it was some kind of cursed object. I'd better leave before he arrives. Du Minglu burst through the door and rushed out of the cubicle, abandoning her phone. As she staggered toward the bathroom room, Chen Ji entered the bathroom in the bloodied outfit. Du Minglu screamed and tripped onto the floor. She crawled back into the bathroom. Go away, go away. Don't be afraid, I'm just... Before Chen Ji could say anything, Du Minglu had climbed up from the floor, rushed into the nearest cubicle, and used her body to block the door. Chen Ji did not have the time to stop her, but when he saw that Du Minglu had entered the 5th cubicle, he immediately rushed toward her. Hey, that cubicle is off limits. Du Minglu, who was on the verge of mental breakdown, did not even have time to recover when she opened her eyes to see the pairs of eyes looking at her. The impactful sight caused goosebumps to rise all over her skin, and she lost the ability to talk. It wasn't like this earlier. Du Minglu fell backwards. Chen Ji quickly rushed forward to grab her by the shoulders and slammed the door of the 5th cubicle shut. Are you all right? Didn't I warn you not to use cell phone inside the haunted house? Chen Ji slid the phone on the floor into Du Minglu's pocket, but Du Minglu used her last bit of strength to toss the phone out. Take it away from me. I'll never use that phone again. Don't be crazy. Go rest by the door. I'll go find your friends. Chen Ji dragged Du Minglu to the bathroom entrance. By the way, you people sure are courageous to split up and wander off on your own. After consoling Du Minglu, Chen Ji ran to the female dormitory. Wang Heilong was collapsed on the chair with tears in his eyes. He looked like he was going to faint at any given moment. The main power of the pen's spirit is fortune-telling. She's weak when it comes to other aspects, so it looks like this big bloke is another paper tiger. Chen Ji picked up the ball pen, and when he saw that the pen wasn't injured, he placed the pen back and dragged Wang Heilong away. This is exactly the shock I want to see on the first day. The new scenario is open for visitation. Chen Ji reunited Wang Heilong and Du Minglu. Then Chen Ji entered the other corridor and looked in every room. After rescuing the unconscious Zia Meili from the toilet of room 304, Chen Ji pushed the female mannequin back into the ceiling partition. Then, Chen Ji dragged Pei Hu out from underneath the bed in room 303. To his surprise, this cowardly fatty had the best mental state of the group of them. When Chen Ji arrived, he was in the middle of a staring contest with the mannequin head by the door. According to the man, before Chen Ji arrived, he had been exchanging gazes with the head for about 10 minutes already. With Pei Hu leading the way, Chen Ji arrived at the last scary stop. He stood beside Pei Hu at the edge of the well and peered into it. Chapter 140, The Different Levels of Scary Scenarios. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. Wang Wenlong sat in the old well with his fists punching the air before him. It looked like he was in the middle of a boxing match. Stand here and don't move. I'll go and pull him out, Chen Ji told Pei Hu. Wang Wenlong heard him and stopped moving. Like a traumatized victim, he lifted his head upwards dumbly. When his pair of lifeless eyes caught Pei Hu, they started to focus. His body shaking with anger, Wang Wenlong seemed to escape from the thing that had taken hold of him earlier, and he yelled at Pei Hu, "You F***seeker! You dare come back to face me!" Listen to me. It was a dangerous situation. If I didn't run, we both would have been in danger. You lie. It's true, I used myself as bait to lure the scariest threat away. If you don't believe me, ask the boss. Pei Hu felt wronged. Being targeted by a mannequin head and frozen under the bed for 10 minutes, those who had not experienced that before had no idea how scary it was. Keep your voices low. You can continue the argument outside. Seeing how spirited Wang Wenlong was, Chen Ji sighed in relief. Come, give me your hand. Wang Wenlong stopped shouting when he saw Chen Ji. I can't. My lower body is numb. Numb? Chen Ji jumped into the well, and with Pei Hu's cooperation, they hauled Wang Wenlong out. After saving the guy, Chen Ji did not hurry to leave. He had inspected the well when he placed the name tags that morning. Other than the two mannequins, there was nothing particularly scary about. Outside the well, Wang Wenlong and Pei Hu had started the argument anew. Chen Ji squatted down to examine the mannequins' faces. The male mannequin's eyes were open, which was different from that morning. The mannequins buried inside the well should represent Fan Yu's parents. If they are baleful specters, it would not be so easy to deal with. Thankfully, they are just lingering spirits. Chen Ji was reminded of what had happened to Fei Yuliang. His body had been taken over by the pen spirit, who wanted to escape, but he had been stopped by the 20 or so spirits in the sealed classroom. The spirits had entered his body and controlled him to walk to the deep well. They had seemed prepared to punish the pen spirit, but stopped at the last moment. The mistake lay with the pen spirit. The other spirits dragged her to the well to punish her. Did they plan to throw her inside the well? Chenji looked at Fan Yu's parents, who were buried in the sand, and his suspicion was confirmed. The old well seemed to be some sort of prison for evil lingering spirits. Now that I think about it, the lingering spirits in the sealed classroom have quite a strong sense of justice. All the spirits had been orphans when they were alive. They had been adopted by the old headmaster, and they treated Mu Yang High School as their home. Now that Chen Ji's black phone had reconstructed Mu Yang High School inside the haunted house, these lingering spirits probably just wanted to have a stable and peaceful life here. As long as you do not do anything out of line, my haunted house will be your new home. Chen Ji looked at the mannequins buried in the sand and jumped out of the well. When he turned back to look inside the well, the eyes of the two mannequins were closed again. Come, it's time to walk you out. Chen Ji helped Wang Wenlong get up from the floor. The fear in his eyes had not dissipated. The only reason he could appear so spirited earlier was because his anger at seeing Pei Hu had suppressed all the other emotions. After wasting a ton of energy, Chen Ji finally managed to drag these 5 people out of Mu Yang High School. When the curtains to the haunted house opened, the surrounding visitors all took a cold gasp. They had heard the incessant screaming coming from inside the haunted house, but they had never envisioned things being so bad. What have these people experienced? It was only half an hour. Uncle Su, who was serious in his role as the ticket seller, felt everyone's eyes focusing behind him. He had a bad feeling, and when he turned around, his hair stood on end. Damn, what happened to them? Uncle Su abandoned his post and ran over to help Wang Heilong and Zia Meili. Just a little scare, it's nothing serious. Chen Ji released his grasp on Wang Wenlong's arm. Can you walk on your own? When they heard Chen Ji, the visitors all took a step back. He could not even walk, and you say that's a little scare. Are you trying to lie to us? Wang Wenlong was embarrassed with the crowd watching him. He waddled forward 2 steps like a baby learning how to walk. Wenlong Pei Hu? A large fella in a tank top pushed through the crowd. He had the tattoo of a wolf's head on his shoulder. He rushed over to support Wang Wenlong. What happened to all of you? I heard your screams from outside. Chen Ji glanced at the man. He was the group's 6th member. According to their plan, now was the time for the man to challenge the haunted house alone. Were we that loud? Wang Wenlong prayed for a hole for him to hide in as he brushed the man's hands off him. Since Wang Wenlong did not seem like he wanted to explain, he turned to Chen Ji. What have you done to my brother? Brother? Chen Ji thought the man's tone was a bit weird, but he did not take it to heart. He took 1 step forward to face the crowd. I told all of you before they entered that the scenarios are separated into levels. Only by passing the earlier scenarios will you be able to stomach the fear levels of the later scenarios, but they refused to listen to me and insisted on trying it. You can see the result of that for yourselves. Standing before the haunted house, Chen Ji ignored the muscular man, and his expression turned serious. When I suggested to delineate the scenarios into levels, many suspected I was trying to cheat you out of your money, but that is really not the case. I simply want to protect my customers because the newly opened 2-star scenario is not suitable for everyone. Its scare factor is much higher than other haunted houses available on the market. Chen Ji gripped the gate of the haunted house. Western Jiujiang's haunted house has been in operation for several years already, and from the beginning until now, our rating has never dipped under 90%, and that is because we put our customers first. As long as you are willing to try, we will give you the scariest time you'll experience in your life. But have you considered this? Everyone's fear threshold is different. We strive for the ultimate scare, but for those who haven't visited a haunted house before, certain scenarios might be a bit too much. Thus, after much consideration, we decided to set the rules to split the scenarios into levels. The new rules had to be accepted by the visitors, and what Chen Ji was doing then was introducing the rules to the visitors and making them accept the rules. On one hand, he used reward money to make people want to challenge the hard scenario. On the other hand, he made use of Wang Heilong's group as a lesson to warn future visitors of the consequence from not following the rules. If you want to win the reward, then you have to follow the haunted house's rules. Start with the low-level scenarios before you challenge the scarier ones. Once this rule was put into place, all of the scenarios inside the haunted house would be put to good use. And most importantly, as long as he could unlock more scenarios with higher scream factors, the level of attraction it would have for a certain type of visitors would increase. and this would lay the foundation for the scary theme park. Chapter 141, Who Speaks First? The live example of Wang Heilong's group lent credibility to Chen Ji's words. This is the first time I've heard of a haunted house being delineated into levels, but the boss' explanation is indeed professional. I know it is for our own good, but I still wish to try the scariest scenario. The visitors talked among themselves before accepting the new rules. Chen Ji sighed in relief and led Wang Heilong's group to the spot where the medical students had once fainted. How are you feeling? Shall we call the doctor? Thanks, but we're feeling much better. The one who spoke was Wang Heilong. His lips were purple and his face was white. His eyes were unfocused and they were covered with a film of mist. At least you're conscious enough to speak, so you're indeed all right. Chen Ji squatted down beside Wang Heilong. Actually, you're lucky. The last person who tried this scenario is still in the hospital. Brother Long flashed a bitter smile. Are you trying to console me? I'm just telling you the truth. Chen Ji took the name tags away from them and turned to tell Uncle Su, let's go. Looking at this familiar scene, Uncle Su was considering building a rest stop beside the haunted house. Making the visitors keep lying on the floor was not good for the park's image. He was quite angry initially. However, after listening to Chen Ji's explanation, he felt the young man had a point. With the separation of levels, the cases of fainting visitors would decrease. After examining Wang Heilong's condition personally and making sure they were all right, he followed Chen Ji. Zio Chen, did you plan this beforehand? Are you sure you want to separate the scenarios into levels? This will increase the haunted house's overall income, but have you considered it might lose some potential customers? This must happen. Chen Ji stood firm on his position. I've explained why I'm doing this. This is a protective measure for the visitors. There will be more scenarios in the future, and some of them might be too much for normal visitors. Since you know they might be too much, why don't you edit them? After all, the aim is to serve the majority of people. Uncle Su's argument was not wrong. It was just a little conservative. Some things can't be edited. You'll understand in the future. Chen Ji walked for a while before remembering something. Uncle Su, do we have any extra surveillance devices in the park storage? We have some spare ones, but not many. Why? I wish to borrow a few to install them in the underground parking lot. The new scenario currently has no surveillance, and I don't feel that good about it. Borrow the surveillance devices? Just what kind of person can come up with something like that? Uncle Su shrugged. Lending them is impossible, but selling them to you at a second-hand price is doable. However, I cannot touch anything in storage without permission. I'll go ask Director Luo this afternoon. Your haunted house has the potential to be this park's top attraction, so I believe he will agree. 2. Return to the haunted house. Uncle Su continued to sell tickets, while Chen Ji replaced all the name tags before entering the murder by midnight scenario to act as the murderer. There were a few groups who challenged Mu Yang High School, but most of them did not even dare enter the sealed classroom. Mu Yang High School did not have a steel door, but only wooden boards as entrance, so if the visitors were afraid, they could leave at any moment. There were not many who were as courageous as Wang Heilong's group, so there were no further accidents. During the lunch break, Chen Ji removed the outfit and walked out of the haunted house. Wang Heilong and his brother were walking toward him. Why are you two still here? Want to give it a second go? Chen Ji was only joking, but the siblings shook their heads vehemently. No, not that. We acted rashly this morning. I hope you don't mind. Your tone is completely different from before. Tell me, what do you want? Chen Ji was not someone who had just entered society. Wang Heilong, who was normally so direct, appeared so bashful suddenly. Actually, Wenlong and I have a younger brother called Wang Xinglong. Before he was 5, he was just like any other kid, very playful. However, for some reason, when he turned 5, he suddenly went mute. He refused to speak. Our father has tried many ways, going to the doctors, even visiting fortune tellers, but none worked. What is your point exactly? Chen Ji was confused about why a 5-year-old would suddenly turn mute and what that had to do with him. Long story short, Wang Heilong made sure no one was eavesdropping before he leaned in toward Chen Ji. Boss, I saw a scary girl in your haunted house earlier. She was hanging behind my back, her feet stepping on my shoulders. This scenario was exactly the same as my little brother's description of the night before the strange thing happened to him. Wang Wenlong leaned in as well. It's true. That night the 3 of us were sleeping in the same room. After midnight, our little brother suddenly sat up in bed, saying someone was standing on his shoulders, begging us to move the person away. At the time, we thought he was toying with us, but the next morning he had forgotten how to speak. He could make sounds but could not finish complete sentences. Wang Heilong touched his shoulder and continued in shaking voice. Since he lost his voice, we had him write down what he wanted to say. The thing he wrote was scary to say the least. He saw someone outside the walls the previous night, and the person was staring at him. For some reason, the person then entered the house. That's scary. Chenji had experienced worse. When we were young, we stayed at a village. The walls were 2.5 meters tall. If there was really someone staring at him from the wall, the person had to be at least 2.6 meters tall. Is that even a person anymore? That's the point, Wang Heilong tried to explain it. The scariest thing was that the person entered the house easily and asked our little brother to play with him. If he rejected, then he would take something away from him. Did your brother reject the person? His voice was taken away, Chenji guessed. No, it's not that. My little brother agreed to play. The game they played is called Who Speaks First. After my little brother nodded, the monster climbed on my little brother's shoulders, and it became even taller. Chapter 142. All roads lead to the same place. It did not sound that scary on paper, but upon closer inspection, it was quite creepy. The monster climbed on top of your little brother's shoulders, and it grew taller. Chenji could not picture a 2.6-meter tall person standing on top of a child's shoulders. That is what our little brother wrote. We even asked him to draw a picture, and he did. Wang Heilong took out his phone. This is the picture he drew from memory when we took him to the doctor last time. Chenji glanced at the phone. It was a weird picture. At the bottom of the picture, there was a fat and short child. He took up about a tenth of the paper. The other 90% was dominated by the weird thing on his shoulders. What is this? Chenji looked at the thing on the child's shoulder. It looked like a woman with unruly hair, but the body looked male. Very skinny, like two bamboo poles covered with a white cloth. You recognize it? I saw something similar in your haunted house. There was a girl who stood on people's shoulders, and at the time I was reminded of my little brother's story. Wang Heilong took back his phone. He glanced at the haunted house, and residual fear pooled in his eyes. Since you created this scenario, you have to have experienced something similar. Also, when the girl was stepping on my shoulders, it felt very real. If not for my sanity, I would have thought I'd run into a real ghost. Our haunted house utilizes the latest 4D technology and special techniques to stimulate the customer's 5 senses. That was why you felt something on your shoulders. Chenji lied shamelessly. The whole standing on the shoulders thing is just a coincidence. Fine, but Wang Heilong did not give up. Then, can you tell me what it is that inspired you to create such a scene? This Wang Heilong was a stubborn fellow. Chenji thought about it and said, There are no ghosts in this world. Those are all part of human imagination. I know that you are worried about your little brother, but I'm not even a doctor. Instead of asking me, why don't you consult a psychologist? In fact, I can recommend one. The park could close in another 2 months, so Chenji did not want to waste time on unimportant stuff. He was also doing this for Wang Heilong's brother's sake. After all, he had no official psychological training, so it would be better if this was handled by a professional. My dad has taken him to psychologists since he was young. In fact, there was a mental hospital beside our old house, and my little brother was admitted for a period of time, but the effect was lacking. Wang Heilong hesitated. Brother, let me? Wang Wenlong held his brother. For some weird reason, our little brother has a weird aversion toward doctors. He screams and struggles or even turns violent when he is near people in a doctor's garb. Because of this, we have to notify the doctors beforehand whenever we visit a new doctor. Aversion to doctors. Chenji found the second anomaly about Wang Heilong's brother. Could it be that the thing on your brother's shoulders is afraid of doctors, so it harms the boy whenever a doctor is near? We do not know the actual reason. Before he was admitted to the hospital next door, he was fine, but after he was released from it, he started to get afraid of doctors, Wang Wenlong added. This was a secret they had shared for years. The sudden change must have a reason. Chenji tried to help them by analyzing what he knew. Could it be that something the doctor did during his treatment scarred him for life? That's impossible. Xinglong was very young when he sought treatment at the hospital, so the family was at his side at all times. The doctors treated him well. Since it's not the doctors, then perhaps it might have been the environment. Perhaps you can return to this old hospital. Maybe you can find some clues there. Chenji gave his suggestion and then turned to leave for lunch. The hospital closed down a long time ago. The third hospital building Xinglong stayed at is now completely sealed, so we cannot gain entry even if we want to. Wang Heilong sighed. I'm sorry to unload all this on you. Too many things happened today that reminded us of our little brother. The third building? Due to the Black Phone's mission, Chenji was very sensitive toward the word third. What is this hospital? It was the hospital next to our old house. It was in the next district. We were poor back then, so we could only afford that place. After things got better, we transferred him to another hospital. That's not what I meant. What is the name of this hospital? Chen Ji's eyes that looked at Wang Heilong were rather scary. Jiujiang Third Psychological Convalescence Center, commonly known as Third Center. If I'm not mistaken, it has been abandoned for 5 or 6 years already. Wang Heilong and his brother could not understand this change in Chen Ji. Is there a place called the Third Sick Hall at this center? Chen Ji was lining up the dots in his mind. That's what you meant. Some referred to the third building my little brother once stayed in as the Third Sick Hall. They are the same place, just different names. I understand. Chen Ji took in a deep breath. I know the best doctor in Jiujiang. If possible, can you bring me to meet your little brother tonight? Afraid that he might be rejected, Chen Ji immediately started to toot Dr. Gao's horn. No problem, but you have to be prepared. My little brother is, how shall I put this, is not that normal looking. Wang Heilong forced a smile. If the doctor you mention is coming along, remind him to wear casually. Then he pulled out a black name card from his pocket. On the front, it was written, Long Hu Feng 1. You are, looking at the uniquely designed name card and the tattoos that covered their body, it finally dawned on Chen Ji. Are these gang members? This was the first time Chen Ji had interacted with such individuals in his life. Noticing the shock on Chen Ji's face, Wang Heilong whispered, It is as you thought. Long Hu Fang's Sichuan steamboat is owned by my family. The contact number is on the back of the card. Chen Ji flashed a bright smile as he accepted the card. Do you have a more specific address? Come to the old district's Hai Ming apartments tonight. Xinglong and my father stay there. Chapter 143, 3 Personas. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. When Wang Heilong mentioned the name of the location, Chen Ji was stunned. Are the Hai Ming apartments that you mentioned situated in the deepest part of a residential area, with rubbish piling up outside and a very old-looking building? This time it was Wang Heilong and Wenlong who were shocked. You've been there. I just came back from the place the night before yesterday. Chen Ji also did not think things could be so coincidental. Nice, this means that you know the way there. We're going there tonight. My father has a stubborn disposition, so it will be better for us to meet up downstairs first before going up together. After drafting the plan, the brothers left. Wang Xinglong's old home is next to the Third Sick Hall. Could the monster he saw that night have escaped from the hospital? After he was admitted into the Third Sick Hall, his problem deteriorated. Everything seems to lead back to the mental hospital. Chen Ji watched as the pair of brothers walked away. There's a monster that came out of the Third Sick Hall residing in Wang Heiming, and there appears to be another monster in Wang Xinglong, and they both chose to live at Hai Ming Apartments. Suddenly, Chen Ji was reminded of the words mentioned by the young man in room 302. He had once overheard the two voices in Wang Heiming argue, and one of them said that if he was not afraid of being captured by the Red Spectre, he would have killed the other entity already. Could the thing that the monster in Wang Heiming was afraid of be the monster within Wang Xinglong? If that is true, doesn't it mean the monster in Wang Xinglong is on the same level as Zhang Ye? Wang Xinglong is the scariest entity at Hai Ming Apartments. This question was too complicated. Chen Ji skipped lunch and sat on the steps before the haunted house to think. The monster on Wang Heiming had been afraid of tearing away from Wang Heiming because it had felt something. It had forced the young man in room 302 to capture living creatures, starting from the initial sparrows, stray dogs, and finally a living human. It slowly broadened its appetite as if feeling out the bottom line of a certain presence. It was similar to the mirror monster, but the one at Chen Ji's haunted house had acted so brashly. In comparison, the monster at Hai Ming Apartment was cautious. Obviously, the monster was afraid, so from this hypothesis, even if the monster on Wang Xinglong was not a Red Spectre, it was much stronger than normal ghosts. Just how scary is this Third Sick Hall? There's a presence much stronger than the mirror monster, and from the looks of things, these were the two that escaped. There are probably more monsters sealed in that place. Chen Ji rubbed his temples. A 3-star scenario is already like this. Just how scary will the 4-star school of the afterlife be? Standing up, Chen Ji gave Dr. Gao a call. He was unsure whether Dr. Gao was free or not, but if the doctor was too busy, he decided that he would go alone. The call was picked up after 2 rings, and Dr. Gao said, Chen Ji, how can I help you? It's nothing really. I'm just calling to ask about Men Nan. How is he doing? After a day of rest, he is getting better, but his condition is not that optimistic. In fact, I fear his situation is worse than I expected. Dr. Gao sounded severe on the phone. That shouldn't be. Chenji was confused. He had already helped Men Nan solve the issue in his heart. He had completed the mission given by the black phone, so his condition should have improved. Listen to me, after Men Nan woke up, I reinitiated another psychological diagnosis, and I happened upon a startling discovery. Dr. Gao paused, and it sounded like he was walking over to a more private area before continuing. There are 3 personas hiding in Men Nan's body. One is a growing persona, which is the normal Men Nan we see daily. Another persona he has adopted is his dead mother. This persona sees herself as Men Nan's mother. I suspect the appearance of this persona is a method of self-defense created by Men Nan's consciousness after witnessing his mother's murder at a young age. What about the third? The period of appearance for this third persona is very short, so we still don't have much information on him. The only thing that I can confirm is that he does exist. This persona is unique. He will not grow, staying stasis at the age when Men Nan was still a child. I cannot communicate with him, and he shows up only for a short period of time. However, whenever this persona takes control of the body, Men Nan's acumen for psychology doubles. Meaning Men Nan's talent is related to this third persona. Yes, I've not come across a more talented person. Dr. Gao had high praise for Men Nan. However, the need to preserve his talent means that the process of recovery will be very difficult. Normal medication will strengthen his normal persona and weaken the others. I'm afraid this will ruin his talent, so I'm discussing his case with other experts. Hopefully, we'll be able to come up with a treatment specifically designed for Men Nan. When he was cured, his talent would also disappear. It was unknown whether this was a good or bad thing for Men Nan. Since Dr. Gao sounded so busy on the phone, Chen Ji did not bring up Wang Xinglong. He did not want to bother the good doctor anymore. All right, hopefully Men Nan will have a speedy recovery. Goodbye. When he was about to hang up, Dr. Gao said, Wait, you must have called me for a reason. Men Nan is currently too weak to undergo any psychological treatment, so I am not that busy at the moment. If you have a problem, feel free to ask me. Since Dr. Gao had said so, Chenji did not hold back and told him everything he knew about Wang Xinglong. Dr. Gao was silent before saying, Okay, I will come with you tonight. After all, Men Nan's daily effects are still in Hai Ming apartments. I have been meaning to find time to go fetch him for him. Thank you, Dr. Gao. There's no need for thanks. I've heard all about you from Ru Zhu. As a psychology aficionado, you are more than willing to put your knowledge into practice to help others. To be honest, you make me feel ashamed of myself. Psychology aficionado, that's what Gao Ru Zhu said about me. Chen Ji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had a feeling that the other party had misunderstood him somewhat. Your haunted house makes use of many psychological tricks, and it shows you have been reading up on psychology. Dr. Gao laughed. If there's a chance, I shall pay it a visit. You flatter me. Chen Ji wiped the sweat off his forehead. The thought of placing the suit-wearing Dr. Gao in his haunted house to scare for half an hour spooked Chen Ji. His whole characterization would collapse after something like that. Dr. Gao's voice soon returned to normal. There are plenty who self-study psychology, but there aren't many who are willing to do something for the patients. You have helped Wang Xin with her problem, and to be honest, when you called me to ask for help, I was touched. Only those who have experienced psychological trauma will understand the pain involved. Actually, I've been trying to thank you on behalf of Wang Xin and Men Nan. It is because of you that they were able to break free from their psychological shackles and breathe a breath of fresh air. Chen Ji was praised so much by Dr. Gao that he did not even remember ending the call. After all, this was the first time someone had praised him thusly. Chen Ji realized then that he was quite a noble person. Chapter 144, We Are All Monsters 1. After lunch, Chen Ji returned to the staff break room. When he opened the door, he saw Su Wan squatting by the door. What are you doing? Boss, when did you get this cat? It's so pretty, but it doesn't let me touch it, Su Wan grumbled. I just want to give it a hug. Don't think about it. The cat is a stray and is hostile toward human. Chen Ji entered the room and placed the boards back. When the cat saw Chen Ji, it did not hiss angrily, but it did jump away like it did not want to be physically close to him. Then why isn't the cat hostile toward you? Su Wan was confused. Whenever she neared the cat, it would assume a hostile posture. Perhaps it knows I'm a trustworthy, noble person. Sitting on the bed, Chen Ji stretched lazily. Do you want to take a rest? It's all right. You can take a short nap. I'll wake you at 1:15 p.m. Su Wan looked at the white cat with captivated eyes. By the way, what is its name? I've tried giving it many names, but it didn't like any of them. When I called it White Tiger, it was weirdly responsive, so I'm considering calling it White Tiger from now on. Chen Ji looked at the white cat and considered it seriously. You want to call a cat White Tiger? Su-wan thought that Chen-ji was kidding with her, but he didn't look like it. Well, as long as you're happy. After Su-wan left, Chen-ji continued to study the white cat on the chair. This cat could see those monsters, and even a baleful specter like Xiaxia was afraid of it. If he could make use of it, this cat could be a useful trump card for Chen-ji, but it was a living creature with its own consciousness. However, making it obedient to Chen-ji's orders would take some time. At least after a night of interaction, the cat was no longer that hostile toward Chen-ji. The cat was clever. It knew who was good and who was bad. Your kittens are no longer with us. Even if you continue to guard them, nothing will change. Chen-ji thought about it and stood up to grab the basket. The white cat followed behind him, and the pair walked out the haunted house. Chen-ji used his hands to dig up a hole next to a tall tree. Then he placed the kittens within. When he did those things, he kept an eye on the white cat, afraid that it might suddenly become frenzied. I understand your pain and know how important they are to you, but you have to understand. Chen-ji squatted on the floor and slowly filled up the hole. Everything dies, and when it does, it is returned to nature. Only by burying them can their souls return to the great cycle. He did not know whether the white cat understood him or not, but the cat kept watching the mound of dirt. Staring at the 4 kittens that slowly disappeared from view, its pair of different colored eyes danced slightly. It did not attack Chen-ji or lose its rationality. It just sat there quietly. When Chen-ji dropped in the last handful of dirt, the white cat hid inside a tree hole. No matter how hard Chen-ji tried to get its attention, there was no response. The lunch break was soon over, and the visitors returned. It was then that the white cat left the hole, but it just jumped higher into the tree's canopy. Chen-ji could not force the cat to do something it did not want to, so after a quick cleaning, he opened the haunted house for business. With the new 2-star scenario, many visitors instantly lined up again after experiencing murder by midnight or Minghun scenarios. The effect of the level delineation had slowly come into play. The greater the limitation, the more they wanted to try it. For thrill seekers, the unknown scenario had an unparalleled attraction. Chen-ji was busy until New Century Park closed. Before he had a chance to rest, Chen-ji followed Uncle Su to the park storage to retrieve the surveillance devices. He told Su-wan and Uncle Su to leave first before entering Mu-yang High School alone. He installed the camera at few key locations. The installation took longer than Chen-ji expected. When he was finished, it was already 8 p.m. After washing his face, Chen-ji called Dr. Gao and Wang Heilong before taking a taxi to Hai Ming Apartments. When he arrived, Dr. Gao and Wang Heilong were already there. The steady Dr. Gao, who had a deep appreciation and understanding of psychology, easily won over the affection of the Wang brothers. Without the introduction from Chen-ji, they were already happily chatting among themselves. My dad and Xinglong live on the 6th floor. I've informed them of our visit this afternoon. When the 3 entered Hai Ming Apartments, Chen-ji frowned slightly. That stench had returned. This stench was heaviest when they passed the 3rd floor, but the others did not seem to smell it. They acted normally, discussing Wang Xinglong's condition. What is the source of this smell? Initially, Chen-ji thought it was the bag of animal bodies from room 302, but those carcasses should have been taken care of by now, so how come the stench still remained? They reached the top floor, and Wang Heilong knocked on the door for room 601. It was a man in his 50s who answered the door. He had peppery hair and a deep frown on his face. Dad, this is the haunted house boss who experienced something similar, and this is the best psychologist in Jiujiang. Please come in. There were many everyday items in the room. The room was not designed to fit that many people, and it appeared a bit small. I've been told of your intention. Xinglong is inside the bedroom. If you can cure his illness, you will not worry for your financial future anymore. This old father looked far more ancient than his actual age. Can we meet Xinglong? Chen-ji stood at the very back. When the door was opened, the stench hit him like a wall, but weirdly enough, none of the others reacted in any way to it. It appeared that only he could smell this stench. Okay, but I hope you are mentally prepared. Wang Xinglong's father pushed the bedroom door open. A stronger stench wafted out from the room, and Chen-ji rested his finger surreptitiously on the tip of his nose. It was not smelly per se, but it was a smell that made him feel uncomfortable. He instinctually wanted to escape when the smell hit him. The smell was like a voice telling him, "Do not get close, this thing is dangerous." Looking through the bedroom door, the small bedroom did not have any furniture, just a thin carpet covering the floor and several pillows in the corners. Other than these, the most eye-grabbing feature was the person who sat in the middle of the room. He was a squat person, perhaps only about 1.5 meters tall and incredibly overweight. His legs were misshapen from the pressure, and he looked more like a meatball than a man. When he saw people walk in, the man grinned harmlessly at the door and raised his hand with difficulty in an attempt to wave. Whenever a new outsider saw Wang Xinglong, his father's heart felt like it was slashed by a knife. Xinglong doesn't know how to speak, but his other faculties are totally normal. Ask him anything, and he will answer by writing on the board. Chapter 145, We Are All Monsters Too. Wang Xinglong's father observed Chen Ji and Dr. Gao out of the corner of his eyes. He knew how unusual his son looked, and whenever someone judged his child with a weird gaze, there was an indescribable pain in his heart. However, this time was different. Both Dr. Gao and Chen Ji acted normally. Exercise can help stave away heart problems and release stress. Try not to keep him cooped up at home. Dr. Gao removed his shoes and stepped into the room. He sat down beside Wang Xinglong without a trace of disgust or condescension. Wang Xinglong did not show fear at Dr. Gao's approach. If anything, it felt like he wanted the company. He wiggled his large body with difficulty like he was trying his best to show his welcome. Wang Xinglong and Dr. Gao shared a peaceful relationship, but when Chen Ji prepared to enter the bedroom, everything changed. He followed Dr. Gao and removed his shoes, but when he stepped into the bedroom, the smiling Wang Xinglong suddenly stopped. His expression turned serious. He glared at Chen Ji, and it felt like he was a lion who felt some other dangerous beast entering his territory. Dr. Gao, who was sat beside Wang Xinglong, felt this most directly. He looked at Chen Ji with confusion. Chen Ji himself felt this. Wang Xinglong's reaction was abnormal to his eyes. What did the man sense on me? Is it the residual smell of the stray cat, or can the monster on him sense the presence of Zhang Ye? Chen Ji stopped moving and took a seat further away from Wang Xinglong. Perhaps it's the sudden influx of strangers that has unsettled him. Dr. Gao tried to smooth over the situation and started chatting with Wang Xinglong. He was a professional. He did not bring up anything related to mental disease. It felt like he was merely chatting with a friend, and Wang Xinglong slowly relaxed, using the board to respond to Dr. Gao's occasional questions. Chen Ji did not say a word, and he focused fully on listening. Dr. Gao was tactful with his speech. It might have seemed like small talk, but unconsciously he had drawn out many secrets from Wang Xinglong, including the darkest memory from his childhood and his daily habits, as well as his history with doctors. The conversation continued for 40 minutes, and the longer the conversation went on, the more Dr. Gao felt this was not a psychological patient. Wang Xinglong's mind was clear and bright. He was willing to communicate with others and showed desire to receive treatment. Listening to their conversation, Wang Xinglong's family was gratified. Despite his looks, they knew Wang Xinglong was a kind and harmless child. After the conversation ended, Dr. Gao exited the bedroom. He pulled Wang Xinglong's father to the side to ask, "The child acts very normally. It doesn't seem like he is tormented by psychological illness. I can't help but suspect he is hiding something from me." Mental patients, for the most parts, were like normal human beings. It was only when their illness acted up that they would commit actions that normal people would not understand. The child has never hurt anyone and has not done anything weird. Other than the refusal to speak and move, he is just like a normal person. Wang Xinglong's father fetched a glass of water for Dr. Gao. When Dr. Gao conversed with Wang Xinglong, the latter had told him about the childhood nightmare. A normal child suddenly lost his power to speak. Could the story he was telling be real? Wang Xinglong's father shook his head with a sigh. "We have no idea whether it's real or not. We've seen so many doctors, but none of them could confirm or deny it. Whether it's real or not is not that important. The important part is even after so many years, Xinglong can still recount it in such detail. This means that the incident has impacted him greatly. As long as we can solve this problem, he should be able to regain the ability to speak." "But if this incident is completely made up, how are we supposed to help him solve it?" Wang Heilong asked. "Even if it is fictional, every single detail in it has a real meaning to Xinglong, just like how dreams often reflect real life." Dr. Gao took out his phone to show that he had recorded his conversation with Wang Xinglong. "We cannot take everything at a surface level. Temporarily, I cannot promise you anything, but I will try my best. Dr. Gao, as long as you can cure Xinglong." "I don't have much confidence either. After all, his language power must have regressed since he hasn't spoken for so many years." Dr. Gao looked back into the bedroom. "But the most stressing issue is not his psychological problem, but his physical issue. He is seriously overweight, and this puts his life in danger." We have talked to him about this, but he dislikes exercise. He prefers to just stay inside his bedroom. He doesn't even want to move out to the living room. Wang Xinglong's father was also frustrated. Try to communicate with him and tell him that this is normal to change his worldview and perspective. Then his action might change. Dr. Gao discussed the situation with Wang Xinglong's family outside the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Chenji sat across from Wang Xinglong. By then, the smile on Wang Xinglong's face had disappeared. His beady eyes that almost disappeared among his folds of fat narrowed into slits as he studied Chenji. Wang Xinglong, I want to help you, so I hope you will stop hiding things from me. Chenji maintained a safe distance from Wang Xinglong. The man was very cautious of Chenji, and Chenji refused to get any closer because of the stench that came off the man. However, it appeared like only Chenji could smell it. Grabbing the board, Wang Xinglong wrote, I'm not hiding anything, I've told you everything. You know whether that is true or not. Chenji lowered his voice. Their focus is on why you aren't talking, but I'm different. I'm more curious about the other memory that you most detest. What happened to you when you were inside the third sick hall? The mention of the third sick hall caused the flesh on Wang Xinglong's face to shake violently. His chubby hands clenched into fist, and his body shook unevenly. Your aversion to doctors occurred after you left the third sick hall, so what happened to you inside that hospital? Chenji held Wang Xinglong's fists. You are a normal person, but you are under the threat of something abnormal. Tell me the truth, I can help you. Wang Xinglong rejected Chenji's offer. He suddenly went berserk and shoved Chenji away with powerful force. Catching his breath, Wang Xinglong glared at Chenji. After a long time, he wrote this down on the board. We have both transformed into monsters. Instead of worrying about me, you'd better worry about yourself. Chapter 146. Livestream time confirmed. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. The smile on Wang Xinglong's face had long since disappeared. He rubbed the words off the board and pain flashed across his beady eyes. We have both transformed into monsters. Chenji knocked into the door and pain radiated from his back. Hearing the commotion in the bedroom, Dr. Gao and Wang Xinglong's family ran in. Chenji, what happened? I accidentally slipped and knocked into the door. Chenji rubbed his back as he stood up. Is it serious? I have some ointment somewhere. Wang Xinglong's father did not doubt Chenji, and he turned back into the living room to go look for the ointment. However, Dr. Gao seemed to have noticed something. His eyes scanned the unruffled carpet but did not say anything. It's all right, not so serious. Dr. Gao helped Chenji up. They left the bedroom together. Things were not going as smooth as he had hoped. Wang Xinglong had hidden the biggest secret from everyone else. He seemed to be cooperative on the surface, but that was merely a ploy to distract everyone away from the real cause of his illness. But why would Wang Xinglong do that? He has his own difficulty. Chenji remembered the expression on Wang Xinglong's face when he wrote down that sentence. It was filled with helplessness and pain, but the key problem was that he did not seem to want to change. Chenji moved his shoulders and realized that Wang Xinglong was actually more powerful than most adults. He looks innocent but is actually very dangerous. Wang Xinglong did not want to tell the truth, and Chenji could not force him before his father and brothers. Even if he did decide on force, Chenji had no confidence that he could overpower Wang Xinglong. In the end, Chenji asked Dr. Gao if they could leave. He wanted to ask Dr. Gao to discover the secret Wang Xinglong was hiding. Wang Xinglong's father walked them to the door. When they were leaving each other with their contact information, through the open bedroom door, Chenji saw that the devastated Wang Xinglong had picked up the board again. He seemed to know that Chenji was watching him. He drew quickly and turned the board towards the open door. What was he drawing? A few small people were sitting inside the house. The smallest among them had a monster standing on his shoulders. The monster had its back bent as it surveyed its surroundings, like it was prepared to jump onto other people. Is he trying to give me a hint? Chenji memorized the drawing and left the apartment with Dr. Gao. When they left, they went down to room 304 to grab Men Nan's stuff. Chenji closed the door, and after making sure the Wang brothers didn't follow them, he opened his lips to ask, Dr. Gao, do you think Wang Xinglong has a big problem? He is indeed a bit not normal. Dr. Gao placed Men Nan's sheets and pillows in the middle of his quilt and rolled them up. According to Wang Xinglong's father, his condition should be very serious, but from my initial diagnosis, the man is fine. He has an open, clear, and logical mind. However, this contrasted greatly with the blank smile on the man's face. A normal person would have the ability to control the expression on his face. I'm sure he is hiding something from me. This patient is very smart and is an expert at hiding his feelings. but he is being too obvious about it. Chenji was surprised Dr. Gao had spotted it as well. After all, you're the professional, but since you have noticed that, why didn't you tell his father? Wouldn't that help with the treatment? How to navigate the relationship between the doctor and the patient's family is a complicated skill. Wang Xinglong's father might have been kind to us today, but if anything happened to his son, he would definitely be on his son's side, and he would block our access to Wang Xinglong in the future. Dr. Gao picked her up the bundle to carry out of the room. Come and help me. Grab the books and notes in Men Nan's drawer and place them in the box. They are very important to him. Chenji entered the bedroom and took out the books one by one from the drawer. When the drawer was almost empty, Chenji saw a picture sat at the bottom of the drawer. A woman was lying in a hospital bed with a patient's garb. A shy-looking boy sat beside her. Is this a picture of Men Nan and his mother? Looking at the picture, Chenji was shocked. Men Nan's mother in the picture, even though she had no makeup on, was incredibly beautiful. Men Nan's father still had an affair even though he had such a beautiful wife. Chenji's first love letter in his life came from a baleful specter, so he did not know much about romantic relationships. He felt perhaps something was not right about Men Nan's father. After placing the picture in one of the books, Chenji placed all the books in the box and left room 304 with Dr. Gao. After exiting Hai Ming Apartments, Chenji took a deep breath. Finally, don't need to take in that stench anymore. Stench? If you're talking about stench, isn't it stronger out here? Dr. Gao asked as he pointed at the rubbish that piled as high as Small Hill. Didn't you smell a weird stench in Wang Xinglong's room? No, his house is very clean. The old father has taken good care of him. Dr. Gao sighed. Actually, the child can be considered lucky. At least he has his family's support, and they all wish for him to get better. His family is indeed very kind. The worry between family members could not be faked, and Chenji could feel that. He took a few steps before stopping suddenly. Family. Yes, some patients' family dropped them at the rehabilitation center and left them there. Dr. Gao had misunderstood Chenji. He was thinking about another issue. In Wang Xinglong's last drawing, there were a few small people sitting in the drawing. The one with the monster standing on the shoulders seemed to refer to himself, so the people around him should have been his family. The monster was prepared to jump to other people, so could this be why Wang Xinglong refused to seek treatment? If he did anything wrong, the monster might harm his family. Wang Xinglong's drawing also proved that even after so many years, the 2-meter-tall monster was still standing on his shoulders, and their game was still ongoing. The stench should originate from the monster, but why only I can smell it? After solving the first problem, more problems surfaced. Chenji realized that he would need to enter the third sick hall to answer all the questions. After placing all of Men Nan's stuff in the trunk, Dr. Gao drove Chenji back to New Century Park. When his feet stood on firm ground, Chenji received a call from Liu Dao. Brother, Qin Guang's next livestream schedule has been announced. It's tomorrow night. So soon? Then do you know where the location will be? New Yang High School. Liu Dao mentioned a familiar name. However, this time, Qin Guang has learned his lesson. He hired someone to write a script based on your live stream, so he can now be considered paying homage and not plagiarizing, so even the platform cannot do anything to him. Chenji was silent for a long time, so Liu Dao thought that he was angry. Certain things are helpless, but as long as we work hard, it'll be fine. It's not that, but if you have the chance, please help me send a message to Qin Guang. What message? Chenji looked at the haunted house in the dark. Tell him to stop following me. If he does not, I have no guarantee what will happen to him. Chapter 147, The Approval of the White Cat. Are you serious? That sounds like a threat. Liu Dao did not think that Chenji was kidding. He did not know Chenji that well, but he did know that the man was a bit different from normal. No, it's sincere advice. Just tell him what I said. Chenji's voice was calm. He was already praising himself for how kind-hearted he was. At the end of the day, we are merely competitors. Even though he is rather shameless, I do not want to see him walk toward his death. Furthermore, his live stream involves such a large crew. They are innocent lives, so he should think about them. Competitor, death, innocent lives. Are we talking about the same topic? Liu Dao felt like one of them was drunk. To tell Qin Guang that if he continued to copy Chenji, he would die. How was he going to say that? Chenji, I know you are angry, but please calm down. We can use our content to surpass him. There is no need to rely on threats. If anything, this might make them sue us. Liu Dao tried to advise him. After all, the contract had been signed, and their first official cooperation began tomorrow, so he did not want Chenji to do anything stupid at such a crucial moment. You will not understand even if I explain it to you. Chenji walked to his haunted house. If there's nothing else, I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Remember to come early. There are many details we wish to discuss with you. You got it? After hanging up, Chenji was feeling low. He did not think that the live stream was that important. Be it Qin Guang or the popularity, those were added bonuses. He only cared about one thing, which was to survive and find the clues left behind by his parents. Chenji glanced toward the canopy of the tree next to the haunted house, but the white cat was nowhere to be seen. Eventually it has left. Chenji had grown quite attached to that cat. Multicolored eyes are not common for a stray, but it is still a life. Things can't be forced. Chenji was rather saddened upon realizing that the white cat had left. He entered the haunted house and found himself alone in the long corridor. The haunted house was rather lifeless at night. He switched on the corridor lights, and his lonely shadow extended down the corridor. It looked quite lonely, but he had gotten used to this already. He went into the bathroom to wash his face before turning toward the staff break room. Before entering, he noticed something weird. Why is the break room door open? There were 2 sets of keys to the break room. He carried one on himself, and the other was hidden above the door frame. It was to make it convenient for other haunted house workers. This hiding place was only known to those who had worked at the haunted house before. If it was Su Wan, she would have locked the door before she left. Looks like an outsider has snuck into the break room. Chenji took a detour to the props room to grab Dr. Skullcracker's iron hammer. He pushed the break room door open. The room was dim and there was no one in sight. The key wasn't on the door frame. The thief has taken away the key. Chenji glanced around the room, and he realized the only difference was there was an unwashed jacket lying on the table. I remember hanging this beside the bed when I changed out of it this morning. Why is it on the table? He turned the light on and used the hammer to peel the jacket back. Underneath the dirty jacket lay a pure white cat. It moved its head with impatience, its pair of different-colored eyes shining with resentment. Chenji looked behind it, and a dirty ragdoll was lying on its tail. The small ragdoll appeared like she was trying to grab onto the white cat's tail, but she did not expect that Chenji would come in so suddenly. Her body froze from the scare, and very instinctively she pretended to be dead. Xiaoxiao, this scene surprised him. Couldn't these two not stand each other? White cat jacket. Chenji glanced at the jacket, and it dawned on him. When he took the cat to the doctor that night, he used his own jacket to wrap the cat and the kittens. The smell of the 4 kittens probably lingered on the jacket. The jacket and the basket that carried the kittens were all in the break room, but the room was locked. The key hidden above the doorframe was a secret to most, but for Xiaoxiao, who wandered about the haunted house daily, she must have been privy to it. If anything, Xiaoxiao probably knew more about the haunted house than Chenji by then. Chenji pulled Xiaoxiao up by her leg and shook her twice in the air. A copper key then fell from her pocket. Are you trying to be the haunted house's manager? Chenji did not know to laugh or cry. He placed Xiaoxiao beside the white cat and returned the key to on the door frame. Standing in the cold corridor, Chenji felt the break room was weirdly bright and warm. Xiaoxiao lay beside the white cat on the table. The cat gave her a cold shoulder, but it did not push Xiaoxiao aside. It lay lazily on the table and did not seem like anything was going to affect it. Looking at this, Chenji's lips curved upwards. I used to stay here alone, but it has gotten quite rowdy now. After closing the door, Chenji sat on the chair. He took out the black phone and started to inspect his daily missions. The 3 missions were respectively to hire more workers, perform safety inspection, and install a sturdy door for the Muyang High School scenario. All the missions are imminent problems that the haunted house needs to solve. Chenji updated the haunted house's information on the internet by introducing the new scenario and adding in the information of the reward money. After that, Chenji posted a recruitment post online. There was only one demand: the person had to be brave. I must be picky with the recruitment. If Uncle Su continues to help me sell ticket, we can still barely manage to get by, so this can be delayed for now. But as the haunted house grows bigger, the issue of security cannot be ignored. I should pick the security option as my daily mission. Chenji stood up again. He checked all the safety hazards in the haunted house and came up with new rules, but the black phone did not say that he was done. What's the problem? I've checked all the scenarios. Why isn't the mission completed yet? Chenji stood there with the black phone. He might need to conduct a 3-star trial mission tomorrow, so he needed time to prepare. He had no time to waste on a daily mission. Wait, could it be the mirror in the bathroom? Chapter 148, 9 patients, 10 rooms. Chenji pushed open the bathroom door. The mirror on the wall was covered up by a black cloth, and the cubicle door was sealed up. The visitors come to visit during the day. but the blood door only appears at midnight. Normally, these two parties should not interact, unless someone sneaks into the haunted house at night and accidentally opens the cubicle door, like Zhang Peng. Chenji removed the black cloth and stood before the window. He had no clue about the blood world behind the mirror. He did not even know why the door appeared, much less the way to destroy it. My parents once said that the door of the third sick hall has been opened again. This means that it was originally closed. Maybe the third sick hall will have clues to closing the door. Perhaps the door in the mirror and the door of the third sick hall are connected. Then this trial mission will that much more important to me. Chenji waited until midnight, and as the second hand passed 12, the blood door in the mirror appeared on time. In just that 1 minute, various weird noises came from behind the cubicle. Compared to before, it felt like more things had gathered around the door. Perhaps when I return from the third sick hall, this door will be permanently closed. Chenji returned to the staff break room, but he could not sleep. He sat on the chair and wrote down a list of the things he needed to prepare for tomorrow's live stream. A cleaver that has tasted years of blood, a live cock, salt. He worked on the list until 1:50 a.m. Chenji still did not feel sleepy. Every few minutes he looked at his watch, and an indescribable anxiety was spreading through him. It's still not too safe. The difficulty of the 3-star trial mission should be multiple times harder than the 2-star Mu Yang High School. Furthermore, I'm going in alone. I have to be more prepared. Chenji inspected his life, and suddenly his phone rang. Who is calling me at 2 a.m.? Chenji glanced at the caller ID and answered it immediately. Dr. Gao, you're looking for me. I'm so sorry to disturb you so late at night, Dr. Gao said politely before cutting straight to the point. I've managed to get Wang Xinglong's medical history from his father, and when I cross-referenced it with our own patient's history, I discovered something weird. What is it? Chenji sat up straighter. For Dr. Gao to call him so late at night, it had to be very serious. This Wang Xinglong is more dangerous than he appears. In fact, when he was very small, he was involved in a murder. A murder? Chenji could not believe that the chubby kid could have been involved in something so sinister. Listen to me, this case is complicated. There was the sound of typing from the other end of the phone. Wang Xinglong received his first treatment when he was 6, and the hospital he received the treatment at was called Jiujiang Third Psychological Convalescence Center. It was a private center. It was far from the city and has been closed 5 or 6 years ago. I've heard Wang Heilong mention this hospital before. At the time, they were poor and the place was close to their old home, so they admitted Wang Xinglong there. But how is that related to the murder? Chenji asked. When he was first admitted, Wang Xinglong, who was only 6 at the time, showcased extreme mood swings. Unable to control himself, he would attack the doctors and family members. No matter how unruly the 6-year-old was, he couldn't harm an adult, right? That was what I thought, but the files showed that in one of his crazed moments, he bit off the finger of a fellow patient who shared the same room. I have the picture. Dr. Gao sent over the picture. The gruesome parts were not even censored. Chenji glanced at the file. It was a patient's file. The diagnosis on Wang Xinglong was he was extremely dangerous, and the suggested treatment was quarantine and isolation. But that was only the beginning. To ensure the safety of other patients, the doctors quarantined the 6-year-old Wang Xinglong into the third sealed building, and things only got worse from there. Dr. Gao clicked on the screen. He selected the few pages that would not violate the patient's privacy and sent them to Chenji. In the second month after Wang Xinglong was moved into the quarantine hall, there was a harrowing murder. A nurse on duty was murdered, and after the police investigation, they confirmed that the murderer wasn't a single person. It felt like all of the patients of the third hall had cooperated to commit this murder. The patients collaborated to kill a nurse. Dr. Gao was revealing information about the third sick hall, and this was all inside information, so Chenji paid full attention. Dr. Gao, can you tell me about this case in more detail? That's all I have. I'm a doctor, not the police. Then, can you find more information on the other patients in the third sick hall? Chenji wanted to know everything about the third sick hall. Why would you want to know about that? Just curious. Don't worry, I will not leak the information to anyone else. Chenji made a few more promises before Dr. Gao finally agreed. There were 10 sick bays inside the third sick hall, and there were 9 patients. All of them were diagnosed to be extremely dangerous, so they were quarantined for specific treatment. The patient in room 1 was Wang Xinglong, diagnosed as suffering from happy puppet syndrome or the Angelman syndrome. The symptoms include constant smiles, spasms, loss of speech, and mental retardation. He was the youngest at the third sick hall and deemed the least dangerous. The patient in room 2 was a woman, but the name is blacked out. There is no picture, and there was only an old patient's list. She suffered from heavy depression caused by Dorian Gray syndrome. Her symptoms include overobsession with her personal image and over-reliance on makeup. She had undergone plenty of plastic surgery and was averse to the natural aging process. In fact, many female celebrities suffer from this. The third patient's room was supposedly empty, and I can't tell whether it housed a patient or not. Chenji was suddenly reminded of the note left by his parents. It had specifically pointed out the third room in the third sick hall. Having no records does not mean that it didn't have a patient. You have a point, but the patient's room was arranged according to their danger level, so even if the room was occupied, the patient was not that dangerous. Perhaps this was an error by the hospital. Dr. Gao paused to take a sip of his water before continuing. The patient in room 4 suffered from phantom limb syndrome after losing his arm in an accident. After the amputation surgery, he felt the arm was still on his body and could sense pain and temperature through it. Chapter 149, The Most Dangerous Patient. The man living in room 5 was called Su Tong. He suffered from Fregoli delusion syndrome. He thought that all the people around him were disguised by a similar individual, and he lived in a made-up world. The patient of the room 6 was called Han Bayar. She was a midnight show type of host. There is no picture of her in the files, but her main doctor wrote down this sentence at the bottom of her patient's record. Just how harsh must God be to have made a woman as beautiful as this? Han Bayar only stayed at the place for 2.5 months before she was taken away. She suffered from a rare disease called body dysmorphic disorder. She had the tendency to exaggerate the imperfections on her body, and she could not accept the slightest flaw. When she was hospitalized, she once tried to chop off her fingers simply because the nails on both hands failed to be symmetrical. The name of the patient in room 7 has been lost, but he suffered from Cotard's syndrome or the walking corpse syndrome. He believed that he was already a dead man, telling the doctors that his organs had all decayed. He announced to whoever would listen that he had seen the real world and that the reality we are living in isn't real at all. Room 8 had a reinforced steel door, and the patient inside was called Ching Ching. This patient was once the doctor of the third sick hall. It was believed that his mind snapped after dealing with too many tortured souls. He was diagnosed with Hemanglek when he was 30. This type of patient fails to be aware of items to one side of space. When asked to draw the picture of a man, he would miss out the half of the arms and legs. When asked, he said this was the real perfect form. Technically, this disease was not serious, but Ching Ching was a perfectionist, so when he saw patients with a full set of limbs, he could not control himself from wanting to fix it. The patient in room 9 was called Wu Fei. There was not a clear diagnosis on this patient even when the hospital closed down. Some of the doctors thought that he suffered from Asperger, because he had exceptional memory and superhuman intelligence. Normally, he would not converse with others. Perhaps he thought that everyone around him, including his doctor, was too much of a dummy to communicate with. During treatment, he confessed to have done many crazy things, and some of them had involved the police. But after investigation, most of them were faked. And for the real cases, the real murderer had been caught and sentenced. They had nothing to do with Wu Fei. Wu Fei had not hurt anyone when he was hospitalized, but the hospital still decided to lock him in room 9. This was something the hospital and the police decided on after much discussion. According to how the hospital kept their patients, the patient in room 10 should have been the most dangerous, but the patient is not named. I've looked through all the patient's records, and the space for name was only filled with a 10. The doctors never mentioned him by name, and they often referred to him as the devil. This patient suffered from Leschnyhan syndrome or juvenile gout. When he acted up, he would use all sorts of equipment available to ruin his own face. His perception of reality was different from normal, and he had a highly destructive tendency. Patient 10 spent most of his time tied to the bed. When he was out, he would be chained to the wheelchair with people looking after him. Actually, those with Leschnyhan syndrome rarely live beyond the age of 20, so this patient 10 is probably dead now. Dr. Gao listed the information on all the 9 patients, and Chenji used a pen to jot everything all down. Looking at the recorded information, Chenji felt a chill up his spine. Dr. Gao, do you know what happened to these 9 people after they got transferred out of the third sick hall? Other than Wang Xinglong, Su Tong, and Han Bayar, who had records from other hospitals, the rest of them seemed to have disappeared. Then do you have ways to contact the 3 of them? Chenji wanted to know more about the third sick hall before starting the live stream. The contact numbers on the files are mostly useless now, so even if I give them you, it'll be pointless. Dr. Gao rejected Chen-ji tactfully. I'm calling you so late at night mainly to tell you that Wang Xinglong might be very dangerous. Mental patients morph into a different person when they act up. Do not purposely go and provoke them. If you are hurt, the law will not be on your side because these people are mentally unhealthy. What Dr. Gao meant was simple. After Chen-ji fell down, he had noticed the carpet was flat, so he suspected that Chen-ji did not trip and fall but was pushed by an outside force. He had made this midnight call to warn him of the possible dangers. I understand, I'll be more careful. Chen-ji thought about it before adding, Dr. Gao, if you find out any more information about the third sick hall, please tell me. I'm very interested in that hospital. Your hobby sure is unique. All right then, rest well. I will inform you when I come up with a new development. After hanging up, Chen-ji arranged the pieces of paper on the table, his brain mulling over the 9 patients. 10 rooms but 9 patients, why? If the rooms are arranged according to their danger level, why did the hospital keep room 3 empty? Has the room been empty from the very beginning, or was the room left empty for a patient who died in it? Chen-ji did not know when he fell asleep, but when he woke up it was already morning. Looking at his watch, he saw it was 6 a.m. He washed his face, exited the haunted house, jumped on his bicycle, and headed for the nearest morning market. The market was already busy even though the day was just starting. Chen-ji was quite conspicuous amid the crowd of middle-aged aunties and uncles. He first went to buy a live cock, and then went to the stall that sold pork. He stood beside the stall with his eyes open wide. When the proprietor was finally free, he moved forward. The proprietor was a man about 40. He had noticed Chen-ji a long time ago. What do you want? When Chen-ji named his request, he felt weirdly embarrassed. I want to buy your cleaver. You want to buy my cleaver? The man's face fell, thinking that Chen-ji was ridiculing him. I'm serious. Chen-ji placed the money on the counter. Give me a price. After a long explanation, the man finally understood why Chen-ji wanted his cleaver and laughed. It's not that I don't want to sell you this, but nowadays, we have special machine to put the pigs down. You'll need to go to a butcher to find the kind of cleaver you're looking for. Chapter 150, The Second Lucky Draw. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. The middle-aged man also did not know how to respond. He had managed his stall for half his life already, and this was the first time he had come across such a request. If you have nothing else, go. I don't sell the kind of cleaver you want. Then, can you sell me the cleaver you normally use? Chen-ji was determined. Before the live stream, he had to obtain a cleaver regardless of whether it turned out to be useful or not. How am I going to operate this stall if I sell you my cleaver? The middle-aged man just finished when a young man with dyed hair pushed through the crowd. He looked about 19, and his jacket was tied around his waist as he yawned. When the young man appeared, the middle-aged man slammed the cleaver on the cutting board. He wiped his hands on his apron and walked toward the young man. You still know your way back home? Where were you last night? Karaoke with a few friends, then the internet cafe. The young man put on his earphones like he was trying to tune the man out. Then why didn't you answer your phone? Years of chopping pork meant that the middle-aged man was much more muscular than the young man. He yanked the earphones out directly. I'm talking to you. The young man used his hands to cover up his ears instead. He stood before the middle-aged man and said nothing. Have you gone mute? I'm asking you why you didn't come home yesterday night. Didn't even answer your phone. What were you thinking? The middle-aged man was loud, and the customers even started to persuade him. The young man glared at the middle-aged man before finding an opening to grab the earphones and run out the market. Come back here. The middle-aged man could not chase after him since he had a business to run. He picked up the cleaver and cleaved a bone in half angrily. Looking at how angry he was, Chen-ji very understandably took back his money and left with the chicken. After leaving the market, Chen-ji was looking for his bicycle when he was approached by the young man from earlier. I hear you're looking for a cleaver. Yes, but not a new one. I need one that had been used for a long time already. I have one at home. Follow me, but don't let my father spot us. The young man led Chen-ji to a building near the market. He asked Chen-ji to wait him outside, and soon came out with an object wrapped in red cloth. My grandfather was a butcher, and he planned to carry this knife with him to the grave, saying he was not going to let his children do the same job as he did. However, my stubborn dad insisted on keeping the cleaver. From then on, bad luck has followed us. He lost his business, and my mother passed away. In the end, he had to sell pork at the market to make ends meet. The young man gave Chen-ji the cleaver. The cleaver is cursed, so I'm not going to ask for much. 100, and it's yours. Chen-ji was intrigued by what the young man said. He pulled the red cloth back and took a close look at the cleaver. His yin-yang vision twitched like his eyes were pricked by needles. They only recovered several seconds later. The red cloth wrapped around a 40-centimeter-long single blade. Perhaps because it had tasted too much fresh blood, the blade was a dark red color. There were grooves running down the blade, and the wooden handle looked like blood veins with lingering red lines. Chenji tried the cleaver, and it was heavier than expected. This cleaver sure is unusual. The blade was no longer sharp, but the air around it had not changed. When I was small, I saw my grandfather enter the pig-sty with this cleaver, and none of the pigs dared make a sound. The young man looked at the red cloth and extended his hand toward Chenji. If you're satisfied, pay up. Not bad, this is the kind of cleaver I'm looking for. Chenji passed the young man 100 and left the young man his phone. If your father asks about the cleaver, tell him to call me. What does this have to do with him? The young man asked emotionlessly and entered the room with the money. Your father is quick with his words and temper, but it must be difficult on him as well. Based on my knowledge, there are no butchers near Jiujiang. To ensure fresh stock, he has to wake up every day at 3 a.m. to get the ingredients from outside of Jiujiang, or he might miss the opening of the morning market. With the chicken and cleaver, Chenji returned to New Century Park. He still had some time, so Chenji looked at the list he had prepared the previous night. A live cock, a cleaver, and salt. I have those already. The 3-star mission will be dangerous. If I cannot return safely, all this is pointless. Chenji tried to bring as many trump cards as he could. He took out his black phone and scrolled to the very bottom, his eyes landing on the Wheel of Misfortune. Honestly, he was scarred by this specific feature on the black phone. When I finished the expansion mission, I earned a lucky draw chance. The haunted house has been in business for a while already, and I have collected enough screams to trade for another lucky draw chance. I won't be so unlucky as to get a baleful specter twice, right? Chenji had always stayed away from this kind of game, which depended fully on lucky. If not for the pressure from a 3-star mission, he probably would have continued to ignore this function on the black phone. 2 chances, perhaps I might really get something that'll save my life. Chenji's finger tapped on the screen and the wheel started to spin. As the wheel spun, Chenji clasped his hands together. Please, not another baleful specter. Ding, the needle finally stopped. Congratulations for winning a unique item. The White Valentine's candy. 7% chance of this appearing when Zhang Ye's affection level has reached crazy about you. Sincerity, purity, clarity, romance. When you receive this present, your relationship will advance to the next level. White Valentine's candy. The sweet taste dances on your tongue. When you finish the candy, Zhang Ye will appear. You have received the present Zhang Ye was unable to gift when she was still alive. Zhang Ye's affection toward you has increased slightly. Chenji had a bad feeling in his heart. He sat on the steps. I've received the present Zhang Ye was unable to gift when she was still alive. Goodness, this sounds so weird. A draft blew against Chenji's neck, and he turned back to see a candy package was sitting behind him. The design of the bag was similar to the one Chenji had found in the dance studio at Western Jiujiang's private academy. He opened it, and there was one piece of white candy inside. Weirdly enough, the candy had the face of a crying girl on it. This face looks like one of Zhang Ye's roommates. Don't tell me she has made one of her roommates into candy. Putting the candy back into the bag, Chenji felt like he needed to evaluate his situation. Even though I didn't get a baleful specter, it is still related to one. Is it because I'm close to the haunted house that I keep getting this weird stuff? He patted the dust on his body as he stood up. He washed his face, placed the chicken in the room, and then left New Century Park on the bicycle. According to the introduction on the black phone, there are many kinds of rewards I can get from the lucky draw. In terms of probability, it's about time I get something good. Chenji stood before the rising sun and tapped on the screen. The wheel turned rapidly and stopped after a few seconds. What is it? The sun fell on Chenji, gilding him. Congratulations for winning a rare item, the crying tape, 3% chance of winning. When he played the tape for the first time, he realized that something was wrong. The empty tape was filled with white noise that could not be erased. He tried every method to remove the white noise, and he heard the sound he made before he died. Lucky specters favored, you have won another rare baleful specter. Note, after winning 5 baleful specters, the title of specters favored will be upgraded. Chenji sat on the roadside with a cigarette dangling on his lips. Looking at New Century Park, which was 3,000 meters away, he sighed. I shouldn't have wasted my energy to come so far.